Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today on Monday, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There is no live court today. It is a federal holiday here in the United States as we celebrate the life of Martin Luther King Jr. We, however, will be offering you a stream today. It's a very gruesome, I guess is the right word. Straight out of Hollywood. The defense opening is like a Hollywood script. You guys are not going to believe it when you see it. It's a crazy one. So let us get over to here while we welcome everybody in on a chilly morning here in Florida. I know it's cold for everybody else, but when I woke up this morning, I went out to the car and I was able to scrape ice. There's a frost on our lawn across the street and farms. It's pretty chilly here, you guys. So I know it's cold where you are. So it's chilly. My friends in Tampa sent me pictures. It's 36 there. So it's chilly. It is chilly. Dream Horse, good morning to you. Kimbers, Widespread Panic, good to see you. Let us honor Dr. King's legacy. Absolutely. C. Gilmore, good morning to you. Little Lulu, Crazy Mary Joe, good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Brat. Red Snap, I know it's chilly where you are. Barry Adams, good morning to you. Shirley and Mary, thank you for joining us. Sharon, Brenda, good morning. Joy, good morning to you. Tammy, thank you for joining us. And Gina. Shoshana, good morning. Welcome in. Green-Eyed Cat. Jill, good morning. Looking forward to this case. Never heard of it. Yes, it's an interesting one. Definitely an interesting case. Lazy Boys, good morning to you. I know it is chilly for you guys. Actually, yeah, my friend, I have a couple friends in Tampa, and one of them said, did we wake up in Ohio? It's like, couldn't care less. Good morning to you, JMS. Good to see you. Maddie's mom, Jennifer King. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I feel like I woke up in Ohio. Like, what's going on? Ugh. Anyway, all right. So let's turn our focus on to Adam Matos. So this happened in 2014. Now, Adam and Megan Brown, Adam is the defendant, and everybody below, Nicholas, Megan, Greg, and Margaret, they are the victims. So Megan and Adam were boyfriend, girlfriend, and they had a child. They had a boy who happened, unfortunately, to be autistic. So Greg and Margaret are married, and they are the parents to Megan. So Megan, Greg, and Margaret, and Adam, they all lived in Pennsylvania, I believe in the Lehigh Valley area. So they all moved to Florida in 2014 to, Greg, I think, had some friends. He wanted to be closer to friends. Margaret was able to find a job, I think, working at Wawa. And so Adam moved down with them because he wanted to help with their son, Megan and Adam's son. Tristan is his name. Ismael Tristan is his name, so that he went by Tristan. So they all moved down to Florida, and then Megan and Nicholas met, and Adam, I guess, apparently got jealous. We'll hear. He takes the stand, so we'll hear in his own defense or his own word what happened. But he basically is claiming self-defense. So we'll see how that all plays out. So they think it happened around August 28th because nobody had heard from them. Coworkers hadn't heard from Megan, Greg, or Margaret, or Nicholas. Family members and friends of the family, they were communicating, texting, calling. Nobody was returning any kind of calls or texts. So then on September 4th, family member calls, and deputies, they do a welfare check. So no one was home, but they did find blood in the garage and in the house. So then they decided to kind of do a search of the area, and they found all four. They found Nicholas, Megan, Greg, and Margaret in a pile off the road, maybe like 10 or 15 feet off the road. And this was in a country area, rural area. So they were all kind of piled on top of each other. So then Adam was arrested that following day, September 5th, at a hotel in Tampa. So this all took place around the Tampa area, Pasco County. So at the time of his arrest, he was with his 4-year-old, Tristan, who, like I said, was autistic. So the trial was from November 3rd through November 21st of 2017, and the DP is being sought by the prosecutors. So this is a DP case. So that's kind of that's sort of the overall, brushstrokes that I can provide for you guys. Let's see what else. Oh, then there was, okay, so before all that happened, in the days leading up to this, Megan reported a disturbing incident involving Adam. So she told authorities that when she returned home at one point, Matos was intoxicated, and he apparently pulled out a kitchen knife and he held it to her throat, and she was able to push it away, and I believe she cut her thumb or her finger, and then their son came out and he saw them, and that's when Adam stopped and he ran away. So there's kind of like this sort of history of some DV there. So that's, hey Seagate, good morning to you. Widespread Panic, good to see you. JP Collier, good morning. 21 there where you are. Celissa, good morning. Kathy Davis, good to see you. Oh yeah, Shirley, did you ever get your finally had the electric outfit? Oh good, Shirley. Yeah, you need heat. You need to have electricity for sure. It's like life or death at this point. Alice, good morning to you. Oh, Alice, I want to thank you for the food. So guys, Alice sent the kitties some food. So Alice, thank you so much for the food that you sent. Really appreciate that. And also, seriously, if you are listening, if you're, I don't see you in the chat, but if you're listening, seriously sent some food as well. So the kitties definitely appreciate that. So thank you, Alice. Thank you so much for that. Michelle, good morning to you. Amanda, we saw you yesterday. I think was it we were watching Joe Schmo feed last night. Gordon, good morning to you. This bloke sounds like a right charmer. Yeah. Hey, Christine, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Lori, they must have had a lot of evidence then. We'll see. Let's see what happens. All right, it's gonna be a long day. We got about 9 hours, so let's get to it. Oh, and Widespread Panic found out some news about the child. So if you guys are wondering, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Tulips, good morning to you. Yes, thank you, Alice. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hell, Ryder, yeah. I had to scrape frost off of my windshield this morning. It is chilly here, you guys. Chilly. Barry, yes, the hoodie is keeping you warm and cozy. Good. Sid is, oh yes, let's deal with Sid real quick. C. Gilmore asks, some of you were also asking, she's fine. She's jumping, but she's not playing jumping as much as she has. So I think she still needs just a little bit more time. But I think she can jump up on the counter, no problem. I noticed when they play, normally she jumps around, and she's not really doing that. She's playing, but she's not jumping like she normally does. So I think she's 98% there. Yes, Amanda. Yes, we saw you yesterday. That was nice. Bama Green Eyes. Good morning to you. You're finally home from traveling. Wow, nice. Well, welcome in. Yes, she did. She did learn. All right, so let's get to it. The child is okay. We'll get to that in a little bit. So if you're wondering, the child is okay. All right, so I'm going to start, as we always do with these, with an overview, just kind of wrap our heads around what actually happened. So let's get over here. And let me put myself up here. So this is the trial of Adam Matos.
Knew this soon, a grand jury.
All right, and remember, this happened in 2014.
Gregory just indicted Adam Matos for the murders of 4 people in Hudson. Matos is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his son's mother, Megan Brown, her parents, Margaret and Gregory Brown, and Megan's new boyfriend, Nicholas Leonard. Deputies found their bodies in a field near the Browns' home September 4th. Matos, though, says he is innocent.
All right, so that kind of gives you real high level what happened. You can kind of see the area. It's very rural where this happened in Hudson, which is in Pasco County. All right, so let's get to the next little news clip. This is a coworker. This is a coworker of his spoke. Let's check this out.
Let's
see what a coworker. I have no idea what he did. We'll have to find out what he did for work.
I just kind of froze for a second.
A familiar face tied to a tragedy. Plastered on his screen was Adam Matos, the 28-year-old man John Hill just hired 2 weeks ago to work as a dishwasher in his restaurant, Get Hooked Grill.
Look clean cut. We were looking for a dishwasher, so we threw him in a dish pit.
And tonight he couldn't believe his eyes. That same man is now a person of interest in the case of a missing 4-year-old autistic boy and the murders of 4 people.
I don't know what to say, what you say about that, and I hope the young man's fine. I truly hope maybe Adam had nothing to do with this.
According to the Pasco Sheriff's Office, they've been looking for Matos since they were called out to a home in Hudson for a domestic incident involving him on August 28th, which is just one day after Hill said he got a strange phone call from Matos saying he wouldn't be in that day due to a family emergency. But so far, we know Matos moved down here in July from Orfield, Pennsylvania, where he had several run-ins with the law. Harassment, theft, and assault charges all show up on his record, and all come as a complete shock to those he worked alongside, like the grill's cook, Jacob Torres, who was the last one at the restaurant to talk to Matos, and he says he doesn't recall him acting unusual.
He was like a quiet guy, really quiet guy. I'm really surprised about this. I'm really surprised.
I guess the audio, I guess that's it. That's it for that. All right. So he worked as a dishwasher. He had just moved down from Pennsylvania, as you heard. And he's working at this restaurant. All right, let's continue on. He does an interview with the Tampa Bay Times. So we're going to check that out as well. All right. We always like a perp walk, right? Here's a perp walk.
Adam, what do you say about the allegations against you? Did you kill those 4 people?
I don't have anything to say right now.
Why did you take Tristan? Is this all a big misunderstanding?
I don't have anything to say right now.
What were your plans?
Why'd you do this?
I don't have anything to say.
What about your son? What are your concerns about him right now?
I love my son and I hope that he's safe right now.
Why did you take him?
He's my son.
What happened? What happened with the family?
I don't have anything to say right now.
Did you kill those 4 people?
No.
You didn't
No, you didn't kill them?
No.
Who did?
I don't know.
Why were you running away?
I don't have anything to say right now.
Where were you going? Can you tell us where you were going?
I pushed her.
Why did you end up at the Florida hotel? How did you end up there?
Were you worried about your son? Did you think something would happen to him if you weren't there? What were you trying to do?
Excuse me. Are you glad that your son's safe now?
Do you know who killed those people?
Excuse me.
Okay, so no, he's not a vampire. That's just a Halloween getup. But he's not a vampire. That was him doing Halloween. All right, so next up is going to be his interview. So that was from September 5th, right? So they arrested him September 5th. Actually, September 5th is his perp walk. Now this is from September 12th. This is an interview that he gave with the Tampa Bay Times on September 12th. So you know it's never a good idea when when somebody gives an interview, but that's what he did. He gave an interview. So here, let's check this out.
There was a woman that kept calling and showing up around the house. I don't know what her name is or who she is, but there was like threats being made from this lady and like letters being sent like back and forth. I guess she left letters or something like that at Megan's job.
Lonnie Coombs, former prosecutor, this mystery stalker is allegedly somebody who once dated Megan's new boyfriend, the guy who was murdered along with Megan and her parents. And the Tampa Bay Times says this boyfriend filed a domestic violence injunction against this alleged stalker woman, accusing her of hacking into his bank accounts, emails, and cell phones. So, is that a potential suspect?
Yes, it is, Jane, and that's why I'm glad that the police are not jumping in and filing charges yet. Look, there's a lot of red flags around this guy that's in custody. We all see that. We all see the pattern. We all know that he was the one that was in a relationship, and that the most dangerous time is when the relationship breaks up, which was what was going on, and she not only had broken up with him, but had moved on to another guy. However, he is bringing up this stalker woman, and it's not a phantom suspect. There's a real person out there who has a history with the new boyfriend, a stalking relationship with this new boyfriend, and also had started harassing Megan, the victim in this case. So it's definitely someone that the police need to investigate very carefully. Even if it's not the person they end up arresting, when it goes to trial, as we all know, the defense will raise this stalker as a potential other defendant, and the jury will want to say, well, the police, did they look at this other person? If they didn't, it's reasonable doubt. So look at him now. Look at both suspects very carefully before you make an arrest.
All right, so that is he spoke on the Tampa Bay Times. I don't have the full interview. I think it's like an hour, 2 hours long. I was looking for it yesterday, but then I'm like, well, this is a 9-hour stream, so we're gonna just get to him on the stand. I think that's gonna be good enough. All right, so now let's get to him in court. So now we're going to get to him in court.
I choose to.
This is him in court. And welcome in, Joe Schmo. Good to see you. Couldn't care less. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, you guys. Appreciate it. Hope you're staying warm. All right. All right. So here he is in court.
I choose to waive the conflict and keep the same attorney that I have now.
That is accused killer Adam Matos in court, choosing to stick with his public defender. Matos is charged with killing 4 people back in August. He faced a Pasco County judge a few hours ago. Our Ashley Yorl was in the courtroom. She joined us now live with more on what happened. And Ashley, this was a brief appearance in court today.
Dia, the whole thing probably lasted about 5 minutes. Basically, this was a hearing for Matos to determine whether or not he wants to stick with the public defender for counsel. And as you just heard, he decided he was going to. Now, you're probably asking, why was this even a question? Well, the state has a witness list of about 250 people in Matos' case. 7 of them have used the public defender at some point, so that can present a conflict. Now, Matos had the option of going with what's called conflict-free counsel. Clearly, he opted not to do that. Back in August, Matos was charged with murdering his ex-girlfriend, her parents, and her new boyfriend, leaving their bodies stacked in a field in Hudson, then kidnapping his 4-year-old son. Now, today, he was very calm. He spoke to the judge in an even tone. Now, his lawyers say that they've started on depositions and discovery, but they say that they have a lot to go through. The judge asked that things get on the schedule within a week or 2. Of course, we'll keep you updated on air and online. For now, reporting live, I'm Ashley Yorl, ABC Action News.
Yeah, so that's a Halloween picture. He's not actually a vampire. So 250 witnesses were going to get called, and 7 of them had used a public defender. So out of the 250 witnesses, 7 of them had used a public defender. That's crazy. All right. We're getting there. We're getting close. This is him entering his plea. So we're getting close to him, getting close to opening statements.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado. Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado.
And I'm Jamison Euler. Now at 5, an eye for an eye. The man charged with killing 4 people in Hudson finds out he will face the death penalty. Adam Matos is accused of taking the lives of his ex-girlfriend, her parents, and her new boyfriend. Our Eric Waxler is live with a look at what went on inside that courtroom today. Eric?
Yeah, Jamison Matos brought from jail here to the courthouse for a very brief arraignment. And this morning we did find out that he will face the death penalty for those 4 murders that rocked the community. We also found out that he is going to plead not guilty. Tonight we are getting a look at what may have been the last picture ever taken of Megan Brown alive. This photo, part of the evidence the state will use against the accused killer, her ex-boyfriend Adam Matos. Investigators also got shots of a knife they say Matos used to threaten Brown on August 28th and a cut on her hand she allegedly got trying to protect herself. Deputies were searching for Matos, but he wasn't found until after they say he came back and committed the murders. Brown was found shot to death September 4th. Her parents, Gregory and Margaret, were also murdered, as was Nicholas Leonard, who had recently started dating Brown. We also have the newly released court document the state attorney's office filed showing they will seek the death penalty against Matos. This morning, Matos spent less than 2 minutes in a Pasco County courtroom in front of Judge William Webb. In that time, he answered 3 questions with 4 words.
Mr. Matos, you swear affirm and tell the truth?
Yes.
Would you state your name?
Adam Matos.
You confirm the waiver of speedy trial?
Yes.
We've heard from Matos before. Right after his arrest, he talked about the autistic son he fled with after the murders, leading to the manhunt that ended in a Tampa hotel room.
I love my son, and I hope that he's safe right now.
And we also heard him say he was innocent in a jailhouse interview with the Tampa Bay Times.
I could say I'm innocent, I could say I didn't do it, but is anybody really going to believe me?
A search warrant in this case shows a long list of evidence the prosecution says Matos used to commit and then cover up these murders, including several guns and other weapons. Matos will be back here in court for another pretrial hearing December 9th. Live in Newport Richie, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Thank you.
All right, so that's him entering his pleading not guilty. Now, okay, that was from October 20th. Now we're going to go to December 10th of 2014. So this is still all happening. This is the same year. It doesn't go to trial until 2017. It doesn't go to trial for another couple of years.
We have lost some of the most.
But let's hear from the family. And I just want to welcome in Jenny G. Good to see you. Crazy Mary Joe. Real happy. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Amber, good to see you. Yeah, Amber, I think well, let's continue watching. Let's just continue watching and see what happens. But thank you for joining us, guys. Appreciate it.
Important, loving people in our lives.
A shocking quadruple murder in Hudson wipes out 2 generations of one family.
We started to feel sick. We knew something was wrong.
For the first time, family members talk exclusively about the tragedy and major questions about the investigation.
We feel they dropped the ball.
The heartache for James and Linda Thomas still as fresh tonight as the moment they found out their daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter were all murdered.
Yeah, tonight they're talking about it for the first time, and the man responsible, according to authorities, our Ashley Yore, is here with the interview that you'll see only on ABC Action News. Ashley?
I was there when Tampa police caught Adam Matos Matos and rescued his 4-year-old son more than a week after the murders. The Thomases tell me when they didn't hear from their daughter for a few days, they knew something was wrong. It was their call that led to the discovery of the bodies, and now they want to know why more wasn't done to stop Matos. Months after unimaginable loss, the Thomases still have very real concerns.
Something went wrong. Something went wrong when a person can take a knife to his son's mother's throat at 7 o'clock in the morning and no one is really looking seriously for him.
Margaret Brown's father and stepmother, Megan's grandparents, feel the 4 murders could have been prevented. Concerns that were raised to the sheriff not long after the murders.
As long as our deputies are doing what is right, I'm going to protect them and back them to the bitter end.
In a document that Thomases obtained from the sheriff's office, we see a statement from August 28th after Megan's first call for help. In what appears to be Megan's own handwriting, she writes, "Matos put a knife to my throat and said, 'I'll effing kill you. I'll effing kill you.'"
The responsibility for the murders definitely belongs to Adam Matos. But the prevention of those murders, the responsibility for that belongs with the Pasco County Sheriff's Department. We feel they dropped the ball.
The family still wants to know if the deputy who first went to the house on August 28th was the only person looking for Matos. According to this court document, 5 days later, the deputy says he has not located the suspect in this case, Adam Matos, and the victim has not contacted him to advise if Matos has returned. We spoke with the sheriff's office today, who says they feel they answered every question during their press conference, and they say because this case remains under investigation, there aren't any additional details they can provide.
We feel nothing was done until after the murders took place.
After the victims were found dead several days later, the deputy told a homicide detective he did not complete a probable cause pickup order because he wanted to speak with the suspect to get his side of the story. The Thomas family wants to know more.
When the incident first became apparent that they'd been murdered, what was the sheriff's department doing? We found out early on that there'd been the domestic violence call. Well, what happened? Well, we know now nothing happened.
That little boy is without his grandparents and mother because of their failure to do what they should have done.
The Thomases tell me now they make sure they're in court when Matos appears. Linda says she wants him to see her and hopes one day he'll actually look her in the eyes. We're continuing to dig into the details of this story, and of course, we're going to keep you updated. Brendan?
Thank you, Ashley. Heartbreaking situation. Here's how we got to this point in the case. Deputies were first called to Megan Brown's home August 28th. She told deputies at that point that Adam Matos held a knife to her throat and threatened to kill her, as you heard. Then on September 4th, just about a week later, deputies found the bodies of Brown, her parents, and her boyfriend. Deputies found Matos the next day with his 4-year-old son at a Tampa hotel. Just yesterday, a date was supposed to be set for Matos' murder trial, but that was pushed back.
All right, so Aaron found out, or she knew the reason about the vampire. So he was an avant-garde DJ. And I don't know if he dressed like this when he did his gigs. Do you know, Aaron? Did he? Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So he was an avant-garde DJ. So perhaps that's why he did that. So. All right. You obviously no, we never did. We never covered this one. This is a new one for us. Jill, we did not stream this one before. Arwen, good to see you. Good morning. Yes, so he's claiming self-defense. So I think what he's saying was that Nicholas came over with a firearm. So we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, but I think that's why he claims self-defense, because Nicholas came over with a firearm. And anyway, we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, now let's get into some pretrial. This next one is a pretrial. Then we're going to get into state's opening. And again, when you guys hear the defense opening, I know a lot of you are going to be like fuming. You're going to be screaming at the TV when you see defense opening. I'm going to prepare you right now. But this is This is a pretrial hearing from January 29th of 2015. Let me just post this here so you guys know. All right, so this is a hearing from January. Okay. So this is a hearing from Becky B. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so this is a hearing from January 29th of 2015.
Please be seated. Good morning, folks. Please be seated. Are you reading this? Okay. We do not have Mr. Matos. Gregory, you're reading this, okay? Perhaps at the podium with the defense counsel. Okay. This is case number 14-05586 in the interest of Adam. Is it pronounced Matos or Matos, Mr. Littlemore?
Matos. I get it wrong all the time. Matos.
I wanted to find out specifically what the status of the progression of the case is. Perhaps I could hear from Mr. Sarabia first from the state as to the state's discovery, assistance, and moving the case along.
Judge, I believe that all of the reports at this point have been discovered to the defense attorney. There are some very minor things that we still have the detective doing that will go out as they get done. Nothing that I believe will be earth-shattering or unexpected.
Let me ask you specifically about any lab issues and experts in that regard, because typically there's a delay, I believe, in getting that type of witness and evidence.
There were approximately 150 items collected that we may want to send off to the lab. Some of them are more useful than others. The lab is only accepting 30 at a time, and they're only on the first batch of 30, and it's been about 5-6 months now. I believe they're getting close to finishing processing those. And
specifically September 6th. And then arrested on September 15th for discharge.
Right. I am hopeful that they will be able to process some of the items, the later items, quicker, because I think the earlier items were the more complicated items. But we have another batch of 30 going down either yesterday or today, because we're trying to push them to accept more and get working on more.
Mr. Sarabia, that isn't acceptable. It just isn't acceptable in the scheme of things. If I had received the information as I've just received it, it was my anticipated action to set this for a status or a pretrial in 2 weeks and have the state subpoena the head of the FBOE lab to explain why they're proceeding at such a glacial pace.
I don't know that that'll be necessary 2 weeks out, but we can, again, we are working with them, trying to push them as fast as we can. I think they try and keep the same analysts involved in all aspects of the case so that there aren't 7 analysts that have to come to testify about.
I don't care if there are 7 analysts. This can't drag out because of lab technician availability.
Okay. I will be in contact with them.
Any other issue that affects the setting of the trial?
any other issue in terms of things going on in the investigation, or as far as the depositions, I think we've done approximately 13 depositions. We had a deposition date earlier this week. I've made multiple dates available to the defense and to set as many opponents as they need to. There's another deposition date in February. There are approximately 320 witnesses listed, and 16 of those are out of state. 6 of them are out of county in excess of 2 hours away. And that's not including if there are additional lab analysts who become involved through the analysis of the evidence.
Has the state complied with the rules of criminal procedure as to designating certain witnesses?
Yes, Judge, I believe so.
Or have you just listed 320 witnesses?
Well, we've listed 320 witnesses who we believe may have information relevant to the case in one direction or the other. I do not anticipate calling.
I find that hard to believe, honestly. I mean, the state isn't listing witnesses who might be a deputy that was one of 10 deputies that secured the scene, are you?
But then we are required to list all of the witnesses that may have relevant information, and those deputies can say that the scene was kept secure, that nobody entered or left without their knowledge. And at times, that evidence becomes very relevant. I believe in the DeTullio case, we ended up calling several of those people to testify regarding Mr. DeTullio's movements through the crime scene did not go across a path of blood as he was claiming unexpectedly during the course of the trial. So there are certainly witnesses with much less relevant information than other witnesses, but at this stage we've listed all the witnesses that we feel could have relevant information to prosecution of Mr. Matos or potentially to the defense of Mr. Matos.
Have you worked with the defense to advise them of those witnesses that simply have a very, very remote relationship to this case so that it isn't necessary to depose them?
I did speak with Mr. Livermore about that. We did meet pursuant to your request at the last pretrial hearing. And I believe those are the witnesses he has started deposing, and he has been setting them in mass for the different deposition dates. The 13 witnesses I mentioned previously, they were actually all deposed in the 2-hour period that Mr. Livermore set with my office.
Okay. Is there anything else that you can offer to the court relative to efforts to move this along so that you reset the trial?
Judge, I believe that about covers it.
Mr. Livermore.
Judge, the case law says that it's presumed effective assistance to not depose the witnesses. So it is our intention to depose the witnesses. We're talking about witnesses in Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Kansas, and California. That's not counting and not even considering penalty phase because the state is seeking death in this case. I know there's family in Pennsylvania and I know there's family in California. All I can say is that we'll do what we can, but it is not going to be quick to get all of this done. I'm meeting this afternoon with a mitigation specialist in the hopes of hiring someone to help with mitigation on this. We have.
So you're preparing concurrently with the mitigation as
absolutely we have to, yes. And most everybody here is from Pennsylvania, so I feel most of the families from Pennsylvania, so I'm pretty sure we're going to end up there trying to find people to, for the penalty phase. I don't see this being ready anytime in the near future, frankly. There's just too much to do and too many witnesses.
Have you considered conferring with the state, winnowing down the witness list so that witnesses who are very ancillary and may have connection to the case may have been driving somebody to a crime scene or something or other, and that can be confirmed under oath at deposition, and typically they take about 5 minutes.
That's what we've been doing. We set, we have the normal no-shows and have to resets, but we set, I believe, 20 people in a 2-hour period. And we got through them because you could kind of tell that they had nothing to offer. One of them did, and that's the problem. You never know until you depose them that they didn't tell somebody something. So I don't know what else to tell you. We're going as fast as, I've got trials set every 2 weeks on the, coming up, so it's not like I can put full time on this case. I do have 2 other lawyers, and we're going to start dividing it up, but that's the best I can tell you. And my next question is, I was ready to file 2 of the death penalty motions, and I was told that we weren't sure who was going to try the case, so I'm not exactly sure where that's going either.
7 before me.
Okay.
Judge, we were going to ask for some hearing time, maybe in October, for all motions. We have some motions that are going to require testimony or evidence for the Williams rule, and we're going to be filing a motion to admit cited evidence.
Why don't you try to set it earlier?
Is there a good time that Your Honor would recommend?
I'll make time. Now, one thing that concerns, many things concern me, but what one matter defense counsel brought up concerns me, and that is the issue of no-shows. I recognize that if you're talking about law enforcement officers and a deposition, that sometimes emergencies come up. And an officer may not legitimately be able to show for a deposition. But 7 out of 20 witnesses not showing up for a scheduled deposition does stretch that premise.
I'm sorry, I don't understand you on that. I think we had, I'm trying to count, I think we actually had 1 no-show, and then we had 2 or 3 that were out of town on vacation or for some other reason couldn't be there. There weren't 7 no-shows. I may have misstated that. There were probably 4 or 5 that we had to reschedule, and that's going to happen. And people move, and all that kind of stuff. None of these were law enforcement.
I see. I would like the state to, in effect, write herd over your witnesses, change of address, phone numbers, contacts, and somebody doesn't show for a deposition. I know you typically do this, but I would really like this to be emphasized, follow up on it, find out if they've moved to Orlando, so you can get a new address quickly. Have your investigator contact them. Tell them they were set for a deposition last Tuesday. Obviously they didn't appear for certain reasons. They're going to be redeposed on the 15th of February. Is that going to work?
Certainly, Judge.
Particularly, of course, if they've moved to another county and
my understanding,
they have to set it in that other county.
I believe there were only 5 witnesses who were not deposed who were scheduled for deposition, and 4 of those had already made contact with the public defender's office to schedule, I believe, the next deposition date, which we just tacked them on, anticipating that we can go through them quickly. There was only 1, I believe, who was served, and we did not hear from. But I will look into that.
Okay. I would like to set this for a next status hearing in 2 weeks. Is counsel available on 2/12/15 at 8:30?
I'm sorry, what day of the week is that?
Thursday.
I'll do that.
trouble with the electronics.
I have so much trouble, I don't have it.
I have a pretrial with Judge Syracuse at the same time, but
I heard the pretrial, but I didn't hear what.
with Judge Syracuse at the same time, but we can dance back and forth. That's fine.
We work well together. So, is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'll set the stabs for 2/12/15 at 8:30. Now, getting back to the lab issue. Counsel.
Yes, sir.
If you get an agreement worked out so that they put these on the front burner instead of the back burner, within the next few days, you need subpoena the head of the laboratory for that hearing. Absent that agreement, I want she or he here.
Yes, sir.
Explain to me what in the world is going on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Livermore, is there anything that you can think of that I could do, that I could offer to do at least, to assist?
Not at this point, Judge. No.
Are there any motions for costs that you would anticipate?
No, all of our experts come out of a due diligence fund. We don't do the costing anymore. So it just has to be approved by the boss, and he does not hinder that. That's not an issue.
Okay. Anything further by the state? Anything further by defense?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So I forgot to say that this is our first Ego Takes the Stand of 2026. We did 17. Yeah, we did 17 episodes last year. And so this is our first one. This is episode 18 of our Ego Takes the Stand. So thank you guys for joining us today. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, no live court. So this is what we do when we don't have live court. We either do an Ego Takes the Stand or rewatch a trial or whatever. So we thought this would be a good time for an Ego Takes the Stand. All right, so now we're going to get into the state's opening statements. So we have state's opening coming up next. So we're going to get into the actual trial now. Let me just get you set up. Okay, so this is from November 3rd of 2017. So you heard that they had, 220 witnesses on their witness list? I mean, that's just incredible. All right, so this is from... this up here. Don't want that, all that. Sorry, guys. Let me just get this here. I don't care about that. We'll just do that. All right. So this is from November 3rd of 2017. Pull that up there. All right. Here we go.
Morning of August 28th, 2014, this defendant, Adam Matos, threatened to kill the mother of his child, Megan Brown. And then later that day, he made good on his threat, came back and killed her parents, Greg and Margaret, and her new boyfriend, Nicholas Leonard. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I introduced myself. Some of you, I think, I introduced myself to twice in the past few days, but my name is Brian Sarabia, and together with Chris LaRusso and Joseph Lawhorn, we we are going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty of murdering Megan Brown, Margaret Brown, Greg Brown, and Nicholas Leonard. Now, opening statement is my opportunity to give you sort of a table of contents of what we expect the evidence is going to show in this case. And if this case was a book, the title of the book would be, I Almost Got Away with It. Now, Margaret Brown and Greg Brown, you'll hear, they were both 52 years of age back in 2014 and were married. Megan Brown was their youngest child, their daughter. She was 27 years old. Now, Margaret and Greg, up until close before this happened, lived in Pennsylvania on a farm. Margaret raised horses, bred horses. She raised dogs, and she worked at Wawa. Greg Brown, formerly an electrician, recently undergone back surgery and was recovering from that. They decided they were going to move down to Florida. Part of the reason being, Margaret Brown's father, Jim Thomas, resided in Florida. And Wawa was beginning to expand into Florida at that time, and Margaret Brown could transfer to a Wawa in Pasco County. They also knew someone who owned a house in the area that they were able to rent, and that house was at 7719 Hatteras Drive in Hudson. They came down, and Megan Brown came with them. Megan Brown, at this time, had a son whose name was Ishmael Tristan Santisteban, but was referred to by everybody in the family as Tristan. Tristan's father is this defendant. And Megan, Tristan, and this defendant all came down to 7719 Hatteras Drive with Margaret and Greg. And they moved down right at the beginning of July 2014. They moved down here. Margaret was working at Wawa's. She's working at Wawa's down in 54. And Megan Brown ultimately gets a job as a waitress at the Fisherman's Shack, which is barely a mile from 7719 Hatteras Drive. Megan Brown, as a bartender there, meets Nicholas Leonard. Nicholas Leonard, a familiar face at the Fisherman's Shack, knows the people there, and the two of them hit it off. They get to know each other. Now, by August 27th of 2014, Megan Brown's working, and one of her co-workers, Tanya Carlson, they're going to go out after work. They're going to go to other places. Particularly, they're going to end up at the Anchorage bar. Nicholas Leonard goes with him and a couple other people. Now, Megan Brown, when the family comes up to 7719 Hatteras Drive, Megan Brown has a Chevy Blazer that she drives around, a dark blue Chevy Blazer. Margaret and Greg have a silver van, and they also have a large RV. And Megan Brown, even though the plates are expired on her Chevy Blazer, drives that short distance to the Fisherman's Shack. But she doesn't drive it much beyond that. So she leaves her Chevy Blazer on August 27th in the early evening when she goes out with Tanya Carlson and Nicholas Leonard. And they go out, and during the course of that evening while she's out, this defendant does not stop calling her. She ultimately returns home approximately 5:30 in the morning, and at that time, this defendant attacks her with a knife. He attacks her with a knife, threatens to kill her in her son Tristan's room. Tristan wakes up, and the defendant flees. Law enforcement's called. Deputy Frederick Heijerkin responds, and he responds approximately 6:20-ish in the early morning hours of August 28th. And he goes there, he sees the residence, he meets with Megan Brown, This defendant is gone. He's not there. Deputy Hydrigan sees the injury that Megan got to her thumb when she tried to keep the knife away from her throat. He takes photographs of what he sees at the residence at that time. Now later, by about 9 o'clock in the morning, Nicholas Leonard has heard of this incident. He is under the misimpression it is currently going on and calls 911 again, which results in Deputy Hydrigan responding again. And once again, Deputy Hydrigan gets there. At this point, Megan Brown is there, and between the two visits, Deputy Hydrigan has seen Megan Brown, Tristan, Margaret Brown, and Greg Brown, all at 7719 Hatteras Drive. But the defendant is gone. Over the course of the day, Nicholas Leonard makes his way over to 7719 Hatteras Drive based on that incident. And he brings with him his .380 Kel-Tec firearm. Now, the defendant continues to try and reach Megan Brown on using his cell phone. And between the evening of the 27th and 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 28th, more than 120 times this defendant tries to call Megan Brown. But after 3 o'clock in the afternoon on August 28th, this defendant never tries to contact Megan Brown again. Now, about noon on the 28th, Greg Brown takes the silver van, goes to Napa, buys a spark plug gauge stopgapper. He also goes to Walgreens, makes a purchase in the silver van, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Margaret Brown's shift at Wawa is going to begin. And the 28th is kind of an unusual day for Margaret in that the Wawas have a picnic that is going on, and so she's working at a different store. She's working at a store at Ridge Road and US 19, which actually is a little bit closer to her residence. Margaret Brown's shift starts around 3 o'clock, and she takes the silver van. While she's on her shift, she uses her credit card ending in 7785 to make a purchase of a soft drink. And then at 11:10 p.m., after her shift is over, Margaret Brown leaves in her silver van from that Wawa. And that is the last point that Margaret Brown, Greg Brown, Megan Brown, or Nicholas Leonard are ever seen alive again. Now, Margaret dies. She dies in her Wawa uniform, red shirt, black apron, Wawa logo. Blood shows that her blood is in the garage, consistent with having parked her silver van and be entering her residence, the main residence, from the garage, and she was attacked. She's got multiple injuries to her head, and ultimately her hands are zip-tied together behind her back and 2 white plastic trash bags placed over her head and duct taped around her head, and a significant circular injury to the left side of her head ultimately kills her. That circular injury, you'll be able to see from the evidence and hear from the testimony, is consistent with a hammer. Nicholas Leonard dies up in Megan's bedroom. Now, 7719 Hatteras Drive is a 2-story residence. It's a nice residence on Canal. The first floor, there's 2 different garages. They're connected together by a door, and there's a back room area. Now, the upstairs is really the living area, and the front door is actually on the 2nd story. So there's a stairwell leading up to the front door. The house faces south, so the east side of the residence in the south is Megan's bedroom. There's a small hallway leading to Megan's bedroom and Tristan's bedroom with a bathroom separating them. On the west side of the residence is a master bedroom suite with a master bedroom closet, and a master bathroom. Nicholas Leonard, his head is bashed in. His forehead is caved in. Pieces of his skull are missing. There are at least 21 separate injuries all about his face and head and facial area. Many of them of a circular nature. Again, as the testimony will show, consistent with a hammer. Now, Nicholas Leonard's blood is all over Megan's bedroom. There's a large pool of blood on the floor. There's blood on various objects and areas of the room by the time law enforcement eventually gets there. And there's also a significant stain on a mattress pad. I'll talk about some later. Greg Brown dies in the master bedroom closet in the same white shirt and plaid shorts that he was seen wearing at Napa and at Walgreens. In Greg Brown's bedroom closet is indication that he kept his hunting gear, because Greg Brown was an avid hunter. And Greg Brown is killed by two gunshot wounds, one to the back that passes through his body and severs the major artery there. I'll try and tell you what it is, but I'd get it wrong. I think it's the thoracic aorta. And then also a gunshot to the front. And there's a large stain of blood in the master bedroom closet. Megan Brown dies from a gunshot wound directly through her left eye, passes through her skull, and actually begins to exit when it's stopped by her scalp and lodges itself in the back of her head. Justin Oakins and Christine Anderson live in the area the 7719 Hatteras Drive is in, and late at night they're walking their dog, and it's in the area up in the area of midnight. Consistent with about the time that Margaret Brown would have been returning home from Wawa, or a little after. They're walking, and Justin Oakins hears a small caliber firearm in the distance, in the general direction that could be 7719 Hatteras Drive, and he hears a bang. He says there's a pause. A couple minute pause, and then bang, bang. A little bit further apart than that, but then another minute pause or so, and then bang. At 12:31 in the morning, so just about a half an hour after midnight, Ryan McCann, who lives next door to 7719 Hatteras Drive, Ryan McCann is expecting his brother Alan McCann and his sister-in-law Lori McCann to be driving in from Georgia. Because this is a Thursday, August 28th is a Thursday, and it's starting to begin into the Labor Day weekend. Labor Day is September 1st, the Monday of that year. Alan and Lori arrive at 12:31 in the morning. And they send a text to Ryan when they get there, hey, we're here. Ryan comes out. They're starting to get their things unpacked. And as Ryan comes out and as they're unloading the car, there's Adam Matos, this defendant, coming from 7719 Hatteras Drive. And they see him and he's wet. Don't know if it's sweat. Don't know if it's just had showered off, but he's all wet. And as they're taking their stuff in, this defendant kind of follows them in, talking to him. And he's with them for a little bit of time. Now, Nicholas Leonard had a blue pickup truck, dark blue, some parts light blue pickup truck. that he would drive around and would have been at 7719 Hatteras Drive when Nicholas Leonard was present. Sometime between approximately 9:30 at night and about 5 o'clock the next morning, morning of the 29th, that blue pickup truck appears in Billy Earle's parking space. Billy Earle's lives at a condominium complex less than a mile away from 7719 Hatteras Drive. And really, it's the first parking area once you enter the condominium area that you can come to. That truck stays there and is ultimately, a few days later, towed away because it's assigned parking. The truck is not supposed to be there. On August 29th, during the daylight hours, this defendant begins to start selling the belongings of the Browns on Craigslist. He puts their TV up for sale on Craigslist. He puts Margaret Brown's dogs that she raises up for sale on Craigslist. And these are poodles and Yorkies and poodle-Yorkie mixes, smaller dogs. But he's selling them for $50 a piece, which is a steal. People drive from Orlando to come purchase 4 of these dogs from this defendant. In particular, James Smith and Brandon Derry, at about 2 o'clock on August 29th, they come to respond about the television. They come and knock on the door. This defendant answers the door. There's nobody else that they see there. And they say, hey, we're interested in this TV, this large TV you're selling for $100. The defendant won't let him in. It says, oh, you kind of see it from the door. I find it's a little odd. Like, well, you say there's spots on it. We want to see what the TV looks like before, we want to see how it works before we pay for it. He says, oh, I'll bring it out to you. I'll bring it out to you on the porch. And when he goes in to do that, they decide, must be something wrong with this TV, we're leaving. And they take off. Patrick Duarte, who I referred to as having driven from Orlando, he comes to buy 4 dogs, deals with just this defendant. Paige Steele purchases a dog from this defendant August 29th. This defendant orders Pizza Hut pizza that's delivered to him on August 29th in the afternoon. No one else there but this defendant. And at 11:30, going into midnight of August 29th, this defendant takes Margaret Brown's silver van and goes to Walmart, not too far from this area. He goes to Walmart in the middle of the night. He walks straight over to the garden section and gets a shovel. He takes a shovel, also picks out a PlayStation 4 and a game, and goes to buy these items with Margaret Brown's credit card. The same credit card she used the day before during her Wawa shift. The card is unable to purchase all these items, so he says, I'll leave the PlayStation 4 in the game, I just want the shovel. He goes off with his shovel, loads it into the back of the silver van, and leaves. Now on August 30th, which now we're into Saturday, at the Fisherman's Shack, Megan's blazer, blue blazer, is still there. Been left there, you recall, on the evening of the 27th. And the people of the Fisherman's Shack, having been aware of what had occurred the morning of August 28th, have been keeping an eye on it. Kind of watching it, like, hey, what's the deal? And in particular, one of the regular patrons who was familiar with Megan, by the name of Kim Ward, she parks her car at the Fisherman's Shack many mornings at about 8:30 and goes for a walk or a run in that area. And she leaves at 8:30 in the morning on the 30th, and the blue Chevy Blazer is still there. When she gets there at 9:30 in the morning, the blue Chevy Blazer is gone. During this period of time, the McCanns next door also continue to see the defendant. in the area of 7719 Hatters Drive. Now, Sunday, August 31st, the defendant's still selling the dogs, still selling Margaret Brown's dogs. So people come to purchase a dog, they get the dog smells bad. And that night, which is Sunday night, which also happens to be the night before Alan and Lori McCann are going to drive back to Georgia, this defendant goes over while Ryan McCann, Alan McCann, and Lori McCann are hanging out on their back dock area, because remember, these houses are on a canal. And they start to socialize, having a couple beers. And out of nowhere, this defendant asks Ryan McCann, "Hey, you have surveillance?" And Ryan McCann, at the time, he'll tell you he's a boat captain, so he's gone for long periods of time, but he tells him, "Yeah, I got tons of surveillance." Wasn't actually the case. And by this time, Ryan McCann and Alan McCann are noticing there is a terrible, awful smell in the area. And Alan McCann in particular, he's also a hunter, he's familiar with the smell. He says there's something dead. Now Ryan McCann, when they're socializing with this defendant, at one point looks over and says, "Oh, this smells dead around here." And just looks at him. Ryan says, "Probably an armadillo." And over the course of the interaction that Ryan McCann has been having with the defendant over between the 29th and about September 1st, he does ask him, he's like, "Hey, where's everybody else?" The defendant tells him, "Oh, they went to West Virginia on vacation." He says, "Well, the RV is still in the driveway." "Oh, they took a taxi to the airport." By September 1st, the defendant now is coming over and asking Ryan McCann for a ride places. He's apparently not using the silver van anymore. But September 1st, he asks Ryan McCann, he wants to go cash a check, and Ryan McCann takes him to Winn-Dixie. Winn-Dixie doesn't cash a check, but the defendant does make purchases there. And he's wearing, in particular, a camouflage Colonial Electric Pennsylvania t-shirt. September 1st. Also, Papa John's delivers a pizza to somebody matching the defendant's description at 7719 Hatters Drive. And at that point, Tristan is also seen, but nobody else. Well, September 2nd is a Tuesday, day after Labor Day. And it's also garbage day. And you'll hear that at 7719 Hatters Drive, there were many bags of garbage. Somewhere in the area of 10 bags of garbage, which was unusual for this residence. Possibly more. Garbage is collected and is gone. Also on September 2nd, Jesse Fletcher, who was also a delivery person for Papa John's, delivers a pizza there again. Which, by the way, was one of the pizzas was paid for with Margaret Brown's credit card. Jesse Fletcher notices an awful smell as he's delivering the pizza and delivers the pizza to this defendant. September 3rd, Sharon Mann, who lives in the neighborhood, is walking her dog. She walks the dog by 7719 Hatters Drive, which is actually on the corner of Old Dixie Highway and Hatters Drive. And while she's walking in the morning hours, she notices a person matching the description of this defendant, she can't see very well, with a hose spraying out of a door on the side of the residence that she assumes is the garage door, and sweeping out water. And as she comes by, the person shuts the door. Also September 3rd, Ryan McCann keeps seeing this defendant. This defendant wants to go do something. He wants to go out. Ryan McCann ultimately goes out with him in the evening hours to Skinny's Bar, and they are there for about 3 hours. This defendant has a lot to drink. There's a rainstorm, so they end up there a little longer than they had expected. But afterwards, that night after 10:30, Ryan McCann brings his defendant back, drops him off at 7719 Hatters Drive. September 4th, which is the Thursday after, August 28th, day after Ryan McCann drops his defendant off at 7719 Hatters Drive. September 4th, by now, family members are starting to be worried about Margaret and Greg and Megan. They haven't been able to reach them. Linda Thomas, in particular, who is Margaret's stepmother, calls in to the Pasco County Sheriff's Office what's called a welfare check, which is, hey, can't reach my people. I should be able to reach my people. Somebody needs to go check on them. Deputy Silva responds, and when he gets there, he notices an awful smell. He knocks on the door. Nobody answers. He walks around the house. He can see there's a back room of sliding glass doors at the rear of this residence. He sees a bunch of little dogs. He walks around. He's trying to figure out what's going on. Nobody's answering. No contact with anybody. Eventually, as things progress, he'll walk around again. When he walks around again, he notices there's some dogs out now. As if someone opened the sliding glass door, some dogs got out, and nobody got them and put them back in. Deputy Silva, with Deputy Smith, continue to look around. They go through the residence. Hey, where are the people? Is there anybody in need of help? Anyone in distress? They go in. In the east garage, there is a silver van backed in, and there's a good amount of what appears to be blood. There's an awful, awful smell. There's maggots. They see a bullet on the driveway, a fired bullet on the driveway, and there's no people. There's a bunch of dogs in the back room with a lot of urine and feces, but no people. And they know there's a problem. So more law enforcement officers are contacted, investigations are started. And Sergeant Babcock, as this is going on, and they're beginning to learn the picture of what could have happened at 7719 Hatters Drive, Sergeant Babcock drives about 3/4 of a mile north. As I told you, this residence is on the corner of Hatters Drive and Old Dixie Highway. And at the time, not far north of this street, Old Dixie Highway becomes a dirt road where there's nothing but vegetation. You follow that out, and there was a berm across the road, making it a dead end. Nobody out there. The only thing out there is an electrical substation that nobody works at. No people are there. Sergeant Babcock drives down this dirt road. He's got his window open, and he gets to the end, the dead end where that berm is, and he smells an awful smell. They go just about 10, 15 feet off the roadway. You can't see it from the roadway because of some of the vegetation, but as soon as you get past that, there's a pile. Initially, you can't tell how many bodies are in this pile, but it is a pile of bodies. It ends up being a pile of 4 bodies. Megan Brown, Margaret Brown, laying side by side, head and feet going different ways. Greg Brown, right next to Margaret, and Nicholas Leonard's body dumped on top. And they're in significant stages of decomposition. Law enforcement begins to search 7719 Hatters Drive, trying to find out what has happened, and they find a lot of indications of what happened, but they also find evidence of substantial cleanup. Cleanup that would have taken hours. I told you about Megan's bedroom a little bit already. They go into Megan's bedroom. There's furniture kind of moved around, nothing really up against the wall, and there's no bed. No mattress. There is a mattress, however, found in the west garage behind a blue Chevy Blazer. That mattress has the pillow top cut off a bit. There is a pillow top that was apparently cut off of a mattress found in a garbage bag next to the Chevy Blazer with a giant blood stain on it that matches Nicholas Leonard. There's a bullet hole in the wall of Megan's bedroom. You find the evidence of blood in Megan's bedroom, which ultimately is tested and matches Nicholas Leonard. In the living room, there's a TV, spot for a TV, but no TV. There's wires going to where the TV would be, but no TV. In the west garage, I told you there's a Chevy Blazer. The Chevy Blazer has a flat tire, very flat tire. There's a mattress. There's a garbage bag with the pillow top in it, but there's a bunch of additional garbage bags piled around that. There's 2 garbage bags full of DVDs. One of the DVDs later tested and has some of Nicholas Leonard's blood on it. There's another garbage bag full of clothing items and a couple of other odd items. Women's clothing items. There's also a sock, has Nicholas Leonard's blood on it. There's also a bullet. There's also a garbage bag with several items in it, some Papa John's boxes, some beer bottles, and a Colonial Electric t-shirt. The same Colonial Electric t-shirt that the defendant was wearing at Winn-Dixie. He was also seen wearing, I may have forgotten to mention, on September 2nd when he's seen going to Wells Fargo Bank with Ryan McCann. There's also Margaret Brown's 2 credit cards that had been used by this defendant to purchase items since August 28th. There's also a blanket with some of Nicholas Leonard's blood on it. Master bedroom is significantly cleaned up. There's indications of cleaning, and there's some indications that there was blood in there, indications that there was a shooting in there. There's a couple of blood spots left that match Megan and are consistent with a shooting, but there's certainly not enough blood. There's also a bullet hole in a corner of a wall that is consistent with having come from the master bedroom closet and being shot back towards the master bedroom. Now in the east garage, there is that silver van I told you about. They open up the silver van and all the seats in the back are down. There's nothing in the back except for maggots, lots of maggots, and a shovel. A shovel that appears to have some sort of dirt caked on it and the remnants of a sticker, like when you purchase a shovel that still has a sticker across it. There's a remnants of that. Well, law enforcement notices that on the east side of the house there's an area of ground that appears to have been freshly dug. So they dig in that. They can't dig down too deep because this area is lime rock. If you dig down too deep, you're going to hit lime rock and you're not going to be able to go any further. But what they do find in the hole is a sticker that matches the sticker on the shovel. And it's a shovel that is sold by Walmart. In East Garage, there's also bedding and carpeting with blood, a whole bunch of indications of things that had been moved there, or put there, with blood on them. Now, I told you that this residence is on a canal. Behind the residence, on the canal, there's really no other houses at this end of the canal, because this is the very end of the canal. 7719 is a corner lot. There's no house directly across from it. There's no houses beyond it. The canal ends. And then if you kept going straight, you'd hit Old Dixie Highway going north. They go out to the back and they see on the dock here, there's a couple bullets lying there, unfired bullets, consistent with like rifles. And so they get the dive team out and they go and they look in the canal. They look in the canal and they find multiple long rifles, about 5 long rifles and a shotgun in one area, a bunch of unspent ammunition consistent with those firearms, 2 crossbows, some crossbow accessories. They also find a cell phone further out. They find a .380 Kel-Tec firearm and a magazine in a slightly separate location. And they find a hammer. They take the bodies. I already told you Margaret is found in her Wawa uniform. Greg is wearing what is left of a heavily stained white t-shirt, heavily stained plaid shirts. Because again, as I told you, the bodies are in a significant state of decomposition. Underneath Greg's body is found a bullet, a spent projectile. Testing reveals that bullet, the bullet in Megan's head, the bullet out on the driveway, and the bullet found in the garbage bag in the west garage, they were all fired from the same firearm. They are tested with the .380 Kel-Tec firearm, which is Nicholas Leonard's. And it's inconclusive, but they could have been fired from that firearm. The fact that the Kel-Tec came out of a canal does not assist in attempting to match up the bullet with that firearm. Now, while law enforcement is out there doing their investigation, particularly on September 4th, there is a heavy law enforcement presence. The road is shut down. People trying to get to and from their houses have to go through a checkpoint. Lights, sirens, news cameras. But while they're out there, see, Hatter's Drive is a dead end, and it's surrounded by canal. At the dead end of that canal, there's a man who lives there, William Lusk, who has a canoe. And he keeps his canoe on his back dock. And between September 4th and September 5th, his canoe ends up across the canal at a house where there's nobody there. Law enforcement trying to locate the little boy, Tristan, what's happened to him, and Adam Matos on September 4th. They eventually find out that night that this defendant and Tristan take a taxi cab from deeper in the neighborhood, about approximately Yachtsman and Bertrand Drive, which is in walking distance from where the canoe is found across the bank. They take a taxi at about 10:30 at night, just past where the checkpoint is, where all the law enforcement officers and all the lights are going. It's 7719 Hatteras Drive. The taxi takes this defendant down to a bus station in Tampa. The defendant then goes to a hotel down there, Floridan Hotel. Can't stay at 7719 Hatteras Drive anymore. The law enforcement catches up with him at the Floridan Hotel, and he's arrested. While there, he comes in, they bring him to Tampa Police Department, where Detective Kennedy and Detective Kugel, who are the leads on the case, they question him, start asking him. Really, they're focusing on the morning incident of August 28th, 2014, because that's what they arrested him for. And they know that this other investigation is going on, but it's still in its very early stages. None of the blood's been matched up yet. The bodies haven't been identified yet, although they have a good idea who they expect them to be, now that they've located the defendant and Tristan. And they ask him about the morning incident. He says, oh, it's not what happened, but they asked me to leave. Did you ever go back to the house that Thursday? No, I never went back. I stayed with a friend in Newport Richie's house. What about the next day? What about Friday, the 29th? No, I didn't go back that day. I wasn't there. I stayed on the street. And the defendant subsequently agrees to do an interview with the Tampa Bay Times. And when he does that, Detective Kugel and Detective Kennedy show up and listen in. And during that interview, he says he didn't even know, when he was talking to law enforcement, Detective Kugel and Detective Kennedy, he didn't even know anyone was dead. He didn't go back to that house. Last time he spoke to Megan was the argument they had that morning. He doesn't remember what it was about, but it wasn't violent in any way. Never met Nicholas Leonard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that this defendant, after killing these 4 people, sold their stuff, engaged in substantial cleanup, ultimately disposed of their bodies on Old Dixie Highway. They tried to get away from the scene, distance himself from the scene, and obscure the scene to avoid detection. And the evidence that I've gone over with you now, it's not all of the evidence. It's a preview of the evidence. And after you hear from all the witnesses and see all the evidence in the form of pictures and videos and audios, we're going to ask you to find this defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. Guilty of murdering Margaret Brown, guilty of murdering Nicholas Leonard, guilty of murdering Gregory Brown, and guilty of murdering the mother of his 4-year-old child, Megan Brown. Thank you.
Thursday, August 28th.
All right, so that is the state opening. State opening. Now we're going to get to the defense. And it's short. Only about 12 minutes, but we heard Margaret was deleted in the garage, Greg in the master bedroom, Megan, Nicholas was in Megan's bedroom. I didn't hear where Megan was. So she was shot, left eye. Nicholas, 21 injuries with a hammer. Poor Margaret with a hammer, and then Greg was shot. I'm trying to figure out how he did all this. You know, he must have shot, I'm wondering, maybe he shot Greg and then Megan, and then Nicholas he just attacked, and then Margaret just comes home and she doesn't know what's going on. All right, let's get to the defense opening now. I told you guys are probably going to be you're going to be raging when you hear this. I'm telling you, this is like straight out of Hollywood. This is a Hollywood script. Just wait till you hear this. I listened to this last night and I was just like, are you kidding me? All right. Buckle up. Here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not the case of revenge that the state portrayed in its opening statement. This case is about self-defense. Adam Matos met Megan Brown about 13 years ago in the state of Pennsylvania when he was 19 and she was 18. They had an on-again, off-again relationship. In 2009, she became pregnant. Adam was thrilled. He planned to be the father he never had. As the birth of the baby drew near, however, Megan told him that he was not the baby's father, and she broke up with Adam. But as time went on, the baby looked exactly like Adam. A paternity test determined that Adam was the father. Adam dearly loved and loves his son and wanted to be a part of his life. Be that as it may, this conflicted with plans that the Browns had made. They were going to leave Pennsylvania and move to Florida with their daughter and grandson. They couldn't take Tristan out of Pennsylvania without Adam's permission. They decided to invite him to move to Florida with them. Megan reconciled her relationship with Adam. They were going to be a family. Adam believed that. He helped with the moving. Greg Brown had a bad back. Adam helped unload all the boxes and furniture and contributed to the unpacking and cleaning of the new home. Adam began to feel like he was a part of the Brown family. However, once they moved in, the Browns' attitude toward Adam changed. He had to immediately get a job and pay $740 a month toward rent and other expenses. If not, he would have to move out. He found a job at Denny's about 4 miles from the house. A kind neighbor gave him money to buy a bike for the commute. He planned to make this work. Within weeks, though, Megan began a relationship with Nicholas Leonard, laying the foundations of a very unstable triangle. Fast forward to Wednesday, August 27, 2014. Megan stayed out all night. Adam days earlier found out that Megan had been involved with Nicholas Leonard. Adam was upset, and he did call Megan several times that night. Actually, Adam also talked with Nicholas Leonard on this night. Nicholas texted him, and they talked on the phone 2 to 3 times for about 45 minutes. Adam was upset because Megan had been telling him that she was not in a romantic relationship with anyone. She had been playing constant games with him. They were broken up, and they weren't broken up. During the last week, she would sleep in Tristan's room, but as recent as 2 days prior, she slept with Adam. This is what was going through Adam's sleepless mind at 5:30 a.m. when Megan came home. This is what led to the argument that morning prior to her calling 911. He wanted to know where he stood. Adam had left his family and friends and all that he knew in Pennsylvania to move 1,000 miles to Florida, and all he wanted to know was where he stood. After Adam left the house in the morning of August 28, Megan eventually reached out to Nicholas Leonard. The opportunity arose to eliminate the third wheel. Nicholas armed himself with his loaded semi-automatic Kel-Tec pistol and went over to her house. Before he went over there, he ran into Robert Dunleavy. Robert Dunleavy's father, Ralph, lives in Nick's neighborhood. Robert knows Nick and has worked with him on handyman jobs. Nick was a friend. That morning, Robert saw Nick as he was leaving his father's house. Nick was going to call a cab so he could pick up his truck from the Anchorage bar he was at the night before. Robert offered to give Nick a ride. During the ride, Nick told Robert about his new love, Megan, about her boyfriend who assaulted her. He showed him the gun he had in his pocket, and he told him that he would love the chance to put a bullet in between Adam's eyes. Meanwhile, Adam spent the day in some vacant house's backyard northeast of Hatteras, trying to figure out what to do. He decided to go back home, either work things out or pack a bag of his bare essentials and leave. He only had the clothes on his back. Maybe he would go stay with a couple of guys he knew from work or with a cousin in Orlando. He called Megan at 4:12 p.m., but she didn't pick up her phone. He returned back to the house after 6 p.m. thinking she had left for work. He went in through the side garage door on the east side of the house. He walked up the inside staircase like he had done many times before. And when he got to the second floor, he heard Margaret's dogs barking like they always do. He walked to his and Megan's bedroom in the southeastern part of the house. As he opened the door and entered, he was surprised by Megan, who hurried out with Tristan. Before he could realize what was going on, Nicholas Leonard appeared out of nowhere from the northeast corner of the room to the left where the closet is and literally went for Adam's jugular with his left hand. Nicholas pulled out his gun from his pocket with his right hand and tried to point it at Adam. Adam resisted Nicholas as they fought for the gun. As they struggled, they ended up in the southeast corner of the room next to the dresser. At some point, Adam saw a knife on the dresser. He grabbed it and stabbed and cut Nicholas deep in his upper left arm and elbow while holding Nicholas's right wrist and gun away with his other hand. This caused a lot of bleeding. Nicholas immediately let go of Adam's neck, and Adam dropped the knife. They wrestled for the gun, standing at first, then falling and ending up on the mattress. Adam was taller, but Nicholas was stockier and more muscular. Nicholas was angry and frustrated that he couldn't shoot Adam. He had Adam pinned on the mattress with all his body weight, but he couldn't free the gun. Furious, he pushed 2 fingers of his free hand in Adam's mouth, and he yanked and twisted his cheek from the inside, yelling, "I'll rip your face off." Right then, Megan re-entered the room with her dad, Gregory Brown. Greg had his Winchester lever-action rifle with a scope on it, and when he got a clear shot, he pointed it at Adam's chest. Adam pleaded, "Please don't shoot me, Greg. Please don't shoot me." Greg ignored him and took aim. He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The gun jammed. Greg tried to unjam it and reciprocated the bolt. Megan screamed, "Dad, shoot him! Shoot him!" Adam froze. At this moment, Adam noticed Nicholas relax his grip as if he was getting weaker, trying to get away from the barrel of Greg's gun. But when Greg pulled the trigger, the gun jammed again. This gave Adam the opportunity to get the upper hand and wrestle the gun away from Nicholas while Greg tried again to unjam his rifle. As Adam pulled on Nicholas' pistol, the gun went off and accidentally fired into the west wall, 46 inches from the ground. Greg and Megan ran out of the bedroom toward the western part of the house toward the master bedroom. Adam shot the gun off a second time and felt Nicholas' body go limp. He got up and ran after Greg. Greg had an arsenal of weapons and ammunition in his master bedroom in the walk-in closet. Adam found him with a second rifle in his hands in the back of the closet, turning around to face Adam. Adam shot him in the lower back. Greg continued to turn and point his gun at Adam, and Adam shot at him again. Greg fell to the floor in the closet. And as Adam turned around clockwise to walk away, he spotted Megan behind the half wall in the bedroom with something in her right hand. He reacted, and without thinking, he shot at her. That bullet is what caused the hole in the corner bead. It passed through the corner bead of the wall before hitting her in the left eye. Realizing he just killed the mother of his child, he lost it completely. He muttered and asked Leonard. He walked back to his bedroom, finding Leonard lying on the mattress where he left him. He muttered and asked Leonard, "Why?" And in a rage, he picked up a hammer from the floor and hit him repeatedly on the head. Later, still under the stress and heat of passion from what had occurred earlier and suffering from a feeling of paranoia that everyone was trying to kill him, Adam killed Margaret Brown. The hours and days that followed, ladies and gentlemen, are that of a man who was stuck. Part of him wanted to call the police, but he was convinced that any contact with the police would surely result in his death and possibly to the harm of his son Tristan. That is the reason why he threw all the guns in the canal. He did not want to give the police any suggestion that he was armed or a threat if they were to come into contact with him. He had no great plan or scheme to evade law enforcement or run. Mr. Sarabia said in his opening statement that if this were a book, it would be called "I Almost Got Away With It." The problem with that, ladies and gentlemen, is Adam Matos never tried to get away. He had 7 days between August 28, 2014 and September 4th, 2014, the day Linda Thomas called the police, to get away. He didn't even try. Instead, he sold half of the 20-odd dogs in the house for almost nothing so they could be cared for properly, and other items like the TV so he could have money for food. When Tristan slept, he drank beer so he could at least try to escape mentally, at least temporarily. He was afflicted by paralysis of the soul that would never leave him. That is the reasons why the house was not completely cleaned up. It was hardly cleaned up. He didn't care. He was depressed. He lived day to day without any plan. The only thing he cared about in the world was his son Tristan. He wasn't going to abandon Tristan, and he remained at 7719 Hatteras Drive until the police came by on September 4th of 2014. About the time Deputy Silva and the other deputies accompanying him were unholstering their guns to search the rest of the house, he snuck out the back with Tristan. He and Tristan stayed in somebody's backyard until it got dark because the police had cut off any exit from the neighborhood. When it got dark, he used William Lusk's canoe to row himself and Tristan across one of the canals near Bertram Drive, got into a cab, and went to Tampa, to the Floridan Hotel. Adam just wanted to get his boy off the street and into a safe shelter. He never abandoned his boy. And when he was arrested, he cooperated. He was polite as always. He never tried to resist. He did lie. He lied and pretended that he had nothing to do with the deaths. He wanted to believe that he had nothing to do with the deaths. He was not sophisticated enough to understand legal affirmative defenses. He hoped that a miracle would happen. He might be let go and reunited with his son. When that didn't happen, ladies and gentlemen, he agreed to Tristan's adoption by his great aunt, Margaret's sister, Rebecca Thomas, because he always had the best interests of. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this case, I had you promise to keep an open mind and withhold your judgment until after you have heard all the evidence. At the close of all the evidence, I will ask that you find that Adam Matos is not guilty of any first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
All right.
All right. So we've gone through openings, and now let's get to the main feature. When we found this kind of by luck. I just like Googled, or I was on YouTube yesterday. I'm like, takes the stand. I'm just trying to figure out, or actually Saturday, we were just kind of trying to figure out what ego we could do. And this came up, and I listened to this state's opening. I'm like, all right, that's pretty interesting. And then I listened to the defense. I'm like, oh man, we have got to cover this one. This is just, it defies logic. It just defies logic. It just makes no.
All right.
It makes no sense to, self-defense on mom coming home. I mean, mom had nothing to do with it. You're paranoid, and you think people are trying to like take you out, so you wrap her head in plastic bags and smash her head in. I mean, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. And then the dad, who's an avid hunter, has a bunch of guns, bunch of weapons, and he twice his firearm jams. I mean, really? Just unbelievable. All right, so here he is. He's going to take the stand. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Adam Matos takes the stand. All right, hold on. Let me get us there. I think I can work this a little bit better. It just had so much. All right. Here we go. All right. Adam, let me just pin it here. Adam Matos. So here it is. The ego takes the stand. All right. This is what we've all been waiting for. Okay.
You may be seated. All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Adam Matos. Defendant is present with his lawyers. State is present. Or state having arrested defense. Are you going to be making an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then you have your witnesses ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then the state, you are ready with any rebuttal possibly that you need?
We'll do our best, Judge. We have very little insight as to what might occur.
Well, maybe this opening statement will give you a little more insight.
Yes, Judge. And just as a reminder, the opening statement is what they believe is the evidence that they intend to present against Judge, not witness.
Witness?
Professor Adam Matos.
All right, Mr. Matos, if you can raise your right hand for me, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
Hi.
Please state your name.
Adam Matos.
Let's cut right to the chase, shall we? Adam Matos, on August 28, 2014, did Nicholas Leonard put his hands on your throat?
Yes, he did.
Did he threaten your life with a gun?
Yes, he did.
Did you get in a fight with him?
Yes.
Did you defend yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you kill him?
Yes.
Why?
He tried to kill me.
Adam Matos, on August 28, 2014, did Gregory Brown threaten your life
Yes,
with a
he
rifle?
did.
Did he pull the trigger?
Yes.
Did you get into a shootout with him?
Yes, I did.
Did you defend yourself?
Yes.
Did you kill him?
Yes, I did.
Why?
He tried to kill me.
Adam Matos, on August 28, 2014, was Megan Brown with Nicholas Leonard when Nicholas Leonard had his hands on your throat?
Yes, she was.
Was she with Gregory Brown when he threatened your life with his rifle?
Yes, she was.
Was she with Gregory Brown when he tried to shoot you with his rifle?
Yes.
Did she say anything as he was pointing his rifle at you?
She said, "Dad, shoot him. Shoot him, Dad."
Did you defend yourself against them?
Yes.
Did you kill her?
Yes.
Why?
I felt that she was going to kill me as well.
How about Margaret Brown? Did you believe that she was trying to kill you?
Yes.
Did you fear for your life, though?
Yes.
What were your feelings when you killed her?
I was lost. I was hurt. I was in shock. I was out of my mind, and I thought that everyone was out to kill me. I felt like she was going to kill me as well.
Did you kill her?
Yes.
Did you strike her with a hammer?
Yes.
Was she bleeding a lot?
Yes.
What did you decide to do to her head?
There was a lot of blood, and to stop the blood from getting everywhere, I put a trash bag over her head.
Anything else you put over in helping putting the trash bag overhead and keeping that blood contained?
I used tape to close the bag to prevent blood from leaking out.
Was this after you had gotten into the altercation with Nicholas Leonard upstairs?
Yes, it was.
Was she dead or alive when you put the bag over her head?
She was dead.
Well, let's talk about the house at 7719 Hatteras Drive in Hudson, Florida, back in August of 2014, okay? How many bedrooms were being slept in?
3 bedrooms.
And did the house face south? Yes. Now, who slept in the master bedroom on the west side of the house?
Greg and Margaret.
Greg and Margaret Brown?
Yes.
I'm going to refer to this room as Greg and Margaret's room, okay?
Okay.
Who slept in the southeast bedroom on the east side of the house, closest to the front door?
Megan and I.
I'm going to refer to this as Adam and Megan's room, okay?
Okay.
How close is this room, Adam and Megan's room, to the front door?
About a few feet.
Just a few feet?
Yes.
Who slept in the northeast bedroom on the east side of the house, farthest from the front door?
Tristan.
I'm going to call this Tristan's room, okay?
Yes.
Tell us about the lock on Tristan's bedroom when you were there in August of 2014, before this incident.
When we moved there, there was just a simple doorknob with a simple lock that you could lock from the inside.
If the lock had been changed after August 28th of 2014, who would have done it?
It would have to have been Nick or Megan.
Now, the 2 bedrooms on the east side of the house, they were separated by a bathroom, correct?
Yes.
This neighborhood at 7719 Hatteras Drive, are there woods around and close to that neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you ever hear gunshots?
Yes.
How often?
Often, on a regular basis.
Just during the day or?
Day and night.
Now, Megan was out with some friends on the night of August 27, 2014, correct?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But right now, I want us to concentrate on August 28, 2014. Okay? Approximately what time did Megan Brown get home on August 28, 2014?
Around 5:30 a.m.
Had she been out all night long?
Yes.
Were you worried about her?
Yes.
Were you angry?
Yes.
Why?
I was angry about a phone conversation that I had with Nicholas Leonard. He let me know that he was having an affair with Megan and that she was a whore and that he didn't want her anymore.
Sustained. Certainly. The objection is sustained.
Without getting into those types of details, you said you talked to Nicholas Leonard and he advised you what, without getting into things like that?
He just let me know that he didn't want anything to do with her and he was done with her. He didn't want to be a homewrecker and that he was done with her.
Now, did he advise you that there was an incident that happened at the time he called you?
Yes.
And did he seem still upset about that?
He seemed upset that there was an incident that occurred that night at the bar.
And did he tell you that it had just occurred
Yes.
right when he called you?
He called me as he was leaving the bar, getting into a cab.
And tell us about what information he gave you.
Objection, Judge, hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, if I may.
Want to approach?
Please.
The remainder of that conversation is hearsay and is sustained.
Based on your conversation with Nicholas Leonard, did you believe that he and Megan would be together?
I guess, I mean, it seemed that they were intimate, so it seemed that something was going on between them.
Right. Did you believe that they would be together after that conversation with him?
From the way...
Because you got to keep your voice up just like everybody else. If you have to move the chair up, that's fine, or the microphone. There you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It seemed like from after that day, they wouldn't be together.
You're also... Did you and Megan get into an argument when she got home at 5:30 in the morning?
Yes, we did.
What was the argument about?
It was about the phone conversation that I had with Nicholas Leonard.
And tell us what happened.
When she came home, I asked her if she was having an affair with Nicholas Leonard. She told me that she wasn't. And when I asked her about it, she denied it, and she said that Nicholas was stalking her and that he followed her to the bar.
Without getting further into that conversation, did she lead you to think that there was nothing between her and Nicholas Leonard?
Yes, she said there was nothing going on between them.
Did you believe her 100%?
I didn't know what to believe.
Tell us what happened after that.
I got upset, pulled out a knife, and I asked her...
Where'd you get the knife from?
From the kitchen. I asked her what was the truth. I just wanted to know the truth. I didn't want to hurt her. She tried to grab the knife out of my hand. She cut herself on her finger. And once I saw that she had cut herself, I put the knife down on a dresser. Tristan just woke up. So I left the house and I took my bike and I went up the road northeast.
Did you pull the knife out to hurt her?
No.
Why did you pull the knife out?
I just wanted the truth. I was upset. It was just a stupid thing to do.
Did you ever put the knife to her throat?
No.
At no time did you scratch or hurt her throat in any way?
No.
And you never put it up to her throat?
No.
You said that she grabbed the knife?
Yes.
Did you expect her to do that?
No.
Where did you go?
I went northeast up the road behind a house that was empty, and I just laid down and was just chain smoking, just cooling off.
Were you riding a bicycle?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I just wanted to give her some space, just get away from the house.
Were you able to cool off?
Yes.
Did you see law enforcement arrive at their house?
I saw law enforcement driving in that general direction towards the house.
Did they leave?
I couldn't see from that angle.
What did you do?
I stood there most of the day just sleeping, chain smoking.
Now, by the way, let me go back just a little bit. Was Nicholas Leonard there when Megan got home in the morning?
No, it was not.
Was he there when you left the house?
No.
Was he there when you guys were arguing?
No.
You decided to return to the house at 7719 Hatteras Drive?
Yes.
About what time was it?
Between 6 and 7 p.m.
Still light outside?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to get my things. I didn't have anything on me, so I just wanted to get my belongings. I wanted to see if I could say goodbye to Tristan and possibly work things out with Megan.
What time did you go inside approximately?
A little after 6.
And what door did you use to go inside?
The east entrance.
That one that goes into the east garage area, or the stairwell?
Yes.
It's the only door on the east side of the house, right?
Correct.
Was the door open?
It was wide open, yes.
I didn't ask you earlier, but about how many dogs were in this house on Hatteras Drive?
20 dogs.
Describe them for me. Small dogs, large dogs?
Small to tiny.
How often do these dogs bark?
All the time.
How would you describe their barking?
Loud. They were barky dogs.
Did you hear them bark as you went upstairs?
Yes, I did.
Where are the dogs kept in the house usually?
In the dining room area.
Is that downstairs or upstairs?
That's upstairs.
Okay. How far from yours and Megan's bedroom, approximately?
About 10 feet.
Now, as you walked up those stairs, did you have a gun in your hand?
No.
A knife?
No.
A bat?
No.
A hammer?
No.
What, if anything, did you have in your hands?
Nothing at all.
Tell us again what were you going to do inside the house?
I just wanted to get my things, just gather the stuff that I had.
When you had left, did you bring things with you?
No.
Were you able to do that, get your things?
No.
Was the door to you and Megan's room, was it closed?
Yes.
Did you open it?
Yes.
Did you step inside?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Megan and Tristan?
Yes, as I entered the room, they were just coming out.
Did Nicholas Leonard come up to you?
Yes.
Where did he come from?
He came from the closet area.
Were you able to see where he was coming from as far as any length of time before he got to you?
No, he just came out of nowhere.
Did he reach, did he grab you anywhere?
He grabbed me by the throat.
And did he reach for a gun?
He reached into his right pocket and he pulled out a gun and he pointed it at my chest.
Did you grab his gun?
Yes, I grabbed his hand and I pointed it towards the ground away from me so he wouldn't shoot me.
Did he seem like he was trying to raise the gun toward you?
Yes.
Did you struggle to stop him from getting the gun pointed at you?
We didn't. We struggled.
Tell us what happened.
There was a lot of wrestling going on. We were going around the room. We ended up in the corner by the dresser. And I saw a knife on top of the dresser that I used to defend myself. And I stabbed him in the arm a few times. and he released his grip on my throat, and I dropped the knife, and we continued to wrestle around. I was trying to get the gun out of his hands, and we wind up falling on the bed.
Now, when you say bed, was there a actual bed frame, or was it just a mattress?
It was just a mattress on the floor.
Okay. And it was on the floor, you said?
Yes.
How many times did you stab him?
About 3 times.
And you said that you guys fell on the bed, both of you?
Yes.
Let me go back real quick and ask you about this knife. Did you leave this knife on the dresser?
No.
Do you have hunting knives laying around when you have this 4-year-old walking around?
No, I do not.
Are you the type of person to keep a knife on the dresser?
No.
How about under a mattress?
No.
While you guys are struggling, did Nicholas do anything to your face?
He took the inside of my cheek and he started to rip the flesh from the inside out, and he told me, "I'm going to rip your face off."
Did Megan come back?
Megan and Greg stepped into the room, yes.
And tell us what happened as you guys were struggling on the bed and Megan and Greg come back.
Megan, she screamed out, "Dad, shoot him, Dad."
Did he have anything in his hand? I'm talking about Greg.
A rifle in his hand.
Where was it pointed?
At my chest.
Did Nick do anything when he saw that rifle pointed at you?
He moved out the way. He was still pinning me down, my legs. He just moved out of the way so Greg could have a clear shot at my chest.
Did you say anything to Greg?
I asked Greg, I said, "Please, Greg, don't shoot me, Greg. Don't do this, Greg."
Did Greg pull the trigger?
Yes, he did.
What happened?
It misfired.
What was going on after the gun misfired?
He was trying to get it to work again, and he repeated the steps of trying to shoot me again.
Tell me what was going on with Nick while Greg is messing with this gun. Is he getting stronger or weaker?
He seemed to be weakening.
Was he bleeding a lot?
There was a lot of blood. He was bleeding a lot from his arm.
Did Greg ever shoot the gun again the second time?
Yes, he pulled the trigger again.
And what happened?
It was a misfire again.
Tell us what happens between you and Nick Leonard.
As Greg was continuing to try to shoot the gun again, Nicholas loosened his grip on his gun, and I was able to get it out of his hands.
Did you or him shoot the gun?
Yes, a shot went off towards the wall.
While you guys were struggling for the gun?
Yes.
And you said it went toward the wall?
It went through the wall.
Did it put a bullet hole through the wall?
Yes.
Tell us, was there a second shot?
Yes. As I grabbed the gun, I shot it towards Nicholas.
Was Nick still bleeding from the stab wound?
Yes, he was.
Did you later find that bullet from shooting that gun the second time?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with it?
I threw it in a trash bag.
And was that the one that was found in the garage, west garage?
No, the one that I found that I thought that hit Nicholas Leonard, I found behind the bed.
Okay. And did you end up putting that in the trash?
Yes.
Okay. While you and Nick are struggling, Greg has shot the gun twice, wasn't able to get it to kill you.
Yes.
What happened with Greg and Megan?
They ran back to his bedroom, the master bedroom.
Did you know what was in that master bedroom?
He had a bunch of weapons in his closet.
Did you chase after him?
Yes.
Why?
I felt that he was going to get another weapon and try to kill me.
When you got to the master bedroom closet, what was Greg doing?
He was attempting to load another weapon.
What did you do?
I shot him in his lower back as he was trying to turn around with his weapon.
Did he go down then, or did he turn around?
No, he had the weapon in his hand, and I shot him again.
Did he go down then?
Yes.
As you leave the master bedroom closet, tell us what happens next.
As I was leaving the closet, I could see someone in my peripheral, and it was Megan, and I thought she had something in her hand, and I just reacted and I shot her.
Where was she at?
She was by the door around a corner.
And did she have something in her hand?
Yes.
What was it?
I later found it to be a cell phone.
How many times did you shoot her?
One time.
And was it around where that bead was in the master bedroom?
Where the bullet hole was in the corner of the wall.
What did you do then?
I lost it completely. I just realized that I killed the woman that I love, the mother of my child. And at that point, I realized that Tristan no longer had a mother, he no longer had a grandfather, and he no longer had me. And at that point, I felt like my life was over.
Were you angry at all?
Yes, I was very angry.
Did you place that anger on any particular individual?
Nicholas Leonard.
Why?
I was upset that he brought a weapon into my home, that he tried to kill me. He turned my family against me and tried to have them kill me as well.
What'd you do?
I went back to my bedroom, and he was just lying on the bed, and he was unconscious, and I was just upset, and I was just yelling out why this had to happen. I grabbed a hammer that was on the floor, and I just kept hitting him until I couldn't anymore.
How many times do you remember hitting him with that hammer?
I can't remember. It was a lot of times.
Was it always with the end of the hammer necessarily that you put the nails in?
It may have slipped when I was hitting him.
What'd you do after this?
After that, I went and checked on Tristan to make sure he was okay, and he was, and I told him to stay in his room. There was a lot of blood on me from the altercation that I had with Nicholas, and I washed it off. And then I went to check up on Tristan to make sure that he was okay.
Was he?
He was okay.
What'd you tell him?
I told him everything's going to be okay. And I gave him a hug, kissed him on the cheek.
How did you feel in general after having this entire incident?
I felt just lost. My whole world was turned upside down, and I was out of my mind. I was in shock, and I felt like a part of me died that day.
Did you have any fear about the cops shooting you?
Yes, I was in fear that if the cops were to show up, that they would try to kill me as well.
How about Tristan?
I was scared that Tristan was endangered as well, that he might be in harm's way if the police were to show up.
What'd you do with all of these guns? Nick Leonard's gun?
I threw all the weapons in the canal. I didn't want any weapons in the house after that incident. I didn't want it to be a threat to anyone else or to me or to Tristan.
Were you afraid that Tristan might see those bodies?
I was afraid that he would be exposed to it, so I locked the doors to the bedrooms where the bodies were.
Yours and Megan's room, how'd you lock that door?
There's a latch on the door. It's a high latch, so he wasn't able to reach it, and you latch it from the outside of the room.
And the master bedroom.
The master bedroom, the doorknob to the room was missing, so you couldn't just step into the room, and you had to be a strong person to turn it because it didn't have the knob there. It was just a piece of metal, and I put a dog cage in front of the door to keep them from getting in.
What did you and Tristan do?
At that point, it was very fuzzy, my memory of what happened that day. Later, I was just lost out of it, and I was just chain smoking a lot.
What happens when Margaret comes home from work?
I heard the dogs barking, and at that point I was still out of it, and I was in shock, and I was scared that people might be coming to the house to kill me.
And if you saw Margaret, did you feel that she was in on it?
Yes, I felt that she would try to kill me as well.
Where was Tristan? What was he doing?
He was in his room sleeping.
So what did you do?
I went down to the garage with the hammer that I used on Nicholas, and I killed Margaret in the west garage hallway.
You ran down the stairs and met her down there?
Yes, I did.
How did you kill her?
I hit her over the head a few times.
How many times did you hit her?
I can't remember. It was maybe more than 3 times.
Was it necessarily with the end of the hammer that...
I can't remember.
Was she standing up when you first hit her?
Yes.
And you said where did you say that was?
The west garage hallway.
Is there only one hallway like that downstairs?
Yes.
Tell us about the blood.
There was blood everywhere. To prevent more blood from getting everywhere, like what happened to Nick, I put a bag over her head to keep blood from getting everywhere.
What else did you do?
I used tape to close it off so blood wouldn't leak through.
Looking back now, do you realize that she probably wasn't out to kill you or harm you?
I realize now that she probably wasn't trying to kill me. I was just out of it and so paranoid and in shock that I thought everyone was trying to kill me.
How do you feel about her death now?
Horrible. I feel disgusted, and I loved her very much, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it. I relive those memories. I relive it every day, and it just haunts me every day.
Can you put into words what that day, August 28, 2014, was like for you?
Objection, judges, irrelevance.
Sustained.
Approach, Judge.
Sure. That is sustained.
Adam Matos, why didn't you just leave Tristan, get into the van, and drive off?
I couldn't abandon my son. I couldn't just leave him like that. He's all I had.
You could go to Canada or Mexico.
I could have.
Didn't you plan an escape once you killed these 4 people?
No.
What was your plan as far as what you're going to do with little Tristan, your son?
I didn't have any plans. At that point, I was so lost. I didn't know what to do. I was confused. I was sad. The world was just turned upside down, and I didn't have any plan.
Let's talk about Nicholas Leonard's truck. Where did you find, first of all, did you see a truck parked nearby 7719 Hatteras Drive?
When I came home?
Yeah.
When I came home, I couldn't see anything from the direction I was coming from. I didn't see any truck.
There wasn't a blue truck parked in the driveway?
No.
Did you later see a blue truck parked somewhere in the vicinity?
Later on, I noticed that there was a blue truck parked far across the street.
Far across the street, in somebody else's house?
Somebody else's property.
Was there a house there?
Yes.
And it was parked not on 7719 Hatteras Drive, but you said on somebody else's property?
On someone's lawn across the street.
Did you move it?
Yes.
Where?
About half a mile away.
Where was Tristan?
Tristan was at home sleeping.
What did you do with the bodies, at least initially?
I moved them out of the bedrooms into the east garage.
Now, Margaret's van, where was it parked when she had got home late on the night of the 28th?
It was parked in the west garage.
Did you move it?
Yes.
Where did you move it to?
To the east garage.
Did you use that van to move the bodies eventually?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that a little later. August 29, 2014, the next day, did you put an ad on Craigslist?
Yes, I did.
Did you sell the dogs and the TV?
Yes.
Why? Why'd you do that?
I needed money to feed Tristan, and I didn't have any cash.
Was any of this planned before August 28, 2014?
No, it wasn't.
Did you kill these people in order to sell their things?
No, I did not.
Use their credit cards? Did you kill them to use their credit cards?
No, I did not.
To sell or use their vehicles?
No.
Why? Why did you kill them?
They were trying to kill me.
In fact, tell us why you sold these dogs. You said there were 20 dogs there, but you sold some of them. Why only $50 a piece?
I just wanted to get enough money for food. I wasn't trying to make a large profit. I wanted the dogs to have a good home to go to. I was unable to care for them in the situation that I was in.
Did you know you could have probably gotten more for them?
I realized later that they were worth a lot more.
But how many dogs were you able to sell?
About 10 dogs.
Did you order some pizzas using Margaret's credit card?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't have any cash, and I just wanted to feed Tristan.
Did you take the silver van to Walmart around midnight on the 29th?
Yes.
Why so late?
I waited till Tristan was sleeping.
Did you buy a shovel?
Yes.
Why did you buy a shovel?
I wanted to move the bodies out of the house. I didn't know what to do with them, and I didn't want Tristan being exposed to them, so I bought the shovel to try to bury them in the yard.
And the only time you had a shovel was the day after this happened on August 29th of 2014?
Yes.
Were you working in August of 2014?
Yes, I was.
Did you have a job before you started working at Get Hooked?
Yes.
Where was that?
At Denny's.
What is Get Hooked?
It's a seafood restaurant.
What did you do there?
I worked as a cook and a dishwasher.
How far was it from 7719 Hatteras Drive?
About a mile.
How'd you get to work?
I rode my bike.
Did you have a car?
No.
Tell us how you got the bicycle.
One day when I was walking to work to Denny's,
Okay.
Did you ride your bike back and forth to work?
yes,
Now, before we go any further, let's talk about prior record. You've been convicted of 5 misdemeanors in Pennsylvania, but in Florida, those misdemeanors would be 5 felonies, right?
yes,
And crimes of dishonesty, you were convicted of 2.
yes.
Well, let's get back to work and your paycheck. Did you have a check waiting for you?
Yes, I did.
Did you make arrangements to pick up that paycheck?
Yes.
What arrangements did you make?
I made arrangements with the boss to give it to one of the guys that worked in the kitchen with me, and I was going to just pick it up from him.
Did you get your check?
Yes, I did.
And did you cash it at Walmart?
No.
Winn-Dixie?
No.
How did you cash it?
I later cashed it at Wells Fargo.
And how much about was that check for?
I believe it was around $370.
Now, during these days, after you tacked and before the deputies knocked on your door, you and Tristan were ordering pizzas?
Yes.
Wings?
Yes.
Soft drinks?
Yes.
What were you doing when Tristan was watching TV or napping or asleep?
I was just trying to clean up the blood to keep him from being exposed to any of that.
Did you take care of Tristan in that house?
Yes.
Was it difficult for you to mentally stay in that house?
Objection, Judge Sullivan.
Sustained.
Was it important, though, for you to be with Tristan?
Yes.
About a week after you were attacked in your own house, did you go next door and talk to Ryan McCann?
Yes.
Did you guys decide to go to Skinny's Bar?
Yes.
How far was Skinny's Bar from your house?
About 2 miles.
How long were you guys there?
A few hours.
Could have been more?
Possibly.
Where was Tristan?
He was at home sleeping.
Do you feel bad about leaving Tristan at home?
Objection, Judge Sullivan.
Sustained.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
What were you drinking?
Just trying to escape the reality of what happened.
Did you do that some while you were there at the house?
A little. Was just
How about
trying to.
Ryan McCann's house next door?
A little bit.
When was it that you would do that?
I really can't remember. I know that we drank.
What type of day? What part of the day?
I believe it was nighttime.
Where was Tristan when you were trying to do that?
He was at home sleeping.
Why would you be out drinking next door at Skinny's Bar?
I don't know.
Objection, Judge Sullivan.
Sustained.
At some point in time, did you move the bodies?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was the night that I bought the shovel from Walmart.
Did you first try to bury the bodies near the house on Hatters Drive?
Yes.
Like how close to the house?
Right outside on next to the house in the grass.
How many feet?
About a few feet from the house.
Using the shovel?
Yes.
Digging a hole?
Yes.
What happened?
Was able to dig down maybe 2 feet and it hit rock, so I was unable to make a deep enough hole.
What did you decide to do then?
I wanted to get the bodies away from the house. I didn't want Tristan being exposed to all the blood and the bodies and the smell. So I attempted to put them in a van.
And is this that silver van that you had said you'd move from the west garage to the east garage?
Yes.
How were you able to move them into the back of the van?
It was difficult to move them, so I used some rope that I had found.
Before you started utilizing the ropes, did you first try moving Margaret Brown using an extension cord?
Yes.
And was there a problem moving her with the extension cord?
Yes, her arms kept moving, and it was hard to move her.
Did you ever drop her loading her into the van?
Yes.
Explain that.
As I was trying to load her into the van, I dropped her a couple times.
And is that where the pool of blood was?
Yes.
And did you try using zip ties?
Yes, I used zip ties to hold her hands together just so she wasn't moving as I was pulling her.
Did you use one zip tie?
I used 3.
Was one not big enough?
It was just to hold them together.
So each hand with a zip tie and one zip tie in the middle?
Yes.
And were those in front of her or behind her back?
Behind her back.
Did that seem to help?
Yes.
What did you use to move the other bodies?
I used the rope.
And did that work better?
Yes.
Did you use the dolly that was in the photographs in some way?
Yes, I used the dolly to make like a sort of incline so I could pull them into the van.
So what door of the van did you use?
The back door.
What did you do with the seats?
I put the seats down.
And tell us, you said you used the dolly as an incline?
Yes.
And you put the bodies on the dolly?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do with the dolly?
I put the dolly on the back of the van where you step into it, and I was able to use that as like a leverage.
Did you grab the bodies just like your hands and your chest to their chest, or did you use anything else?
I just used the rope and just pulled them onto the dolly and just slide them up.
Where did you put the rope?
The rope was around their midsection.
When you moved the bodies, was Tristan awake or asleep?
Tristan was sleeping.
What time of day was this?
It was late, 2 in the morning.
Why not bury the bodies?
I couldn't. It was just impossible.
The location where you took the bodies, why was it so close to the house where you lived?
I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do with them, so I didn't want to leave Tristan alone for a long period of time, so I just picked a random spot.
And why was it so close to the road?
I don't know. It was just a spot I just wanted the whole experience to be over with. The whole experience was very disturbing to me, and it was just it's very disturbing. So I just dropped them off on the side of the road.
Was it difficult moving the bodies?
Yes.
Why?
Just the experience of moving dead people, and they were.
Explains, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Explains.
Explains what?
Where he put them.
That's not the question you asked, so I'll sustain the objection. You can re-ask the question.
Okay. Explain to me why you put those bodies in a place so close to where you lived and so close to the road.
I just wanted to get it over with and just get them away from the house so Tristan wouldn't be exposed to them.
And in the situation that they were in, was it difficult to handle those bodies?
Yes.
And to move them long distances?
Yes.
This may sound like a strange question, but let me ask you anyway. Did you ever use the ropes on anyone that was alive?
No.
Did you ever use the zip ties on anyone that was alive?
No.
Did you ever cover anyone's face while they were alive?
No.
Did you ever use duct tape on anyone while they were alive?
No.
When you used the ropes, the zip ties, the garbage bags, or the duct tape, were the people dead or alive?
They were dead.
How is Tristan doing at this point from your perspective? A couple days later.
Sustained.
The reason you did this late at night and so close, did that have anything to do with your son?
Objection, Judge Relevant.
Sustained, asked and answered. He's already answered that question.
Let's talk about moving Megan's truck. About when did you do that?
I believe it was maybe Friday.
A couple days, a day or two after this incident?
Yes.
Where you had to defend yourself, right?
Yes.
And how did you do it?
I used my bike to get to her vehicle, and I put my bike in the trunk and drove the vehicle back to the house.
Where was it?
I parked
her vehicle.
When I found it.
Yeah.
It was at the Fisherman's Shack.
How far away is that from your home?
About a mile.
Did you come back right away?
Yes.
Speaking of moving things, you heard about some things being in the garage with blood on them, right?
Yes.
Did you move anything from upstairs to downstairs?
I moved a few items from the room to the garage.
Was one of those the mattress?
Yes.
And I'm talking about the mattress in yours and Megan's room.
Yes.
Tell us what you did with that mattress.
I moved it to the garage and I cut the topping off because there was blood all over it and I didn't want people seeing it when I put it on the curb.
Furniture or some wicker baskets, anything like that, did you move that downstairs?
Yes.
Any other things?
Just trash bags.
Did you spray out the blood in the garage?
Yes.
Why?
There was a lot of blood and I just didn't want Tristan being exposed to it, so I sprayed it with the hose.
Did you try to clean up the bloody mess upstairs?
I tried to do the best I could.
Why?
I didn't want Tristan being exposed to any of it.
Did you fill up a bunch of trash cans and leave them on the curb?
Yes.
Did they pick up some of the trash?
Yes.
Why didn't you put all the trash on the curb? Why was some of it still in the garage?
At that point, I just figured that it was pointless. At that point, I wasn't trying to clean up anymore. I knew that, it was only a matter of time before someone found out, so I just stopped trying to clean up.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Camel Menthol.
And how about Megan?
Camel Menthol.
And how about Greg Brown?
Marlboro Lights.
Mr. Matos, let's go back to how you met Megan Brown and found out that you're Tristan's father, okay?
Objection, Judge Relevant.
Right. Tell us what your thoughts were when you found out that Megan Brown was pregnant with your child.
Objection, Judge. All this.
Sustained.
Why is Tristan's name Israel Tristan Santisteban?
Objection, Judge. Again, relevant.
Sustained.
Did you have a long bond with Tristan?
Yes, we had a very close bond.
Describe that bond between the two of you.
Objection, Judge. Relevant.
I'll let a little latitude on that. It's fine.
We have a wonderful bond between father and son. It's the best experience I've ever had.
Tell us about your relationship with Megan.
We were happy.
Had she always treated you well?
Not always.
Were there times when she would ask you to watch Tristan?
Yes.
Did you always make time to be a father to him?
Yes, I try to make as much time as possible for Tristan.
Did at some point she tell you that her parents were moving to Florida?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
And did she ask you to go with her and Tristan and her parents to Florida?
Yes.
Did she ask you to help move furniture because of her dad's bad back?
Yes.
And did your family and friends try to discourage you?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, try to convince her to stay in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Sustained. Counsel, as I previously ruled, talk about the move itself, everything else is irrelevant.
Can I approach very briefly? I don't want to.
Sure. Counsel, move along.
Thank you. What was yours and Megan's plan when you got to Florida?
I'll allow it.
She wanted to start going to nursing school, and we had plans of getting married.
If Tristan was not going to Florida, would you have gone to Florida?
No.
Overall.
Before moving to Florida in July of 2014, did you purchase a gun or a pistol?
No.
Did you own one?
No.
Ammunition?
No.
Gun case?
No.
How about when you got to Florida?
No.
None of those?
No.
Did Margaret Brown, did you all have an agreement to pay rent before moving to Florida?
Yes.
How much?
$740.
Before moving to Florida?
Before, it was around $500.
Did it change after you moved down here?
Yes.
What was it?
Sustained.
Did Megan start to change once you started working at the Fisherman Shack?
Yes.
Overall.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And did she ever tell you that she was going to see other men?
No.
Did you ask her if she was seeing other men?
Yes.
Approach. I'll sustain the objection as asked and answered. We're going to move along.
On August 28, 2014, before 5:30 a.m., how did you feel about Nicholas Leonard?
I didn't feel any type of weight.
How about Megan Brown?
I loved her.
How about Greg Brown?
I loved him like he was a father to me.
How about Margaret Brown?
Loved her like she was a mother.
How about Tristan Brown?
I love him very much. He's my world. He's all I have left.
Let's talk about how you felt on August 28, 2014. I asked you before August 28 how you felt, but how did you feel when Nicholas Leonard had his hands on your neck?
I felt like I was going to die.
How about when he reaches for his gun in his pocket?
I felt like he was going to kill me.
Same questions for Gregory Brown.
Yes, I felt like he was going to kill me.
put Megan Brown in that master bedroom?
I felt like she was. I felt like she was going to kill me as well.
How about when she yelled, "Shoot him"?
I felt like I was going to die.
How about when you heard the dogs barking and someone's in the garage about to walk upstairs?
I felt like I was going to die.
How about when you realized it was Margaret Brown?
I later realized that she wasn't a threat to me.
How did you feel then?
I felt horrible, just disgusted.
Mr. Matos, why did you call law enforcement right after the incident with Nicholas Leonard, Megan Brown, and Greg Brown?
I was scared that the police would try to shoot me if they found out that I just killed those people.
Any other reasons why you didn't call law enforcement right after that?
I was in fear for my life. I was scared. I was I lost my mind.
Why didn't you call law enforcement right after the incident with Margaret Brown?
I felt like, my life was still in danger, and I was scared that if I was to call the cops, that they might put Tristan in harm's way.
Why did you lie to the police and tell them that you never returned to the house after the incident on the morning of August 28, 2014?
I didn't want to lose Tristan. I felt like they wouldn't believe me.
Why did you lie to the reporter and tell them you never returned to the house after the incident on the morning of August 28, 2014?
The same reason I didn't want to lose Tristan. He's all I have, and I felt like if I was to share that information at that time, that I would be putting myself in danger.
It's been 3 years. Since then, it's been 2 weeks of testimony. Why are you saying this now?
I just want my chance to get the truth across to the jury and the court and tell the truth, the story that really happened, and share with you the story that the state is trying to hide from you.
Mr. Matos, let's talk about September 4, 2014. You said it was August 28, 2014 when you were forced to defend yourself at your house.
Yes.
Now the days have rolled by. The 29th, Friday, Saturday the 30th, Sunday the 31st, Monday the 1st, Tuesday the 2nd, Wednesday the 3rd, now September 4th, 2014, a week later. Had you been at 7719 Hatteras Drive pretty much the whole time?
Yes.
Had you booked a flight?
No.
Anything out of state, out of the country?
No.
You had access to the blue truck, right?
Yes.
You had access to Megan's Blazer?
Yes.
You had an RV in the driveway?
Yes.
On the morning of September 4, 2014, the police, specifically a deputy for the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, drives up, parks their car, and knocks on the front door, right?
Yes.
Are you home then?
Yes, I was.
Do you see him?
Yes, he was at the front door. I could see him from Tristan's room where I was sleeping.
Did you hear him?
I heard him knocking at the door, yes.
What did you see him do?
He walked back down the steps, and I believe he went into the garage.
What did you tell your son, Tristan?
I told Tristan to wake up and get dressed.
What did you guys do?
We packed a bag of just a few things, and we exited out of the garage pool area.
Where did you guys go?
We walked behind a neighbor's house towards the west end of the street, and we stood behind an empty house until it got dark.
Were you walking close to the canal?
Yes.
Why did you wait from August 28th to September 4th to leave your house?
I don't know. I had nowhere to go. I just wanted to stay with Tristan and make sure that he was taken care of, and I didn't want to abandon him, so I had nowhere else to go.
And you waited until law enforcement knocked on the door before you left?
Yes.
Please tell us what you and Tristan did to get from 7719 Hatteras Drive to the Floridan Hotel in Tampa, Florida. Take your time.
Once it got dark, we walked to the end of the street, to the cul-de-sac, and I found a canoe that was on the dock, and we both got into the canoe, and we went across the canal to the next neighborhood across the way, and we walked a few blocks, and there was a house by the canal, and there was a bench to sit on by the water, and we just looked at the boats, and Tristan laid down and he laid his head on my lap, and he was about to fall asleep, so I wanted to get him somewhere comfortable where he could sleep and get something to eat, and I didn't want him sleeping in the street like that. So I called a taxi. The taxi picked us up, and we went to a gas station or a store that was called Circle K. We just bought some snacks, some drinks, and we went to Tampa, to the bus station. That's where we got dropped off. And I asked the guy there if there was any buses going out. He said no, so we left. And we went to a hotel around the corner. There was a man in the street that approached us, and he offered to walk us to the hotel. And we checked in at the hotel, and we got a room.
Did you have a reservation?
No.
How'd you pay?
Cash.
At this point, I want to ask you about weapons and guns. Did you have any guns with you?
No.
You said you got rid of all the guns and weapons.
Yes.
The Celtic pistol that Nick was trying to shoot you with.
I threw it in the canal.
The rifle that Greg tried to shoot you with.
I threw those in the canal as well.
That's the one that jammed?
Yes.
How about the one he was trying to shoot you with in the closet?
I threw it in the canal.
All the other rifles and shotguns?
All in the canal.
Ammo?
In the canal.
Something about a crossbow or a compound bow?
That one in as well.
How about a hammer?
In the canal.
And a knife?
The canal.
When you went into the canoe and put Tristan in there and rowed it across the canal, did you have any weapons on your person?
No.
Or on your property?
No.
Did you end up eventually checking into the Floridan Hotel?
Yes.
And when you were in Tampa with Tristan, did the police play some kind of ruse to make you come out of your hotel room?
Yes, they did.
And tell me about that.
I woke up.
I'm sorry?
Objection to the relevance.
Overruled.
I woke up at 5 in the morning to a phone call from the front desk. The man said that I had to change rooms because the electricity wasn't working in that section of the hotel. So I woke up and I told him it wasn't necessary. We were going to check out soon, but he insisted that I come down and switch rooms. I woke up and I told Tristan that everything was going to be okay, that I probably wasn't coming back, so I just wanted him to know that everything was going to be okay and that I love him very much. I told him that I was sorry that things didn't go the way we planned it to be.
Objection to the relevance.
Sustained unresponsive. I don't believe that's the question you asked, counsel, so we'll move on.
Tell us what you did with Tristan, just what you did.
I just gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, and I left the room.
And then what did you do?
As I left the room, I could see something move in my peripheral, and was black. And at that point, I felt like I was in danger. I didn't know what was waiting at the end of that hallway, considering the situation that I was in. So I approached with caution, and as I reached the end of the hallway, I put my hands up. And when I got to the end of the hallway, there was maybe 30 or more people in black clothing with weapons pointed at me. And I surrendered. They tackled me to the floor, and one of them punched me in the back of the head as he was cuffing me.
Sustained, unresponsive. Again, Mr. Matos, if you could answer the question that's asked, I don't believe any of that was asked. So stepped out and he was arrested. Let's move on.
Did you give up peacefully?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk very briefly. Hold on a second. Can I just a moment, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. I'm not sure I got out all that information about the bullets. I want to talk to you about that. 2 shots went off in yours and Megan's room.
Yes.
You're not sure if that one bullet entered Nick or not, right?
Sustained.
What happened to that bullet that went through the hall, the wall of the door?
It was found by the police in the driveway.
What happened to that other bullet, that second shot that you had?
I found it behind the bed.
The 2 bullets where you shot Greg Brown in the master bedroom, did you find any of those bullets?
I found one on the floor. I believe I threw it away.
The other one?
I believe it was recovered with Gregory.
And then the one about Megan that hit the wall, did you ever recover that one?
No.
The last thing I want to talk to you about is premeditation and planning. Mr. Matos, did you plan that when you returned to 7719 Hatteras Drive that Nicholas Leonard would be there?
No.
Did you plan that he would have parked his car across the street?
No.
That he would have armed himself with a Kel-Tec pistol?
No.
Put a knife on the dresser?
No.
How about the dogs barking when you got to the top of the stairs?
No.
Is that planned? Did you plan for him to be hiding and put his hands on your throat?
No.
Did you plan for him to try to shoot you?
No.
Did you plan that you would fight for your life?
No.
Did you plan that Greg Brown would point his Winchester rifle at you?
No.
That the gun would jam?
No.
Did you plan that he would go to his closet and get another rifle?
No.
Did you plan that you would have Nicholas Leonard's gun to shoot him with?
No.
Did you plan that you would shoot Megan in the master bedroom?
No.
Did you plan on how you would feel after being attacked in your home?
No.
Did you ever plan on killing Margaret Brown, Tristan's grandmother?
No.
Was it part of your plan before August 28, 2014 to sell all this stuff on Craigslist and order pizzas?
No.
Did you plan on having to buy a shovel at Walmart to try to bury the bodies?
No.
Did you plan on dropping Margaret Brown as you were loading her into the van?
No.
Using zip ties to bind her arms so you could load her in the van?
No.
Did you plan on finding and using some old rope to move the bodies?
No.
Did you plan on the location where you eventually put the bodies?
No.
Had you ever scouted that location before August 28, 2014?
No.
Did you ever say, this is where I want to bury them?
No.
Did you plan on trying to put the bodies so close to the house?
No.
So close to the road?
No.
waiting a week until the deputies were knocking on your door to finally leave that house at 7719 Hatteras Drive.
No.
Taking a cab to the Floridan Hotel in Tampa before August 28, 2014.
No.
Making that pit stop at the Circle K and getting food with your son, Tristan.
No.
Was any of that a big premeditated part of your plan?
No.
Did you plan on this thing ending less than 50 miles where it began?
No.
Did you plan on having to tell your son Tristan goodbye in the Floridan Hotel? Never seeing him again?
Counsel. I sustain that. Sustain. Twice.
No more questions.
I assume, ladies and gentlemen, you need to use the restroom. So, would you like to take lunch now for an hour, or do you want to just take a short break, restroom break, so they can do cross? It's up to you all. Restroom break. All right, we'll take them in the jury room. Remember, it's not over yet. All right, we ready to go? Bring the jury back in.
Jury is now entering the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Jury's all present and seated, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. State, cross.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Matos, you were taken into custody by the police on the morning of September 5th, 2014, right?
Yes.
And you knew you were in trouble then, right?
Yes.
You knew there was a problem, right? You knew that when you passed by with a taxi, there was a whole lot of police cars at the residence that you had just left with, where 4 people had died, right?
Yes.
And Detective Kugel and Detective Kennedy, they sat down with you, right?
Yes.
And they were nice to you, right?
Yes.
We saw the video. They were polite. They told you you didn't have to talk to them, right?
Yes.
And so you used that opportunity to tell them all the stuff you just told this jury, right?
Not quite.
No, not at all, right?
No.
You told them something completely different than what you told this jury just now, right?
Yes.
And then the Tampa Bay Times requested an interview of you, right?
Yes, they did.
And you thought, you decided you wanted to do that, right?
Yes.
The newspaper can't make you talk to them, right?
No.
And you said, yeah, no, I want to take this opportunity to set the record straight, right?
I don't believe that was my words, but I did speak to them.
You decided you wanted to go and speak to the reporters so that you could put your side of the story out there, right?
Actually, they approached me and I accepted to talk to them.
You accepted to talk to them, and you knew they were going to want to talk to you about this stuff, right?
Yes.
And you had another opportunity with them to set the record straight there, right?
Yes.
And so you told them all the things that you just told this jury right now, right?
Not quite, no.
No, not at all, right?
No.
In fact, you even tried to bring in an ex-girlfriend of Nicholas Leonard's as a possible suspect here, right?
Possibly, maybe.
Possibly, maybe, definitely, right?
I don't remember my exact words.
Hold on. Do we need to approve? The objection is overruled. If you want to react to the question you made.
Right, Mr. Matos was definitely tried to cast some suspicion on an ex-girlfriend of Nicholas Leonard, right?
Possibly.
Possibly. Definitely. Right? Definitely.
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
I would have to take a look at the transcripts before I answer that question.
Okay.
Defense, do you have your own copy of that?
I don't believe I do.
Okay.
They have a copy of the form.
I know they have a copy of the whole tape. I'm just wondering if they have a copy of what you're looking at. Approach the witness.
Yeah, it does. May I approach the witness?
You may.
So, Mr. Matos, would you agree with me if these are statements that you made to the Tampa Bay Times, highlighted in red there?
Seems to be true, what I said.
Okay. And in fact, you were indicating to the Tampa Bay Times that this ex-girlfriend of Nick's was causing problems for Megan, right?
She was stalking her and leaving nasty messages.
Causing problems. In fact, you told Megan she should call the police about that.
I believe that was Megan's idea to call the police.
Well, let's see what you said to the Tampa Bay Times. You recall telling the Tampa Bay Times that you told Megan, you suggested that she should be calling law enforcement about that?
Possibly.
Overruled.
Let's see, just a little bit.
A statement in green right there. Did you make that?
Yes, I told her to take care of it, call the cops.
Because you thought the ex-girlfriend of Nicholas Leonard was bothering Megan, right?
It appeared that she was.
And so your recommendation to her, your own statement was you should call the cops, right?
Yes.
Because that's what you do when there are problems, right?
Right.
You call the police so that they can assist you and handle the situation, right?
Most of the time, yes.
Most of the time. Okay. Now, I believe you told this jury that you fled from 7719 Hatteras Drive when Deputy Silva knocked on the door because you were afraid he was going to kill you, right?
Yes.
And that when you also told this jury that when you spoke with Detective Kugel and Detective Kennedy and even the Tampa Bay Times, you were afraid people were going to kill you, right?
Yes.
And so you decided to tell a lot of lies to them because you thought people were trying to kill you, right?
Yes.
You understand we're trying to kill you, Mr. Matos? You understand that?
Yes.
That's what we're doing here through this trial process, right?
Yes.
But you're telling the jury that now you're being honest.
You're cheering properly.
Approach. State may proceed.
Right, Mr. Matos?
What's the question again?
Now you're telling the jury, now you're being honest with them, right?
Yes.
All right, so let's go back to August 27, 2014. Megan goes to work that day. Do you agree?
Yes.
Megan's doing a shift for most of the day to about 6 o'clock, right? You agree?
Yes.
And then after that, she's going out with friends for a large part of the night. You agree?
Yes.
And you're home, you have to watch your son all by yourself.
Yes.
Right? And during that time period, you weren't too happy about that, were you?
I enjoyed watching my son.
You weren't too happy about Megan being out when you thought she should be home with your son, right?
No.
That's not correct. What I said is not correct.
I don't understand.
All right. So you weren't upset with Megan for being out and not watching your son.
I was upset that she was out late. I had to work the next day.
Well, since you brought that up, let's bring that up. You actually hadn't gone to work since August 25th. You'd stopped going by August 25th to get hooked, right?
I don't remember the exact day, but I knew I took off while they were away on the KOA.
Okay. And by August 27th, you hadn't shown up. That job was already done, right? They had already told you not to come back.
They never told me not to come back.
Okay. And you'd only been working there for a week and a half, 2 weeks?
I can't remember the exact time, but maybe close to a month, maybe.
Okay, but you didn't actually go to work any time after August 25th, did you?
After August 25th? I don't believe so.
So August 28th, you didn't go to any shift to get hooked, did you?
No.
And no one was stopping you, were they?
No.
So August 27th, you sent Megan a number of text messages, didn't you?
Yes.
And you tried to call her a number of times, didn't you? Now, all those text messages you sent her, you deleted from your phone before we could get to them, right?
Yes.
So that we couldn't read them and see what they were, right?
I normally delete my texts when I'm done with them.
Okay, but you would agree with me that you were calling her names, you were cursing at her, and you were telling her she was a bad mother, right?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay. Well, let's fast forward to after you came at her with a knife. And we'll talk about that in a minute. After you came at her with a knife, you continued to text her, didn't you?
I believe so.
I believe when you testified in front of this jury on direct, you said that after you left, you slept and smoked.
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is, after you left, it was for a couple hours, you kept texting and trying to call Megan Brown, right?
I believe so.
Now, do you remember what you were texting her at that point?
No, I don't remember.
Well, would it refresh your recollection if you read a text that Megan wrote to Jimmy Sigler about what you were texting her? Would that refresh your recollection?
I don't believe so. I don't know what she texted to him.
Well, you don't know. So would it help you to read the text to see what she said you were saying to help refresh your recollection?
Hold on. What's the objection?
The state is trying to refresh his memory with statements made by another person that could be inaccurate. I think that's improper.
It's not improper. You can refresh somebody's recollection with anything, whether they wrote it or not. He can tell me it does not refresh the recollection. Those statements will not be read to the jury. So we're not going to read them out loud, correct? We're just going to let Mr. Matos read them to himself.
We'll see.
Okay, Mr. Matos, if this refreshes your recollection of what you were texting to Megan, go ahead and read that. You don't have to read it out loud. Please read it to yourself.
Read that one, and then read this one. This one first.
I would say that it doesn't refresh my memory because it's not what happened.
So you're saying it doesn't refresh your memory at all?
No.
It doesn't help you at all what Megan was telling Jimmy Sigler you were texting her?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't know what she told him. I just read those texts now, so I don't know how that's refreshing my memory.
Hold on a second. When your lawyer objects, you have to stop and not answer.
Okay.
Or then there's no reason for them to object. Okay? So when they object, you have to stop so I can rule on that. I know this is a little complicated, but so when they object, just don't answer the question. Okay? So that's sustained. Now would have stopped anybody if he answered anything. So move on.
And Mr. Matos, I think you testified on direct that you didn't think Nick would be around anymore, right?
When?
After the knife incident, you didn't think Nick would be around anymore, right?
He told me that he was done with her.
Right. You had a conversation with him, according to you, because you're the only one left alive that can tell us about the conversation.
The proper testifying judge.
Overruled.
At 2 in the morning, where you claimed Mr. Leonard told you he was done with Nick, right?
Yes.
And so you didn't expect him to be a part of that anymore, right?
Yes.
Except that you were calling him after the knife incident, weren't you?
Yes.
You were trying to reach him about issues with Megan, right?
I just wanted to make sure that he was done with her because I was going to try to see if that me and Megan could work things out.
Oh, so you weren't sure that he was done with her yet. You wanted to call him and make sure.
I just wanted to make sure that he was serious about what he said, and I was going to try to work things out with Megan.
Okay. Well, in terms of the first conversation you had with Nicholas Leonard at 2 o'clock in the morning, that was about him telling you stop bothering Megan and making her upset, right?
He said that he was going to stop talking to her.
No, he wanted you to stop trying to contact her, right?
That's not what he said, no.
Okay. So you guys had a 22-minute conversation where he was just telling you he was done with it.
Yes.
Now, Megan gets home, morning of August 28th, right? She walks into Tristan's room. Fair?
Yes.
And you were waiting for her there with the knife, weren't you?
No.
You weren't?
No.
You just started yelling and arguing.
We started arguing first, and that's when I pulled out a knife.
So that's when you pulled out a knife. You just pulled that out of your pocket and had the knife on you, right?
I believe I got it from the kitchen first.
So you walked from Tristan's room while all this arguing was going on, over to the kitchen to specifically get a knife so you could come back and threaten Megan Brown with it, right?
I was just holding it in my hand, and I just wanted her to tell me the truth. I wasn't planning to use it on her.
Were you making a sandwich with it?
No.
Were you cutting cheese with it?
No.
So you brought it out and pointed it at Megan Brown so that she would answer your questions?
I just had it in my hand.
Just had it in your hand.
Yes.
So you specifically went over to the kitchen to get a knife that you weren't actually using for anything and came back so you just have it in your hand while you were confronting Megan Brown about things you're upset about.
Yes.
Right? That's your testimony. Okay. And you're just holding it in your hand, and she felt the need to grab the knife, according to you, right?
Yes.
You never once held it up to her?
No.
You never once put it up to her throat?
No.
You never pointed it at her?
No.
You never told her you were going to use it to hurt her?
No.
You never threatened her in any way, according to you?
No.
But then, after you've been arguing, after you go get the knife, after you come back, after you don't threaten her, after she grabs the knife, then Tristan wakes up, right?
Yes.
And then when Tristan wakes up, that's when you leave, right?
Yes.
I mean, he was upset that his mother was upset. Is that fair? Overall? Is that fair?
I think he just woke up from the noises that we were talking loud, so he woke up.
And when he woke up, he was upset, right?
He didn't seem upset. He just seemed like he was tired, and we had disrupted his sleep.
Okay. And so then you leave.
Yes.
You get on your bike, no shirt, right?
I had a shirt on.
You had a shirt on.
Yes.
And then you leave and you go find a random house to stay in the back of, right?
I just wanted to go cool off and give her some space.
So you wanted to go take some time and cool off. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you knew the law enforcement officers had come to the house.
I seen that they were going in that general direction.
And you knew what that was about, right?
I figured that it was because of that incident that occurred.
Okay, even though, according to you, you just went and got the knife to have it, not to threaten anybody, you knew that it was about what just happened with you and Megan. Fair?
I had a good feeling that it had something to do with that.
Okay. And you didn't go over there and say like, hey, I just want to clear this up. I was just holding the knife. You didn't do that, did you?
No.
You didn't try and make contact with him and say, big misunderstanding, or this is what really happened, this is my side of the story. None of that, right?
No.
You just stayed over there in the back of the house hiding. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you also know that there's a good chance that law enforcement have been there. Whenever they do catch you, or whenever they do catch up with you, that they'll arrest you. Is that fair?
Possibly.
So you knew that if you went back to the house and Megan doesn't want you to be there, all she has to do is call law enforcement and they're probably going to arrest you, right?
Possibly.
So you just ride your bike back over there?
I waited till like around 6:30 before I went back home.
And rode your bike?
Yes.
Where'd you park your bike?
I left it on the side of the house.
You didn't go park it in the garage where you normally do?
No.
You didn't park it in the driveway?
No.
You drove it onto the grass?
Yes.
Did you go through that fence area that surrounded that door, or did you fly over it?
I believe I stepped over the fence that was for the dogs, and the door was open, so I just walked in.
Okay, and the door, according to you, was wide open.
It was wide open, yes.
And walk me through how this happens next. So you go up the stairs?
Yes.
And you don't see any people?
No, just dogs.
Just dogs. You go over towards the two bedrooms?
Towards my bedroom that I shared with Megan.
Okay. And you still don't see any people?
No.
You didn't announce yourself?
Well, the dogs were barking, so I figured that they heard that I was there. My presence was known.
You didn't announce yourself as, hey, I'm back?
I usually don't announce my presence when I come into the house, so there was no need to.
Well, you knew there was just a substantial incident that occurred in the morning that law enforcement was there for, right?
Most likely, yes.
So you didn't feel the need to let everybody know, hey, I'm just getting my stuff, I'm just coming in peacefully?
Well, that's what I was trying to do.
But did you say that?
No, I didn't see anyone. There was
Did you
no.
go try and knock on the front door or anything of that nature, like, hey guys, just want to let you know I'm here, just want to get my stuff, and say bye?
No, I didn't knock on the door.
Okay. So, and your testimony is that as you're walking to the southeast bedroom, Megan comes out.
Yes, with Tristan.
With Tristan. Is she holding Tristan?
No.
Tristan's walking with her.
Yes.
And she say anything to you?
She just left the room.
She didn't ask you why you were there?
No.
You didn't ask her what was going on?
No.
You didn't tell her, hey, I just want to get my stuff?
No, I didn't have time to.
You didn't say, hey, I just want to say goodbye to Tristan?
No.
No, you just walked past her and went into the southeast bedroom?
Yes.
Now walk me through step by step what happens next. So you walk into the southeast bedroom, and where exactly is Nicholas Leonard?
He came from the closet area.
Please indicate where you're talking about.
This would be the closet area in the room that I entered.
Was he in the closet?
I couldn't tell. When I entered the room, Megan was just walking out with Tristan, so I was looking in her direction, and Nick came out of nowhere from that area.
Okay. And Nick say anything to you?
No, he just grabbed me by the neck.
Now, how tall are you, Mr. Matos?
I'm about 6'2".
And you're a fairly strong guy, is that fair?
I would say so, yes.
And Nicholas Leonard's about 5'9"?
I believe so.
And your testimony is that he grabbed you by the throat?
Yes.
What hand did he use?
His left hand.
He used only one hand?
Yes.
And so he grabs you with his left hand, and then what happens to you?
His right hand goes into his right pocket, and he pulls out his pistol.
He still hasn't said anything to you yet?
No.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
You didn't ask him, hey, what are you doing here?
I couldn't speak because his hand was cutting off the air from my throat, so I couldn't speak.
So where are you standing when this is happening?
I was standing by the closet area.
So you're all the way over the closet area now?
That's where, when I walked in, he just came out of nowhere by the closet, so that's where he grabbed me by the throat.
So did he come to you, or did you go to him?
He came to me.
So he came to you, so you're more in the front of the door area, right?
Yes.
Okay, so not by the closet area, you're over near the door.
By the closet area near the door.
Okay. And he grabs you with his left hand and pulls something out of his pocket with his right hand.
Yes.
Then what happens?
He pointed the gun at me, at my chest.
And what do you do?
I grabbed his wrist and I pointed the gun downwards away from me so he wouldn't shoot me.
And where are you in the room?
We were between the closet and the door.
And were you effective in moving the gun away from you?
At the time, I was able to point it towards the floor, away from my body.
And then you told him, like, hey, I just want to get my stuff and get out, right?
I couldn't speak. Again, he was still holding my throat.
You couldn't say anything?
No.
You were unable to breathe?
Yes.
So you were choking now?
Yes.
Were you losing consciousness?
Not at that moment, no.
Okay. So now he's got you. What do you do next?
We struggled, we wrestled around the room, and we ended up by the dresser where I saw a knife that I was able to use to defend myself, and I stabbed him in his arm.
Okay. Where was the knife?
It was on top of the dresser.
It was on top of the dresser. And you're talking about the big, tall dresser that you had moved before law enforcement got there, right?
I believe he was still in the same spot. It's a fairly heavy dresser.
Displaying States 160. When you're talking about this big dresser over here.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you guys are wrestling on the ground, and then you reach up and get the knife on top of that dresser.
We weren't wrestling on the ground. We were just wrestling
Mr.
around the
Matos,
room.
remember that part where he objects and you don't start?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Objection is Judge Counsel's mischaracterizing evidence. Mr. Matos is not testifying he was on the ground in this room.
Okay, overruled. Mr. Matos can speak for himself. Mr. Matos, you want to rephrase the question? Go ahead. Steve, you might want to rephrase the question so he'll know he can answer.
So you're wrestling around with Nick, and then you reach up on top of that 5.5-foot dresser and get a knife.
We were wrestling around the room. We were still standing up, but when we ended up in that corner, I noticed there was a knife on top of the dresser.
What kind of knife was it?
It seemed to be a hunting knife.
One of the 2 knives that you threw in the canal.
Yes.
One of Greg's special hunting knives.
Yes.
Just happened to be on top of that dresser.
Yes.
Which one?
I believe it was the one with the curved tip.
States 222.
No, not that one.
That one has a curved tip, right?
It's more like this, not a hook, but like a curved edge.
States 224.
That would be it.
The antique hunting knife. Now, according to you, you spent a lot of time in that room before that.
I lived in that room with Megan.
Had you ever seen that knife in that room before?
No.
Just happened to be there on this occasion.
Yes.
And so you grabbed the knife, and what do you do with it?
I used it to stab Nick in his left arm.
And then what?
He released his grip on my throat, and I dropped the knife, and I continued to get the gun out of his hand.
Okay. Did you stab him any more times?
No.
So only the one time to the arm?
It was about 3 times to the arm.
3 times to the arm?
Yeah.
It wasn't, and it was all the left arm?
Yes.
At this point, you're able to get his gun, right?
No.
What happens next then?
We continued moving around the room, and we ended up falling on the bed.
And the bed, that would be the bed that was up against that window, right?
Yes.
The bed that would have been right adjacent to the dresser, right?
Yes.
And you're on top of Nick. Is that fair?
He was on top of me.
He was on top of you.
Yes.
So you're on the bed, and he's on top of you.
Yes.
And how is he on top of you?
He threw his body weight on top of me when we were standing up. We fell on the bed.
He fell on the bed. Now, is he face to face with you?
Yes.
And where's the gun?
It's still in his hand.
And where is his hand?
His hand is right by my face, and he's trying to point it towards me, but I'm keeping his hand away from my face.
And to be clear, you guys are on a mattress on the floor at this point.
Yes.
And then what happens?
He took his fingers and he put it inside my cheek and started to rip at the flesh from the inside out, and he said, "I'm going to rip your face off."
While you were on the bed?
Yes.
And when he says that, what do you do?
At that point, Megan came in the room with Gregory, and she said, "Shoot him, Dad, shoot him."
She wasn't calling 911?
No.
She wasn't trying to get law enforcement?
No.
All she said was, shoot him. She didn't say shoot Adam, did she?
She said, "Shoot him, Dad, shoot him."
Did she say shoot Adam?
I'm assuming that she was talking about me.
Okay, but she didn't specify, did she?
No, but I did tell Greg, "Please don't shoot me, Greg, don't shoot me." She didn't say any different.
Okay, but you are underneath Nicholas Leonard at this point.
Yes.
He's on top of you.
He moved at that point when they came in, and she said that he moved out of the way, but he was still pinning me down, my lower body, and I was unable to move.
So you're down, and he gets up.
No, he just moved over a little bit to reveal my chest to Greg.
Okay. And where's his firearm?
Greg's or
Nick's?
Nick's is still in his hand.
And he has his firearm all to himself now?
It was always still in his hand.
Okay. Do you have a hold of his hand?
I'm still holding his wrist.
With your right hand?
I believe it was my right hand.
Okay. And so you say, Greg, please don't shoot me?
Yes.
This is the first thing that you've said since you've got there.
Yes.
You don't say, I just want to get my stuff and go?
At that point, I couldn't think of anything else but to ask Greg, please not to shoot me.
You still have the knife in your hand?
No, the knife was dropped on the floor after I stabbed him in the arm.
Where was it dropped on the floor?
Somewhere on the rug next to the bed.
Okay, because at that point there was a big rug on that wooden floor, right?
Yes.
It's the rug that you later wrapped Nicholas Leonard in and took him downstairs in, right?
Yes.
The big rug that we found behind the silver van in the east garage.
Yes.
Okay. So, knife falls on the floor, and you say Greg misfired not just once, but twice.
Yes.
And then he leaves.
After the shot towards Nicholas, that's when he left the room.
After Greg shot towards Nicholas.
After I shot towards Nicholas, that's when Greg exited the room with me.
Okay, so you at some point get control of this firearm.
Yes.
And you shoot at Nick.
Yes.
Is that the first shot that goes off?
No.
Okay. How does the first shot go off?
As I was pulling the gun out of his hand, a shot went off towards the wall.
Okay. And you are still on the mattress at this point?
Yes.
And Nick is still on the mattress right next to you at this point?
He's still pinning me down.
Okay. And we agree that the mattress was against this wall?
Yes, right in that corner here.
Running lengthwise?
Yes.
So you now have the gun, shot has gone off, Nicholas Leonard is, according to you, wounded and kind of off to the side, right?
Yes.
And then what?
Gregory and Megan ran to the master bedroom, to the closet that he had weapons in.
Okay. So you're in the southeast bedroom.
Yes.
They go off in a different direction.
Yes.
You agree with me that while you're in the southeast bedroom, you can't see where they went, right?
I could see the direction that they ran to, and it seemed that they were running to the master bedroom.
Okay. And according to you, you've just been attacked, right?
Yes.
People have just tried to kill you, right?
Yes.
So you took this opportunity to go and run out the front door, right?
No.
Because the front door is closer than the master bedroom, right?
Yes.
You took this opportunity to go and run down the stairs to get your bike and get out of there, right?
No.
You had your phone on you the whole time, didn't you?
I believe my phone was somewhere. Must have had it in my pocket.
Okay. And you agree you could have taken your phone out and called 911 and said, hey, I have a big problem here. There are people trying to kill me, right?
I believe my phone was dead at that time.
Okay. Well, you still could have gone out the front door. You agree?
I could have.
You could have said, wait, guys. Everything's fine. I'm leaving. I'm just getting my stuff and saying goodbye, right? You could have done that.
Possibly.
You didn't do that, though, did you?
No.
You pursued Greg and Megan, right?
Yes.
You pursued them into the master bedroom, right?
Yes.
And were they both in the master bedroom closet?
Gregory was in the closet with another weapon in his hands, and Megan was in the room.
It was a different weapon now.
I couldn't tell.
Okay. So you don't know if it was a different weapon or not.
It could have been the same one or a different weapon. I'm not sure.
And you go in there, and he's in the master bedroom closet. You actually have to go all the way over to that closet to know that he's in the master closet, right?
Yes.
So you go all the way over there to the master closet to check and see if he's there, right?
Yes.
You pursue him all the way to that closet, correct?
Yes.
And then he's got his back to you, and you shoot him in the back, right?
Yes.
He wasn't even facing you, right?
Not at that moment, no.
He was facing the wall in the corner of that closet. Is that fair?
He was facing the wall opposite to the entrance of the closet.
Okay. So he didn't even know that you were there, did he?
I believe he did.
Okay. Well, did you announce yourself like, hey, Greg, I'm here. Just want to make sure you're not getting any weapons or anything. Did you say that?
He heard me come in the room.
So, were you yelling?
No, I was not.
Were you screaming?
No.
So, you weren't making any noise, right?
Just the movements of my feet hitting the floor, entering the room.
Okay. So, you believe that Greg heard you running there and still had his back turned to you as you shot him in the back from the doorway of the master closet.
As I shot him in the back, he was going to turn with his weapon in his hands.
Okay. He goes on the ground.
He turned around with the weapon in his hand, and that's when I shot him again.
And you shot him in the chest this time?
In the chest.
2 shots?
One to the chest area, one to the back.
All right. So now you're at the doorway of the master closet.
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
And you turn around and you know Greg's not a problem, right?
At that point, no.
Well, you know he's down and shot, right?
Yes.
But you don't know that he's not a problem, apparently. Fair? That's what you just said?
When he had the weapon in his hand. Sorry.
Is there the objection is what?
You don't understand the question. It's a double negative. You don't know that he is not a problem.
Counsel, overruled. If Mr. Matos doesn't understand the question, he's on many occasions said, I don't understand the question, please repeat it. He can handle himself. If you don't understand the question, just say, please repeat the question. You've done a very good job up to now. You may proceed.
So you weren't sure whether or not Greg was a problem down there in the master closet floor, according to you, right?
I wouldn't know. He went down, so I believe that he was either dead at that point or just unconscious.
Or just unconscious.
I wasn't sure.
Okay. So then, Megan is hiding over in the corner, right?
Yes.
That little privacy wall.
Yes.
And then you shot towards that direction.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And then she actually came out because that shot didn't go through a corner and then enter her left eye.
Yes.
Did it?
Yes, it did.
No, you're claiming that you shot through a metal corner and that it still went in and penetrated her left eye without leaving any signs of the corner there, right?
It hit the wall and then it went into her eye.
The bullet hit the wall and then went into her eye?
Yes.
It ricocheted off the wall and then went into her eye?
Yes.
You didn't stand there with the gun pointed at her left eye while she was saying, please don't, please don't?
No.
That never happened?
No.
Okay. And so Megan goes down to the ground, right?
Yes.
And did you go and check on her?
Yes.
Did you go and check on Greg?
Not at that moment, no. I went to Megan's side to check on her, and that's when I just lost it completely.
Okay. And then you go back to Nick.
Yes.
And magically there's a hammer that appears.
There was tools in a room, like power drills and a hammer.
In the southeast bedroom?
Yes.
Where in the southeast bedroom?
It was near the closet area.
Okay. So there's tools and a hammer in the closet area. So you go in there and you grab the hammer and you start beating Nicholas Leonard in the head.
Yes.
And he was still moving around a little bit at that point.
No, he was unconscious at that point.
Okay. You didn't call law enforcement and let them know, hey, there are 3 people here who need assistance.
No.
You didn't say, hey, law enforcement, 3 people just tried to kill me and they need your help right now, right?
No.
You didn't try to get any medical attention for Megan. You didn't try and get any medical attention for Greg. And you didn't try and get any medical attention for Nicholas Leonard, right?
No.
And Tristan was in the master bedroom when this happened, wasn't he?
No, he was in his bedroom.
He was in his bedroom?
Yes.
By himself?
Yes.
Was he locked in there?
I believe Megan told him to close the door.
When did that happen?
It must have happened while we were in the room.
It must have happened. Did you hear it happen?
No, I didn't hear it happen, but she must have told him to lock himself in the room because when I came over to the room, he was locked in there, so he must have locked himself in.
So you're just making stuff up now.
Well, I believe that she would try to protect him and tell him to lock himself in his room.
So you believe Megan would have done that even though you didn't hear or see any of that, right?
I would believe that she would want him to protect himself by locking himself in the room. That would be the logical thing to do.
Okay. You don't think Megan would have gone and grabbed him and kept him with her and gone in the master bedroom, like what actually happened?
No.
Okay. So now, according to you, that's around 6:30, 7 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sometime around there.
And according to you, there were only 4 shots actually fired. Or 5 shots actually fired.
5 shots.
Okay.
Mr. Matos, you gotta keep your voice up.
Okay.
Down,
Sorry.
down, down.
And they were all from the same firearm.
Same firearm, yes.
The Caltech 380.
Yes.
So 6:30, 7 o'clock, you're there by yourself with Tristan.
Yes.
You didn't call anybody to try and help anyone there, right?
No.
You didn't call anybody to try and make sure that Tristan was okay through this whole thing, did you?
Tristan was fine, so there was no need to call for help.
And I think you said on direct, you went and you got angry at Nick because you were upset that Nick brought a weapon into the house. Those were your words, right?
Yes.
But you were aware there were several weapons in the house already, right?
Yes.
You were aware there were several weapons already in the master closet, right?
Yes.
In fact, you were aware that there were kitchen knives over in the kitchen that you could potentially use as weapons, right?
Possibly.
Because that's what you had done that morning, right?
Yes.
So you'd lived in that house for a period of time.
About 2
right?
months.
And you knew Margaret had a job at Wawa.
Yes.
You knew she worked a shift generally from 3 to 11 o'clock, right?
Her shift changed from time to time.
Okay, but you knew that that was one of her shifts, right?
I wasn't aware of her shift that week, but I knew that she did work certain days of the week, but I didn't know what times exactly.
Okay, and Margaret didn't get home until about 11:30 at night, right?
Sometime around there.
And so you're in the house by yourself for 4.5 hours with Tristan, right?
Sometime, yeah.
And you knew during that time that Margaret wasn't there.
Yes.
You knew that the silver van wasn't there.
Yes.
So you knew Margaret was out, probably at work, right?
Yes.
And so then 11:30 at night, you know that's probably about the time I would expect Margaret back, right?
Yes.
And so Margaret comes back, and according to you, you're up in the bedroom when that happens.
I don't remember where I was at that time.
You don't remember where you were when you heard Margaret coming back and you were afraid?
I was somewhere in the upstairs area.
Somewhere in the upstairs area. You can't narrow it down for us at all?
I can't remember. My memory's a little fuzzy, a little cloudy around that time.
Okay. Sounds like you remember all the things you want to remember really well, but then there's parts that you don't want to remember, like text messages you sent to Megan after the knife incident, right? Is that fair?
Objection, argument.
It's been a long time. Sorry.
Sustained compound.
So Margaret gets home and she's just coming in from work, right?
I believe so, yes.
She's just walking from her van to get into the house, right?
Yes.
She doesn't know any of the terrible things that you have already done, does she?
No.
But you arm yourself with a hammer and you go down to greet her, right?
Yes.
And you didn't say, hey, Margaret, don't go upstairs, do you?
No.
You didn't say, Margaret, something really bad happened I need to tell you about.
No.
Did you?
No.
You didn't say, Margaret, I'm going to leave, have at it upstairs. Did you?
No.
You just greeted her by beating her head in with a hammer. right?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
And you'd already beat Nicholas Leonard's head in with a hammer, right?
Yes.
So you knew at that point what a hammer does to a head when you hit somebody. How many times you hit Margaret?
I can't remember. It was a few times.
More than 5?
Maybe.
And you knew, based on what you already did to Nick Leonard, what effect that would have on Margaret Brown, right?
Yes.
Now, you agree with me that this extra bullet that you say went off in the southeast bedroom and any shell casings that would help us determine where the firearm was shot, you agree that you got rid of all that, right?
Most of it.
You moved all that so that nobody could find out exactly what you did and how you did it, right?
I didn't want Tristan being exposed to anything that might, just make him just mentally disturbed.
Well, you agree that there's a door to Megan's room.
Yes.
And there's a lock on that door.
Yes.
That I believe you testified on direct you couldn't reach, right?
Yes.
And I think you even testified on direct that you could close the doors to the master bedroom, right?
Yes.
And let's be clear, you spent a lot of time cleaning those 2 rooms, right?
Yes.
It was not an hour or hour and a half thing. You spent a lot of time in both of those rooms cleaning up, right?
I don't know how long it was, but I did spend some time cleaning it up.
You moved a lot of items out of the southeast bedroom. You spent a lot of time mopping and cleaning up pieces of Megan's brain from the floor over the course of that week, right?
I don't remember picking up any parts of brain, but I did clean up the blood.
Okay, because there was a lot more blood in that master bedroom before law enforcement got there. Fair?
Yes.
And you agree that all took time to do.
Yes.
And you had to make sure Tristan wasn't able to get in those rooms during that period of time, right?
Yes.
And that's something you could do, right?
Yes.
And you knew how to do that, right?
Yes.
Simple lock on the door in one of the room's cases, right?
Yes.
So keeping Tristan out of the rooms and exposed to that wasn't going to be a problem for you, was it?
At the time, I wasn't sure if he would try to find a way in, so I just wanted to clean it up just in case he did find a way in.
All right. Instead of calling law enforcement to tell them, hey, all this terrible stuff just happened, people tried to kill me, right?
Yes.
So back to Margaret, you indicated that, and fair to say with Margaret, you only beat her in the head, right?
Yes.
The only places that you beat her was about her head and face, right?
In her head.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you put the plastic bags on her head afterwards.
After she was dead.
After she was dead.
Yes.
And you didn't try and call for help for her after you realized, oh, I just killed Margaret?
No.
Or I just hurt Margaret?
No.
No, you just put a bag over her head because in your words, you didn't want to make a bigger mess, right?
I didn't want the blood getting everywhere.
Everywhere in the garage, right?
Yes.
Now, you didn't put a bag over Nicholas Leonard's head, did you?
No.
And that was messier, right?
It was a little messy, yes.
And you didn't put a bag over Megan's head, did you?
No.
And you agreed that was pretty messy too?
Yes.
And I think you testified at some point that you dropped Margaret and then blood went everywhere, right?
I don't know if blood went everywhere, but I did drop her.
You dropped her, and then that's how we result with the pool of blood behind the silver van, right?
I don't think that's where the pool of blood came from, but she did fall when I was trying to put her in.
Okay, so that when you said on direct that she fell and then we ended up with all that blood on the floor, that wasn't what you meant.
I didn't say that's where the blood came from, but I did drop her.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that Margaret coming in from work, she didn't have any weapons.
No.
She didn't say anything to you about, I'm going to kill you or I'm going to hurt you, did she?
No.
She didn't even see it coming, did she?
No.
And she struggled. She tried to get into the doorway of the stairwell, right?
I believe so.
And you pulled her back into the garage and ultimately into the east garage, right?
When we were in the west garage, that's where I hit her in the head.
Okay. Let's look at some of that. States 370, you agree with me? That back wall, that area, that's where you started to attack Margaret?
Somewhere in that area.
She's putting her hands on her head, trying to figure out what just happened, right?
I don't know. It was dark when it happened. There was no lights working in that garage.
Stage 383, she fell against that wall right there. That's her handprint in her blood.
Possibly.
Right? And then you hit her in the head while she was struggling to stay up against that wall, right?
Possibly, yes.
Not possibly, definitely?
Most likely.
And then she's trying to make her way into the residence, right?
I believe so.
And if she's trying to make her way into the residence, you're pursuing her, right?
Yes.
Keep hitting her with a hammer, right?
Quite a few times.
Page 112. And you agree with me, she was grabbing on to this door frame right there with her bloody hands, trying to prevent you from pulling her back into the garage, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Those aren't her finger marks?
No.
Well, those aren't your finger marks, are they?
They might have been.
They might have been your finger marks holding on to the door frame?
They might have been my fingerprints when I was cleaning up. Maybe I got blood on my hands and touched the door. But I don't believe those are hers.
You held on to the door frame like that?
Possibly. When I was coming in up the stairs.
Okay. Well, then, you dragged her into the east garage. You agree?
Yes.
And that's her handprint right there on the wall as you go into the east garage, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
it was dark when this happened, so I can't really tell what happened.
So she was holding on to that wall, trying to keep you from pushing her into that east garage, right?
I can't tell. I can't really say for sure.
She was struggling with you.
We had a struggle in the dark when it happened, but I don't know what parts of the wall were touched because it was dark.
She was trying to stay alive, right?
Yes.
But you had a different intention there, right?
Yes.
You wanted to make sure she was going to die, right?
At that time, I felt like my life was in danger, and I was so out of it that I reacted without thinking.
You thought enough to bring the hammer with you, though, didn't you?
I brought a weapon to defend myself.
Now, after you kill everybody in the house, fair to say that you didn't have a whole lot of money of your own,
No.
right?
No.
You had to start selling a bunch of stuff so that you could accumulate enough money so that you could eventually leave, right?
Well, I had a check, but I didn't cash it yet, so I didn't have any cash. So I figured if we could give the dogs a good home to live in, we would, have some money for some food for Tristan.
Because that was your only concern, is a good home for the dogs, right?
Well, I wanted to get a good home for the dogs. I couldn't care for them, and I just wanted to get money for Tristan so he could have something to eat.
Okay. So you started selling TV.
Yes.
Tried to sell the entertainment center.
Yes.
Tried to sell some of Margaret's jewelry. You tried to sell, or you did sell a number of the dogs, right?
Yes.
And people would come up and you tell them lies about why you were selling the dogs, right?
I don't remember what I said, but I think, I said we were just, trying to get rid of the dogs.
Okay. And you tried to sell the Bose speaker, right?
Yes.
And all this is to try and generate some cash.
Yes.
Now, if you have enough cash, then you can go somewhere else, right?
Well, I didn't know where I was going to go to, but for the time being, I just wanted to have enough to survive.
And in the meantime, if you can clean up the scene and erase any trace of Nicholas Leonard being there, maybe no one will know what you did, right?
Not exactly. I was just trying to clean it so Tristan wouldn't be exposed to it.
Well, I think we've already established you could just shut the doors in order to keep it from being established.
Well, I knew it was
exposed to it, right?
I knew it was a matter of time before law enforcement got involved. I was just trying to stay alive and keep Tristan out of harm's way.
Now, you don't want to drive the van around too much because you knew that was Margaret and Greg's vehicle, right?
Right.
And if you happen to get pulled over in that vehicle, there'll be questions about that.
Yes.
You couldn't take Megan's vehicle because it happened to have a flat tire when you went and got it, right?
Yes.
And did you try and get it on Friday when it was blocked in, or did you wait until Saturday morning?
Try to get what?
Did you try and get Megan's vehicle on Friday and were prevented from doing so because it was blocked in?
I don't remember what day it was exactly, but I know it was sometime around that weekend, and it was at nighttime, so there was no cars in that parking lot. It was empty.
Okay, or maybe the morning daylight hours, right?
I didn't go.
8:30 and 9:30 in the morning?
I didn't go in the morning, daytime. I only went at nighttime when Tristan was sleeping.
Okay, because you wouldn't go between 8:30 and 9:30 in the morning, right? Because Tristan would be awake.
Well, I did it. I just happened to do it at nighttime, and it seemed like a okay time to do it while Tristan was sleeping.
Okay. And you agree that you hung out with Ryan McCann and Alan McCann multiple days?
A few times.
And you asked Ryan McCann about security videos, right?
It got brought up when he told his brother that he made home porn videos with cameras that he had hidden around the house.
I'm sorry. Did you just say that it came up when he told his brother he made home porn videos?
Yes.
Okay. So, according to you, Ryan McCann tells his brother he was making home porn, and so you asked him if he has surveillance.
Well, he said he had hidden cameras, and I asked him about his home porn. I thought it was a weird subject to bring up, and I was just, asking questions, just being part of the conversation, and he said he had home surveillance around the house.
Okay. And you just left it at that?
We just left it at that.
You had no other interest in whether or not Mr. McCann had surveillance?
No.
You had no interest in knowing whether or not Mr. McCann had surveillance cameras that might have caught you disposing of the murder weapons, right?
I wasn't really thinking about that, no.
Okay. How about when Ryan McCann asked you about whether or not where the family was?
I believe I told him that they were away on vacation or something along those lines.
So you never told him, like, yeah, there was a big problem, they all tried to kill me, it was really bad, right?
No, I didn't want to involve him in that, and I didn't want him to be a threat to me as well. If I was to tell him that, I didn't want to put Tristan or myself in further danger.
No, so you decided to lie to him because he might be a threat to you.
I felt he didn't need to know at that time.
Okay. So, for no good reason then, you just decided to tell him something that was completely false,
yes.
Right? Okay. Tuesday, you agree you had piled a lot of trash bags out at the curb, right?
I don't know what day it was exactly, but I did put trash on the curb.
Well, you knew that the trash picked up on Tuesday, right?
I believe so. That was the day, yeah.
And that's why you would put all the trash bags out on the curbs, because you knew the trash pickup was that day. Is that fair?
On Tuesday, I don't believe I got the trash out to the curb. Tuesday.
Okay, so...
Because it was in the garage, those bags.
So you didn't... There were no bags that were taken by the trash man away from the house that...
Not on... I don't believe so, not on that day, because the bags that were in the garage never made it to the curb.
Okay, I agree with you. The bags in the garage, we can all agree, never made it to the curb.
Right.
But prior to those bags, there were bags that made it to the curb.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew what day trash day was because you knew when to put all those bags out.
Correct.
And in those bags were a lot of the things that you had been cleaning up, right?
Yes.
A lot of things that you were disposing of,
right?
You had to get rid of Margaret's shoes, right?
Anything that had blood on it, I didn't want Tristan being exposed to it, so I just threw it away.
So Margaret's shoes, she actually kicked her shoes off while you were trying to tie her feet together, right?
Most likely.
Okay. So you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Good. So she didn't have her shoes on anymore, and you disposed of those, right?
Yes.
Now, Friday, you go get the shovel. You did that because you were going to bury the bodies. You agreed with that, right?
Yes.
You were going to try and bury them out in the yard, right? Yes. If you could hide the bodies and get rid of the evidence from the scene, maybe nobody knows what you did, right?
No.
No?
No.
That wasn't a consideration. We were calling on the 28th, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And you had Greg's phone?
Yes.
And you had Megan's phone?
Yes.
And you had Nick's phone?
Yes.
Now, Greg's phone actually had some family members try and contact him on that phone, right?
Yes.
And you responded to them by text message, didn't you?
I don't remember doing so.
You don't remember doing that?
No.
You don't remember responding to his son that you love him?
Possibly.
That possibly happened?
Yes.
You agree with me that that actually did happen?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that because you were trying to avoid detection from the things that you had done, right?
Well, I was, still out of my mind at that time, and I was in shock, and I didn't want people coming to the house trying to kill me.
Well, that was days later that you sent that text with Greg's phone, right?
Most likely.
That was like September 1st or September 2nd, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And I think you just told this jury you don't want people coming to the house because they might kill you.
I don't want people coming into the house.
That's what you just told them, right? But you were freely having people come to the house to sell stuff to them, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to be clear on that. And you agree you took the shovel out to Old Dixie Highway because it was your intention to try and bury the bodies out that way, right?
I didn't attempt to bury the bodies at that point. I just had the shovel in the van. I just happened to throw it in there.
You just happened to throw the shovel in with 4 bodies that you were trying to dispose of?
Yes.
It happened to be there?
I threw it in there just in case, but I never used it to bury the bodies.
Okay. Because it was hard work moving all those bodies, right?
Yes.
It was hard work dragging them all out to where you left them, right?
Yes.
It would have been a lot more work to actually move them around more or bury them, right?
Yes.
And you figured this is good enough. It's a dead end. Nobody can see it. I'm going to leave them here, and people won't be able to find them, right?
Yes.
And you indicated you cut the top off the pillowcase top off the mattress, right?
Yes.
It was your intention that that stuff was going to go out in the trash.
I was going to attempt to put it out on the trash, but I never got to doing so.
You didn't get that far because the next trash day wasn't until Friday, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so you didn't have the opportunity to put all that stuff out at the curb yet,
No,
right?
no.
You hadn't gotten to the southeast bedroom by the time the first trash pickup had occurred, right?
No.
So you cut off the pillow top mattress. I believe your words on direct were you didn't want people seeing blood, right?
Yes.
Because you knew if people saw blood, they might find out what you did, right?
Or they might try to hurt me.
They might try and hurt you but really it was because they would detect your crime, right?
I didn't want anybody seeing blood on a mattress, so I just cut it off.
You don't want anybody seeing blood on the mattress, right? Because again, it might tell them the terrible things that you did to the people in that house, right?
Possibly, yes.
And you brought up, as often as you could, that Tristan is all you have left. Those were your words, right?
Yes.
You agree with me, you have a mother in California, right?
Yes.
And at the time you had a brother and sister-in-law who were also in California, right?
Distant relatives, yes.
Distant in distance, but people that you could talk to on a regular basis, right?
Yes.
And in fact, people who have continued to talk to you since this has happened, right?
Yes.
They've continued to be there for you.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Matos, you indicated, I remember you saying on direct, the story the state is trying to hide from you. You remember using those words?
Yes.
The story that the state is trying to hide from you were your words, right?
Yes.
But you agree with me that the story you have just told this jury, you have had 3 years, more than 3 years, and the entire time of watching the evidence come by in this trial to come up with the story that you told them, right?
It was the truth.
Okay, but you've had all that time to think about exactly what you were going to tell them, right?
Yes.
To be clear, this isn't something that you came and told us that we are trying to hide from anybody, is it?
I believe that you're trying to hide most of the facts that happened in this case, as far as the truth.
Okay. But in terms of having your own opportunity to tell law enforcement and tell the news what happened, you agree you hid what was happening, right?
I did.
Okay. Now, it's your testimony on direct. You're getting these phone calls in the Florida Inn hotel room telling you need to change rooms, right?
Yes.
And according to you, you went and hugged your son goodbye before you went out into the hallway, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you walked out and you didn't know law enforcement was going to be there, did you?
I had a feeling that they were.
You had a feeling that they were. So once again, when you told the Tampa Bay Times reporter, because he asked you questions about the SWAT team, right?
Yes.
When you told the Tampa Bay Times reporter you were shocked that they were there, that was another lie.
I was shocked to see them.
You were shocked to see them.
Yes.
So which is it, Mathis? Were you shocked to see them, or did you have a feeling they were going to be there?
I had a feeling that something was strange going on when I got the call to change rooms, but I wasn't sure whether the cops were there until I actually saw the SWAT team. I was shocked to see a bunch of people in black attire and, carrying weapons.
Okay. In terms of moving the bodies, you would agree with me, Margaret was probably the lightest, right?
She was a little heavier than Megan.
Okay, well, Margaret is significantly shorter than Megan was, right?
She was.
She was?
She was shorter, yes.
Okay. And in terms of picking up and lifting, Margaret's probably going to be the easiest one to move, right?
I wouldn't say so. She was a little meatier than Megan was.
Okay. And I believe it was your testimony that you used ropes on all the other three bodies after Margaret, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, move on.
You may.
Mr. Matos, we talked about the 4 cell phones, right?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
So whose cell phone is the cell phone that you threw in the canal?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you agree it was either Megan's or Nick's?
Yes.
Fair to say it was probably Megan's, right?
Probably.
Now, you didn't just throw that cell phone in the canal, did you?
I don't believe so.
No, you actually, did you take a hammer to it or did you stomp on it?
I don't remember. I just remember crushing the screen.
Okay. You did a little bit better than crushing the screen, didn't you? You agree?
I crushed the screen. That's all I can remember.
I mean, you crushed the entire thing. You agree?
Yes.
So you weren't just disposing of this. You're trying to make sure that no information could be recovered from this. Right?
Right.
Because you definitely want to make sure that a jury would never get to read the text messages that you sent to Megan
At the
on
time,
August 28, 2014.
At the time, I was probably just upset, and I just crushed it out of anger.
You were probably just upset and crushed it out of anger.
Yes.
Was it trying to kill you?
No.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, if you will go ahead and put your papers away, I'll release you to go to lunch. I'll have you back in the jury courtroom at 2:10. Okay? Again, we're not done.
All right, so that's what I have for him on the stand. So now we're going to get to the state's closing, and then we'll get to verdict and all that good stuff in a little bit. Let's hear the state wrap this up. And then we have defense. Now the defense's opening was only 12 minutes. Their closing is 54 minutes. So I'd like to see what that's all about. Oh, you guys are asking about Tristan. Okay, so Widespread Panic found this article from November of 2014. So this happened in August 2014. So this is from November. So the 4-year-old boy was in good spirits, if a little confused, when authorities found him in a Tampa hotel room with his father. Tristan was taken into custody by Child Protective Services, then sent to live with relatives. All right, now the young boy will likely have a new home. We're very pleased that Tristan is in a prospective adoptive home, and we expect that he will be adopted very soon. We're very, very excited about it for the child's sake. Now, this was 12 years ago, so I don't know what's come of it, but this was as of 2014. He was going to he was going to go be adopted. So, yeah, just that he was going to be adopted in 2014. I don't know. Again, I don't know what came out of that. I don't know. I'm not sure. And that was when he was 4 years old. So obviously he's, what's that, 12? He's like 16 now. So I don't know. I have no idea where he stands right now. But at that point in time, he was going to be adopted. So.
Both the state and defense have now rested.
All right. So everybody's rested. Now we're going to get to closings. And this was November 15th. This is going to be state closings. All right. So here we go. Let's see, state closings. Let's put that up here. There. Okay.
Their cases. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember again that what the attorneys say is not the evidence or your instructions on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding this case. Each side has equal time, but the state is entitled to divide their time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has spoken. I will tell you that this packet of information is the jury instructions, which myself and the lawyers have spent time together while you weren't here working on. We all know what it says. We all agree to what I'm going to read to you. So it's not anything that they don't know, nor is it anything they don't already have a copy of. You all will get a copy of it when I read it to you. So if they reference the judge will tell you this or the judge will tell you that about an instruction, they would not mislead you. They know what I'm going to read to you, so listen carefully, okay? State, you may proceed.
Good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's been a long few weeks, and I told you at the beginning of this case that we would present evidence that proved that this defendant was guilty of first-degree murder of Margaret Brown, Nicholas Leonard, Greg Brown, and Megan Brown. And I submit to you that at this point, that has been done. Now, one thing that we haven't discussed a whole lot about yet is what do we need to prove in order to prove murder in the first degree in the state of Florida? So I'm going to talk to you about some of that. So in the state of Florida, and the judge will instruct you on the law later, but I expect she's going to tell you something similar to this, that there are two forms of homicide in the state of Florida. And you heard Dr. Palma tell you homicide is when one person kills another person. In Florida, there's lawful homicide and unlawful homicide. Lawful homicide finds itself in two categories. Justifiable homicide, which is a fancy way of saying self-defense, and excusable homicide, which is a fancy way of saying accident. And I submit to you, as we'll talk about, this situation is neither one of those. So then you're in unlawful homicide. And there are different degrees of murder in unlawful homicide, and I suspect you'll be instructed on a couple of them, but in particular, the defendant in this case has been charged with murder in the first degree. Now, what we need to prove in order to prove murder in the first degree is three elements. And I'm going to start with Nicholas Leonard because he's count one, but it would be the same three elements for each victim, with the only difference being the victim's name. So the first element would be for Nicholas Leonard that Nicholas Leonard is dead. And we all agree on that. There's a stipulation. The defense agrees that the body examined by Dr. Palma is Nicholas Leonard, and the same is true for the other three victims. So we all agree on the first element of all four counts. The second element is that the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. And we'll talk about that some more, but clearly by this time, the defendant has now admitted that he is the cause of all four of the deaths. And then the third element is that there was a premeditated killing of the victim. This example I'm using, Nicholas Leonard. So let's talk about what premeditation means in the state of Florida. Killing with premeditation is a killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. So, premeditation is not a situation where you need to plan things out and have an escape plan and know exactly what's going to happen and how you're going to go about it. It just means that you did it with the intention to do it and you had some opportunity to reflect upon that decision. And I use this example to explain the idea of reflection. Now, we've all been driving on the road, coming on that traffic light, it's green, and then as you get closer it turns yellow. And we all think, do I stop or do I go? And every one of us has at some time or another made a decision and reflected on that decision multiple times within the split second that it takes you to get from one point to the point where you are either in the intersection or stopped at the intersection. So it does not take a long time to reflect upon that decision to kill. And in this case, with each of these homicides, each of these murders, we see multiple indications that the defendant not only had the ability to reflect, but did reflect. So, justifiable use of deadly force. And I'm gonna walk you through a lot of the evidence. I prepared some slides before I knew that the defendant was going to admit to killing all four of the people. I will skip through some of them, but justifiable use of force. Even if you believe everything that the defendant told you, and I submit to you there is significant problems with believing most of the things that he told you. Even if you believe that, he is still guilty of first-degree murder for each of these four people. Starting with Nicholas Leonard. According to his testimony, which, by the way, is not consistent with what Dr. Palma says, Nicholas Leonard would not have been incapacitated by the knife wounds he received as quickly as the defendant would like you to believe. But according to the defendant, he leaves Nicholas Leonard, and then he comes back, gets a hammer, and just bashes in his head, hitting him more than 21 times or more. There's no self-defense there. According to the defendant, Nicholas Leonard is defenseless on the ground, not fighting back. And with each swing, he's got to make an intentional action up, an intentional action down with a great amount of force. So he knows exactly what he's doing as he hits Nicholas Leonard again and again and again and again. And you can see the photographs of the injuries. One of the reasons that we put those in is so that you see Nicholas Leonard has injuries all over his head. Nicholas Leonard is trying to fight with the defendant while he's getting hit, trying to avoid the blows, unlike what the defendant tells you. And that's why he gets hit all over his head. But even under the defendant's story, he is still guilty of murder for Nicholas Leonard. Gregory Brown. Under the defendant's story, this defendant actually pursues and goes to Gregory Brown to shoot him. There's no stand your ground there. There's no he came and attacked me. If what he says is true, and Gregory Brown attempted to shoot at him in the bedroom earlier, then this defendant loses all self-defense claims once he runs after Gregory Brown to confront him in that closet. And so the shooting there is an intentional act, and not just one, but two, is also murder in the first degree. Now, Megan Brown, again, by this defendant's own claims, he has no reasonable fear that she is doing that she has done or is doing anything that would cause him harm. Now, he may claim to have unreasonable fear, but Megan Brown standing there holding his cell phone and not saying anything, not doing anything, hiding behind the corner, according to his story, that is still murder in the first degree. And finally, Margaret Brown, he has absolutely, not even a shred of a claim for self-defense or accident. He goes down there with the hammer, knowing she's arriving home, knowing she wasn't home, and then he proceeds to beat her in the head over and over and over again. And he slipped up when he was trying to get his story out, but he slipped up because you may recall during a lot of testimony, I brought out Margaret Brown, when they found her body, did not have any shoes on. She wasn't wearing shoes. And we didn't find her shoes. And the defendant admitted that he had thrown away her shoes, and I asked him about it, and I said, you threw away her shoes because while you're trying to tie up her feet, she kicked off the shoes, right? And he agreed, yeah, that's what happened. Which is very different than the story he was trying to sell to you guys. It's because it did not happen the way he wants you to believe it did, and he was actually beating Margaret Brown, trying to subdue her, trying to tie her up, keeping that bag over her head. She's wrestling with him, kicking off her shoes, which he's tying with her shoelaces, and then he beats her with a hammer in the head. And that is murder in the first degree. Now, I submit to you, the way he describes it happened is not the way it happened. He needs Margaret Brown to be last, and if Justin Oakins is wrong, if Justin Oakins just happened to hear similar caliber shots from the direction of the house at a time of night that we would expect the shootings to have occurred, all that just happened to be the case, and it happened to concern him enough to turn around, but had nothing to do with this incident, then maybe the way the defendant is telling you the order of the people is correct. But I submit to you, because of Justin Oakins, and Justin Oakins hearing those shots coming from that direction of a caliber firearm that is consistent with what we now know was used to shoot the different shots in that residence, then we know that Margaret Brown had to be first. Margaret Brown was first to be killed because that's the defendant snuck in behind her when she arrives home from Wawa and attacks her and is trying to subdue her and tie her up so that he can get upstairs to kill everybody else. Now, I created a calendar for you guys to show where the defendant was during this time period, but the defendant has now admitted to being there during the killings and during the subsequent period afterwards. But even had he not, you know, this defendant is the only one there throughout the week other than a 4-year-old child. So we knew, we already knew, without the defendant telling us, that the murders had to have occurred on August 28th. We knew that because Gregory Brown is found in the same clothes he was wearing on August 28th. He's got the items that he had on his person or would have had on his person that day. And we know that Margaret Brown was not killed until after she arrived home. She didn't leave Wawa until 11:10 p.m. And it's actually, if you watch the surveillance, it's closer to 11:11. So 15 minutes approximate back home, that's going to be right around 11:30 at night. And even if you believe what the defendant says, that is a good 4 hours after he claims the other murders would have happened. There is no justification for killing Margaret at that point. But again, I submit to you that Margaret probably would have first. And we knew Nicholas Leonard's truck gets dumped in the parking spot sometime the night of August 28th going into August 29th because it was not there on the 28th. It appears there very early on the 29th. Now, in terms of the canal, and here's a couple things that you can draw from this out. We knew already that most of these weapons belonged to Greg Brown. We knew that Greg Brown kept them in his closet. And we knew that Greg Brown was killed in his closet. And we knew that there were some items that did not belong. The drills, the hammer, the Kel-Tec, and the cell phone. So we knew, and you could tell based on the evidence, that the drills would have come from Nicholas Leonard. And we now know that Nicholas Leonard may have gone over there, he may have brought his drills in to change the locks. Now, there's no indication that he actually changed the locks, because I'm sure when he gets there, Megan tells him, Adam Matos can pick locks. There's no sense in changing the locks. This lock, the next lock, it's all the same to him. But if Nick Leonard brought any hardware over, or certainly when he brought his drills over, it gives this defendant the opportunity to now change the lock to Tristan Drew, which he denies doing. But there is absolutely no reason why anyone else in that house would have done that. We know it had to be him because that's the only method he can use to secure this child while he is going about wiping this crime scene of the evidence that will assist everybody in proving him guilty. And we know, unlike he wants you to believe from the stand, that this was happening during the night and the day. We know that Megan Brown's vehicle disappears during the morning, between 8:30 in the morning and 9:30 in the morning. Miss Ward, who came back and testified about another matter, told you very clearly, Saturday morning I got there, 8:30, we were all paying attention to Megan's car, we were all worried about her. It was there, and I was worried. And when I got back from my run, I passed by him, it was gone, and I was relieved. But anyway, so the firearm and the hammer, we knew, were the murder weapons. The hammer doesn't fit with everything else, and the hammer is also consistent with the deaths. Now, in regards to the hammer, this defendant, he's upset. He's obviously upset with Megan. He threatens her life in the morning. He leaves. According to him back then, he was asked to leave, and so he did. But he's still texting her. He's still obviously upset. There's still animosity there, such that Megan is still upset between 2 and 4 in the afternoon when she talks to Jimmy Sigler. But, excuse me, when this defendant comes back, there are multiple places where he could have obtained the hammer from without being in the house. He goes into that house knowing that he's going to kill these people, and he arms himself with a hammer. You can either get it from Nicholas Leonard's truck, which is out there in the driveway, or if the defendant is accurate, which is a big if, across the street in the grassy area, or we see there are tools just lying around this house. There's a mallet and a board. There could have been a hammer in a lot of different locations surrounding this residence that this defendant would have had access to before he makes entrance. So we also know there are zip ties lying outside of the house. And there's zip ties in places in the residence where this defendant had easy access to them. We know the Kel-Tec was Nicholas Leonard's. You can match up the serial number to the box. And I don't think we have any dispute about that. Now, we recovered 4 bullets, the one in Megan's head, the one under Greg, the one on the driveway, and the one in the trash. Now, the defendant says there was a 5th bullet. I wouldn't dispute that. We were under the impression there were 5 shots probably already. However, I don't agree with him that it occurred in the southeast bedroom. So, we know when Margaret gets home, and the defendant has now admitted that she would have parked in the west garage. We knew that already because that's where the van was parked the morning of the 28th. We know a blood spatter expert came in and helped us decipher that Margaret was killed in this area, and the defendant has now admitted that that was what happened. So we're all in agreement about this, and we knew her blood was there. We see her handprint there. Now, I submit to you, the defendant, most likely, when Margaret Brown gets home, which he's going to know when that is, and clearly it is not long after she arrives because she is just walking in the door, this defendant is waiting there with the hammer and executes Margaret Brown.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. defendant proceeds to beat her to death with a hammer immediately after she gets out of her vehicle. And you can see how this fight would have gone, or I say fight, but really it was an attack. Margaret Brown is getting to right in this area here. She gets beat. She starts bleeding. Her hands are going to go up on her head. She doesn't know what's happening or doesn't realize. She just knows she's getting hit in the head by a very hard object as she realizes that the defendant is attacking her. She ends up getting blood on her hand, which the defendant agreed this was going to be Margaret Brown's handprint here. Remember, we couldn't get Margaret Brown's fingerprints because her hands were too decomposed, so we were unable to compare this print to anybody other than the defendant. We knew it wasn't his, but Margaret Brown's hands go up over her head, and now she's got blood on her hand as she falls against the wall, and you recall what Mrs. Cox said, that there's some impacts out of there that shows that she was hit very close to that wall. And then still hitting her as she's falling against the wall. And she's trying to get through this door. And you can see her mark right there. The defendant wants to claim that those are his fingers, but Margaret Brown's the one who has blood on her hand. Margaret Brown's the one that's going to be trying to pull her way to safety as this defendant drags her back into the east garage. And this diagram shows some of the areas that we see Margaret Brown's blood. And there we have the handprint right here on this wall. I have photographs of that later. Now I submit to you, most likely, based again on Dustin Oakins and Kristen Anderson's testimony, Margaret Brown gets home at 11:30, she gets attacked. Dustin Oakins and Kristen Anderson hear shots, and they estimate between 11:45 and midnight. That would be after Margaret Brown gets home, which would mean that the defendant takes the hammer and goes up the stairs and goes right for Nicholas Leonard. He's going to know Nicholas Leonard is there. Nicholas Leonard's truck is outside the residence with his name on it. So he knows what's going on. He also, and again, the defendant wants you to believe that he received a 22-minute phone call from Nicholas Leonard the night of the 27th, where Nicholas Leonard says, not interested in Megan anymore, but the defendant is still calling Nicholas Leonard after the incident in the morning of the night, because Megan is not answering him. And we see Nicholas Leonard's blood throughout this room on various objects which appear to have been disturbed. We see his blood on the pillow, and the carpet, and on these containers, which the defendant has now admitted he moved down the west garage. Find it on the DVDs, and you can see the DVDs would have come from that DVD case that is empty up in the southeast bedroom. The guy who's selling a TV, an entertainment center, dogs, jewelry, and a Bose speaker isn't selling any DVDs because he knows that DVDs could have blood on them because of how viciously he beat Nicholas Leonard. So those he's going to throw away. On the blanket, which, by the way, the blanket was in the same trash bag as the shirt the defendant was wearing on the 1st and the 2nd. The sock, which, by the way, there's a bullet found in this trash bag, which I think I have some pictures of later. In this trash bag, we also have a sock with Nicholas Leonard's blood on it. Now, is Nicholas Leonard's DNA on a bullet? Yes, it is, according to FDLE. Is there a number of ways that could have gotten there? Absolutely. Nicholas Leonard could have loaded those bullets, since it was his gun, and also, more likely, is it was thrown away with his bloody sock. The defendant might have even used the bloody sock to pick up the bullet. Those boxes would have been taken from the southeast bedroom with Nicholas Leonard's blood on them. And then you have this transfer stain. Now, this transfer stain, before the defendant testified, would have still placed the defendant outside of this closet after Nicholas Leonard was beaten to death. How? Because the defendant would have gotten Nicholas Leonard's blood on his sock or on his foot And as he's running and as he's standing there, the blood transfers. Now, there was probably more blood that transferred before this particular stain that was cleaned up, but this one largely remained. We were able to get Nicholas Leonard's blood off, or DNA from it, and that would have been the defendant standing there shooting Greg Brown. And again, the green ones, you can see different areas that we located Nicholas Leonard's blood, and obviously a large concentration in the southeast bedroom. Now we know there was a shot that came that went from that room, and a bullet that ended up outside. Now recall, what the defendant just told us was that he was on the bed with Nicholas Leonard when the gun went off. Well, that doesn't match the trajectory of where this goes from. And there are more photographs than this. If the bed is here, the gunshot's coming from over here. Why is that? Because the defendant is pushing Nicholas Leonard over in this area, and the two of them are fighting against the wall towards the closet. The defendant's statement is not accurate. It doesn't match the evidence. And we see the result of that bullet, the hole through the wall, all the way through the wall, with the bullet ending up on the driveway. Now, Greg Brown, we see we find a large stain of his blood deep within the closet. Now, we already knew. Why is it going to be there? Because Greg Brown is going to be going, and there's some of his blood on the blanket. Greg Brown is going to be going for his weapons. Of course he is. And as I'll lay out later, I'll just lay it out right now. When the defendant comes out and attacks Nicholas Leonard's going to be there with Megan Brown. Megan Brown and Nicholas Leonard are going to be together in her bedroom, talking, doing whatever, being concerned about the defendant. And when this defendant comes in with a hammer and begins to viciously beat Nicholas Leonard, and blood's going everywhere. You heard Megan Brown on the 911 tape. She's going to get upset. She's going to freak out. And she's going to run to another source of protection to try and get some sort of, try and end this terrible situation. So she's going to run to the master bedroom and tell Greg. And Greg is undoubtedly going to try and go to defend himself with the weapons that he has in that closet. But he never gets out of that closet. There's no indication that he gets out of that closet. He's going for the weapons, and he gets shot in the back by this defendant. And you heard Dr. Palma talk about how that shot it lines up with the pelvis and would have been expected to hit the I think it was the pelvic aorta, but a major artery in that region. And in Dr. Palma's words, would have taken Greg down immediately. And the defendant, and Greg's going to go down after that shot. The defendant admits he shot him in the back first. Greg goes down, and the defendant shoots him again to make sure he's dead or not getting back up. And in Megan Brown's blood, we find that on the light switch, which that's a transfer stain, not as much information you can glean from that, but also these important stains near the bed, which Anna Cox told us was consistent with a blood spatter event, which was also consistent with what we would expect to see from a gunshot. And so we knew Megan Brown's stains are purple. We knew Megan Brown was killed in the master bedroom. And I agree with the defendant. She was probably hiding behind that wall. Whether the defendant was able to hit her through the corner in the left eye, that's a matter for you to decide. But I submit to you it is just as likely, possibly more likely, that he shot at that corner while she was near it, did not hit her, and then took a second shot at her, making sure to hit her right in the left eye. Which I would argue to you is would be the fifth shot. Now, Now, we can see from the defendant's phone records, and I would note the defendant admitted that he deleted all his text messages to Megan during this period of time. You can see on the records that we were able to recover of the call log, which is only calls, not text messages, but it does match up with the calls that we see on his phone records, that the defendant was trying to reach her. We see on the call log within the phone, those are all deleted calls. The defendant tried to scrub his phone so that people would not know, would not be able to recover easily what his activities were like. And we see he called Megan Brown over and over, calls Nick 3 times during the night. At one point, they connect, and again, this is the defendant calling Nicholas Leonard. And they connect and talk for a long period of time. Nicholas Leonard apparently calls back, but notice it's a routed call, which I believe, and go with your own memories.
Overruled. You may proceed.
And my recollection of the testimony was that the Sprint custodian indicated that a routed call goes to voicemail. If I'm mistaken on that, go with your own memories. Quite frankly, it's not a huge issue one way or the other. But the defendant continues to try and reach Megan all through the night. Again, you can see number all these attempts at contact. We're at 174 by 4:30 in the morning, and ultimately, by my count, 191 attempts that this defendant makes to contact Megan Brown before she would arrive back, and he, in his words, doesn't assault her with a knife, but just brings it out to make her tell the truth. We see shortly after that would have happened that the defendant is trying to contact Nicholas Leonard, which, again, under his testimony, wouldn't make a lot of sense because he indicated he was under the impression that Nicholas Leonard was done. I submit to you that the evidence suggests that that is not the case. The evidence suggests that Nicholas Leonard's contact with this defendant, which was initiated by this defendant, is in a long line of this defendant harassing Megan Brown while she's out with friends that night, and any conversation more likely would have been consistent with what we know Nicholas Leonard was doing on the 28th, with being protective of Megan Brown. Don't call her anymore. Why are you bothering her? Stop harassing her. So we know what happens at 6 in the morning. And the 911 tape is in evidence. You can review it again. It's possible you will hear it during the course of closing arguments. But we know what Megan Brown said. We know how she said it. She was clearly afraid, clearly concerned. She indicated very clearly that the defendant had threatened to kill her and that her finger had been cut in the process. The evidence that we see in the room and on Ms. Brown suggests that that is completely accurate. And now, when you add to that what the defendant does admit to, it seemed was absolutely completely accurate, because what the defendant said about this, I submit to you, is just not believable. So that incident occurs, and then the defendant continues to contact Megan, Margaret, Nick. Again, he's contacting Nick at 7 o'clock in the morning, an hour after that would have the knife incident, and many hours after, he claimed on the stand to you guys that he thought Nick didn't want to have anything else to do with Megan. More contacts. And then at 4:12, we see he never tries to call any of them again. Now, 4:12, he makes that call after a long period of time, a couple hours of not trying to contact them, but then you can see a whole lot of activity on August 29th that you now know is people shopping on Craigslist. So, in terms of how the defendant went about doing this, you see that he killed all 4 of these people, and whether he planned how he was going to clean it up and get away with it beforehand or not is not relevant. It doesn't matter if he planned how he's going to get away with it in advance or not, but clearly after he does it, he does have a semblance of a plan. Doesn't mean it's a good plan, doesn't have to mean it's a smart plan, but he was trying to cover up his crime. He was trying to cover up his crime. Now he wants to tell you, and he tried to tell you, tried to get out as many times as he could, that, oh, I was just doing that I was just trying to do that because I didn't want Tristan to be exposed to that. But we can see from the evidence that that is not the case. There are plenty of ways to have prevented Tristan from coming into contact with any of this, probably best of which would have been to call law enforcement if any part of what he said was true. But he didn't do that. He tries to begin to clean the scene. And he killed 4 people in there in violent and horrible ways. This is not an easy scene or a quick scene to clean. The next day, he's selling items. He's trying to sell items to generate money because, as we established, he didn't have much money of his own. If he takes the van, somebody might recognize the license plate eventually, because he does know, he's got to know that eventually people are going to be looking for these individuals. And if he ends up with one of their vehicles in another state or far away, there are going to be questions about that. So he needs an exit plan, and that involves getting money. Whether it's a taxi, a bus, a plane in the future, he is going to have to get money. But if he can also erase all signs of the crime, get the bodies out, eliminate the blood spatter evidence, then it will be much harder to detect. And we went excruciatingly over blood spatter and blood stains and things that we found in the house. But there was still a lot of things missing. There was a lot of stains, there was a lot of areas that were significantly clean. Now, we talked about this lock already, and we know morning the 28th looks one way, September 4th looks another way. This is where Tristan is going to be. Now, whether that lock came from this door or not, don't know. It's odd that there's a door there with no hardware. And certainly it would make sense for a garage door to have a door lock of this nature that you can lock from either side. And we know that those keys, because we asked the forensics people, the keys there go to that door. So this is where the defendant is putting Tristan. Tristan is in his room with his toys where he cannot get out into the crime scene and disrupt the defendant's cleaning activities or make it more difficult to clean. He dumps everything in the canal, and recall there were 2 unspent rifle cartridges. Now we know the defendant's got to be dumping this stuff late at night. We know that it would be most likely dark, and he couldn't have realized, certainly wouldn't have realized, otherwise he would have kicked them into the canal, that 2 shell case or 2 unspent cartridges dropped. That include law enforcement in to search the canal. Possibly would have searched the canal anyway, but those indicate, hey, there's something in there we got to look for. So he disposed of all the weapons, the murder weapons. He disposes of the drills, which I submit to you, he used the drills to change the lock. He knew the drills belonged to Nicholas Leonard. He wants to erase all signs of Nicholas Leonard in the house, so he has to throw the drills away. Otherwise, what's he doing with all the other items of value? He's selling them on Craigslist. Like, he doesn't want any sign of Nicholas Leonard to tie him, to be tied to this residence, because that will help establish the things the defendant did. Now, Of note is that in addition to the knives and the weapons and the drills, is the cell phone. The cell phone that we find in the canal. The cell phone that's not going to be a problem for Tristan if he comes across that. That's not going to create issues. And he doesn't just throw the cell phone in the canal. He makes sure that it is smashed beyond recovery when he does it. And even if he doesn't say, oh, maybe I did that out of anger, because there is no explanation for that. He is trying to make sure that any of the communications he had with either Nicholas Leonard or Megan Brown, I submit to you that one was probably Megan Brown's, because I believe he agreed with that those communications to Megan Brown cannot be recovered. He's mopping, he's taking bodies down the stairs. And if you look at the master bedroom, and we now all agree that Megan Brown was shot in this master bedroom, it is significantly cleaned up. If you just walk in there and you're not looking for the bullet hole or you're not looking specifically for bloodstains, you might never know that there was a person who was shot in here. Fortunately, the forensics team did a good job, and they did find some bloodstains that the defendant failed to get rid of. Now, he was a bit unlucky here in the master bedroom closet. There's a blood stain that is going to be very difficult to remove from this unfinished wood. And whether he tried or not, it's unclear, but you can see that there's clothing items that appear to be missing, probably went out in the trash on Tuesday, September 2nd. But these are the first two areas this defendant would have been cleaning up. And I submit to you, before September 2nd, this was his first focus. These are largely going to be the trash bags that he's filling up. These are going to be items that we can never recover again. And after this, he moves, again, indications of cleaning where blood would have been, and this one's actually the southeast bedroom. You see indications of cleaning supplies throughout the residence. And you see, again, now we all agree the bodies were here for a period of time, but ultimately piled into the van. It's very obvious bodies have been in, due to the maggots and the decomposition. And on the stand, you tell you, yeah, you didn't know why he brought the shovel. But I submit to you all, we all know why he brought the shovel, because when he got out to Old Dixie Highway, probably still thinking he was going to bury them, and either it was raining or too dark, or he just got lazy about it and decided not to do it. Or, actually, if he had tried, we know this is an area of lime rock. There's actually a lime rock mine up beyond this burn. Even if he had tried to bury the bodies out there, he was not going to be successful. So he just left them. And this trash bag that was found in the rug, these are clearly all items that he cleaned out of the van. Again, more activity that he's doing to make sure that he is able to cover up his crime sufficiently. He's moving all of these items out of the van. You see car chargers, Wawa hats. One of them is probably the Wawa hat that Margaret left in the Wawa on the 28th. So he scoops all these items out of the back so that he can pull down the seats and pile in the bodies. And I submit to you that after cleaning out the master bedroom fairly well, he is now turning his attention to the southeast bedroom. This is going to be his next area, and there's a lot to clean up in here. And we see evidence of this cleaning down in the west garage, where he's already taken the mattress, cut the mattress top off, moved the DVDs. You can see where the DVDs would have come from. Items of clothing that would be consistent with Megan's clothing, the plastic set of drawers, the boxes that say Megan and Tristan on them. All of those are things he would have had to move down from here, and which he is slowly cleaning this room. But he hadn't gotten that far. You see those different items here in the west garage. The boxes, the mattress pad. Oh, by the way, Ben says he needs to get money, he needs to use credit cards. Why? Because he has to feed Tristan. I have to feed Tristan. Well, the case of Yingling beer was not feeding Tristan. And you see the case of the England deer that you can also see the defendant carrying out of Winn-Dixie. The trash bags and DVDs, again, as I showed you, those would have come from that Southeast bedroom. Clothing, again, women's clothing, consistent with what you would expect Megan Brown to have. Cleaning supplies, trash bags, would have come from, again, DVDs would have come from those racks. Nicholas Leonard's blood. Now, and you cut this off, you didn't want people to see the blood. Again, couldn't have anything to do with Tristan then. And he indicated, well, if somebody saw the blood, I was afraid someone was going to come and kill me. Again, just not very credible testimony. He is trying to erase the signs of his crimes. Megan's vehicle, we know that that ends up there sometime August 30th between 8:30 and 9:30 because of Kim Ward. We can see where the defendant probably would have placed his bicycle that he used to go get the vehicle. We now all agree that the mattress would have come from the southeast bedroom. We talked about that bullet. Have Colonial Electric t-shirt, and you'll note he was wearing the same clothes on both the first and the second, Monday and Tuesday. We have surveillance video of him in both, and then he just throws away this shirt. Now, we tested this shirt to see if we could find any evidence on it. You recall there was no blood or DNA that was able to be recovered. But he didn't know that. He didn't know we wouldn't be able to recover anything. And if he's cleaning up this stuff using this shirt, well, probably not moving bodies by then, but maybe cleaning up where the bodies were, then he's going to want to dispose of the shirt so that we cannot necessarily tie it to him. Again, it's all about erasing the indications of his offense. You see him there in the shirt. And also you can see Brian McCann's truck. You see the license plate there. All that matches up. And again, here's the blanket. This blanket with Nicholas Leonard's blood on it is found in the same trash bag as that shirt. So even before he admitted to cleaning up the scene, we knew it was him cleaning up the scene. Dumps the bodies, and there's no telling whether he attempted to dig out in this area now. You can see that shovel. You can look at that shovel, and you can see that there's dirt caked, or some type of, it looks like lime rock caked on that shovel. It is more likely from this area, and areas like this with these puddles here on the lime rock, than it is from that shallow dirt hole that we know the defendant dug. We knew the van was used to transport the bodies. And again, there's indication, lime rock and dirt consistent with what you would expect from this area where the bodies were dumped, which clearly again showed that Mr. Matos used the van in order to do that. So Mr. Matos now agrees that this is exactly what he was trying to do out there, was bury the bodies. Again, trying to erase indications of his criminal offense. We had him tied to the shovel, we had him buying the shovel, we had the shovel where the bodies were, and we had the sticker in the grave. Now, we also saw him, Sharon Mann saw him using the hose in just within the door of this area. The door would be right here that Sharon Mann saw Mr. Matos spraying this area out of. Again, this is on the 3rd. He's still cleaning all the way to the 3rd. The whole time he's just trying to erase all of the evidence, erase all signs of the horrible murders that he committed. And then you can see what it looks like if you just overlay them. Now, I point out again, the defendant has admitted to being there the whole time, but we had him there with the IP address. His phone is using the Craigslist. The Craigslist is connecting to the IP address that's assigned to the house. The Google Mail accounts are being accessed from his house. The Google Mail accounts. We have pictures of the Ryan Smith 94 account on his phone, so clearly he set that up on the 2nd, either because he was unable to continue to use the Matos Adam email address because of posting puppies, or because he was now trying to, hey, wait, maybe I should not be using my name to sell all of these items. But selling all the items in order to generate money. So there's also a lot of dishonesty that we get from the defendant over the course of these days. With the McCanns, he tells them that all these people, or the Browns anyway, have gone to West Virginia. He brings up surveillance video, and you know, Shakespeare and Hamlet, some of you may know the quote, "The lady doth protest too much." An indication that the defendant tried too hard to explain some things in this case. He gave explanations that were that's not at all reasonable. An example of that, the surveillance video. He's asking Ryan McCann about the surveillance video. Why is he doing that? He's trying to gauge whether or not there's any possibility that he was caught on camera disposing of the murder weapons. When I ask him about it, it's not out of the blue anymore. There's this, which Ryan McCann came back and testified, completely inaccurate account that Ryan McCann had hidden cameras of some sort and was creating porn videos. It's just not credible. Dishonesty's there. He is, when the law enforcement officers come in contact with him, you see dishonesty there. He now admits that what he told law enforcement, that he didn't even know they were dead, that he wasn't there, that he stayed on the streets, all of that was inaccurate. In fact, you can see attempts to his attempts to avoid being caught with the taxi driver. What name does he give the taxi driver? Gives the taxi driver the name Jake. Well, let's talk about the name Jake as it relates to this defendant. What does he tell Detective Kugel? He tells Detective Kugel on the 28th he stayed at Jake's house. Well, we now know there was no Jake. We also know that the defendant uses an email address for Craigslist called Jake VNS0. This defendant uses the name of Jake as an alias. So, again, deception. Deception with the taxi driver, deception with Detective Kugel, and he couldn't use the name Jake when he checked with the Florida because they require ID. He had to use his own name. The taxi driver didn't, and that's why he gives him a fake name. The Tampa Bay Times. Nobody forced him to talk to Tampa Bay Times. I'm sure nobody told him it was a good idea to talk to Tampa Bay Times, but he goes out of his way to accept an interview with them, sit down with them, and again, sells them a story. Now remember, at that point, he has no idea all the evidence that law enforcement is gathering against him. By the time he testified to you all today, he had heard all the evidence that we had put up this past 2 weeks against him. And he can now craft...
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? No. Overruled.
He is now able to craft an explanation that, in his mind, matches the evidence. But when he's talking to the Tampa Bay Times, he doesn't yet know that we're going to be able to tie him to that house and to all those things. He doesn't know that. So he denies being there. And then, of course, when law enforcement does arrive, there is him fleeing the house. He flees the house. He stays in the backyard. He uses the canoe just like we already knew from the testimony. And they drive right by the crime scene. He knows what's going on there. He's trying to get away because now he can't stay and clean the house anymore. Law enforcement's there. He was too slow on that already. So now he just needs to distance himself from the crime scene. And that's what he does. And of course, when Detective Cooper and Detective Kennedy sit down with them and they ask him, hey, the defendant says, I want my son to go with my brother or with my mother. And Detective Cooper says, well, what about Megan? It'd be nice if you could go with Megan. He says, could that happen? He says, I wouldn't know. And you can watch it in the interview, or the interviews and evidence. And then Detective Kennedy follows up with, what about Megan's parents? And he says, I don't know. You can call them. And he knows full well that their cell phones are sitting in the kitchen of Hatter's Drive, and Greg and Margaret are lying dead at the end of Old Dixie Highway. Again, deception and cover-up. Now you're going to be instructed on what justifiable use of deadly force would be. Defendant clearly used deadly force, and as I went over briefly with you at the beginning, even by his own account, these would not be justified. There's no self-defense claims, reasonable claims here. And the use of deadly force is justifiable if the defendant reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself while resisting another's attempt to murder him, or any attempt to commit felony battery upon or in any dwelling occupied by him. Now, we heard from Kim Ward, Nicholas Leonard is well known at the Fisherman's Shack, and he's well known to be a peaceful person, kind of guy who would stop a fight, not start a fight. And you heard from Robert Dunleavy, who said Nick was going over there with his firearm because out of concern for Megan from the incident in the morning, and he was bringing the firearm because if he was threatened, because we all know what the defendant did that morning, Nicholas Leonard knew what the defendant did that morning, and recognized the defendant could be dangerous. And in fact, the defendant was dangerous when he came back. So I submit to you, it would not be in Nicholas Leonard's character, it would not be expected of him to just, out of the blue, as the defendant wants to tell you, he walks in, nobody says anything to anybody, and suddenly Nicholas Leonard attacks him. That is not reasonable, and it's not supported by the circumstances. Certainly, it's not even close for Gregory Brown, Megan Brown, and not even a sparkle in the eye in the situation with Margaret Brown. Adam Matos was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably, and see, you're going to note that word reasonably appears over and over again in the justifiable use of deadly force instruction. Reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. If Adam Matos was not otherwise engaged in criminal activity and was in a place he had a right to be, then he had no duty to retreat and had a right to stand his ground. Now, no duty to retreat and standing your ground are not the same thing as running after a person and shooting them in the closet. They're completely different. They're not the same thing as stalking somebody in a garage and beating them about the head when they are unarmed and just returning home from work. It's not even close. Now, it is notable, and I bring to your attention, both Margaret and Nick had injuries that were blunt force and incised wounds, sharp object wounds. And as the defendant has now agreed, at least partially with Nick, all those can be explained, all those types of injuries can be explained with a hammer. So you have one side that's blunt and another side, before it's in the canal and rusted, which can be very sharp. It can be almost knife sharp in some instances. And again, with Justin Oken's testimony, that's why I submit to you it is more likely that the defendant kills Margaret first and then goes up and kills the rest of those people. But he starts out with a hammer, and he continues with the hammer until he's able to get Nicholas Leonard's firearm, and then he switches to the firearm for the last two. I submit to you that it's not as reasonable the other way. But either way, the defendant is still guilty of murdering all 4 of these people. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, when you look at the circumstances, when you listen to the 911 call of a scared, afraid Megan Brown, whose life had just been threatened at knife point by this defendant, when you look at the circumstances of how these crimes were committed, the multiple blows, the multiple shots in some situations, and ultimately the fairly immediate attempt to obscure what occurred and cover up what happened and deceive about where he was when it happened, it all points to one thing, and that is this defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree for killing Margaret Brown, murder in the first degree for killing Nicholas Leonard, murder in the first degree for killing Greg Brown, and murder in the first degree for killing Megan Brown. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our case. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, that played one right after the other. I wasn't expecting that. I thought I'd have to do some fancy footwork there. So here we go. Okay, so now we're into the defense. So that was the state opening. Let me get to the defense. I'm sorry, closing. So this is the defense closing. All right. This is the same attorney that gave the opening. So let's see what kind of closing he gives.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our case. Thank you for your attention and cooperation throughout this trial. Soon the judge will instruct you on all the jury instructions in law regarding this case, including the presumption of innocence and reasonable doubt. The state has the sole burden of proof in this case. The defendant does not have to prove anything. And don't be misguided to think because he testified somehow that reverses the burden of proof. The burden remains with the state throughout the trial until you all reach your verdict. In our country, a defendant does not have to prove himself or herself innocent. That would violate the due process of the law. Our judicial system is designed with a built-in safety valve. The safety valve is the burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt. It is a high standard to meet for the state because its purpose is the most noble. It is designed to prevent people from being wrongly convicted, and also to prevent people from being convicted of crimes, higher crimes than what they committed. Not guilty means not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You all agreed that you would sit here as impartial jurors and look at all the evidence with common sense and an open mind and give Mr. Matos a fair trial. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to decide what the truth is in this case. You are the fact finders. Mr. Labruzzo explained that to you during jury selection. You determine what the facts are, not the judge, not the state, not the defendant, not the witnesses. You and you alone are tasked with the job of determining the facts and what they mean. I submit to you that the only way that you can gauge the accuracy of what has been asserted here by the state is by analyzing how it matches up against the actual physical evidence that law enforcement went through great lengths to preserve. And after you determine the facts, you have to apply them to the law. You are the law appliers. You're going to have to do your analysis 4 times. Once for each crime the state is charged. Let's begin by looking at the law. Mr. Sarabi already went over some of these jury instructions with you. I don't want to repeat what he said, but in order to help you understand the logic behind the range of homicides, we need to start with a concept known as mens rea. Mens rea is a term used to describe the level of intent someone had when they committed a crime. Let me give you an example. A driver who accidentally runs over a pedestrian has not committed any crime, so long as he doesn't leave the scene of the accident, of course. Even if the pedestrian dies, the driver has not committed a crime if the crash was accidental. That is, it was a result of the driver being negligent or careless, because the driver didn't intend or want to harm the pedestrian. This concept isn't difficult to understand. Even kids know that if they break something by accident, they shouldn't get in trouble. That situation, ladies and gentlemen, is called an excusable homicide. One can be sued civilly for wrongful death and have to pay a lot of money in damages, but he won't go to jail because he didn't commit a crime. NG here for not guilty. This is excusable homicide. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, if someone wants to kill someone and aims their car at them and runs them over on purpose, then that person is guilty of murder, except if he was acting under a heat of passion, which I will get to in a minute. So on this end, we're going to have and we have two types of murder. Murder in the second degree, murder in the first degree. In the middle of these two extremes, you have manslaughter. An example of manslaughter in a motor vehicle context, ladies and gentlemen, is a situation where the driver does not mean to kill the pedestrian, but his behavior isn't excusable because he wasn't just negligent, but he was culpably negligent or reckless. He didn't want to kill anyone, but he was driving so recklessly that he knew that there was a good possibility that he could kill somebody and just didn't care. This could be a situation where someone is speeding 100 miles per hour, running red lights, weaving in and out of traffic, fatality occurs. That person has committed manslaughter. Justifiable homicide is when one kills someone in self-defense, like Mr. Sarabia said. Back to the motor vehicle context. If a person is sitting at a red light and a crazy person gets out of the car in front of them and points a rifle at them, they would probably be justified if they ran them over. Finally, if one kills intentionally in a heat of passion, they are not guilty of murder. They are guilty of manslaughter. In that situation, the default homicide, if you will, is manslaughter. For instance, if a guy is driving down the street and he sees his best friend, who he just found out is sleeping with his wife, and the so-called best friend provokes him by swearing at him, and the driver loses his mind and runs him over in the heat of passion, it's manslaughter, neither murder. It's manslaughter even if he aimed at him and intended to kill him, so long as he acted in the heat of passion. In homicide cases like this one, if there is evidence of self-defense, that his state has to prove, in addition to all the other elements, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant did not act in self-defense. In other words, they have to prove it wasn't justifiable homicide. In addition, if there is evidence of heat of passion, and I submit to you there is evidence of heat of passion in this case, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Matos did not kill in a heat of passion. If they're unable to, the most serious crime you can convict him of is manslaughter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the state will get up after I sit down and do their rebuttal, part of their closing argument. Don't think that manslaughter is not an option in any one of the crimes charged in this case. Matos' intent may have been more than recklessness. To be found guilty of manslaughter, your intent level has to be at a minimum culpable negligence. It can be intentional, and many times it is. so long as you acted in the heat of passion. Now, in my opening statement, I told you that this case, at its core, is about self-defense, which is the same thing as justifiable homicide. This here is the jury instruction for justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house which the defendant was at the time of the killing. You will also receive another jury instruction on justifiable use of deadly force, which is similar but explains that if a defendant is not otherwise engaged in criminal activity and it was in a place he had a right to be, he had no duty to retreat. I submit to you that Mr. Matos never had an opportunity to retreat with regard to Nicholas Leonard until Nicholas Leonard fell unconscious. Mr. Matos was a tenant in this house. He paid rent. He had a right to be there. Now, if police were called from the earlier report, the police may have taken him into custody for the earlier event, but he was not committing a crime when he entered 7719 Hatters Drive on the evening of August 28, 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matos pled not guilty to all the first-degree murder charges that the state filed against him. I submit to you that he did not commit any first-degree murder. He chose to testify in this case, even though he had a right to remain silent. He admitted to killing Nicholas Leonard, Gregory Brown, Megan Brown, and Margaret Brown, and testified in detail to the circumstances surrounding the killings, which are consistent with all the evidence in this case. As a U.S. citizen, he has the right, we all share, to receive a fair trial and be convicted of the crimes he actually committed. Only the crimes that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I submit to you that with regard to Gregory Brown, that killing was a justifiable homicide. And we ask that you find that Adam Matos was not guilty of any crime with regard to Gregory Brown. He did not have a duty to retreat. He was defending himself. The state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it was not in self-defense. Similarly, with regard to Nicholas Leonard, I submit to you that that killing was also a justifiable homicide. And we ask that you find that Adam Matos was not guilty of any crime with regard to Nicholas Leonard. The state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it was not in self-defense. The state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Nicholas Leonard had not passed away before Adam Matos hit him with a hammer. Dr. Palmer testified, the first time he testified, that Nicholas Leonard could have bled out and died within minutes from the injuries to his arm alone if the bleeding was not controlled. Now, today he testified a little bit differently. You use your memory as to what he testified to. Today he said something about clamping an artery. I submit to you there was no medical treatment to Mr. Leonard on the date of August 28, 2014. There was no clamps inserted into his arteries, and he was bleeding from his arm. If you disagree, however, I submit that the state clearly, though, has not proven that Adam did not act under a heat of passion. When he killed Nicholas Leonard. In other words, if you find that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Nicholas Leonard was still alive and only unconscious before Adam went back into the room the second time, then you could find that he overstepped his right to self-defense and committed a homicide. But that homicide, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, is manslaughter. With regard to Megan Brown, I submit to you that killing was also a justifiable homicide, and we ask that you find that Adam Matos was not guilty of any crime with regard to Megan Brown. I'm going to read to you a jury instruction that the judge is going to read to you, and it says, In deciding whether Adam Matos was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which he was surrounded at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of danger must have been so real that a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed that the danger could have been avoided only through the use of that force. If, however, you disagree, you are the fact finders, you are the law appliers. If you disagree, we ask that you find him guilty of manslaughter, because again, the state has not proven that Adam did not act under a heat of passion when he killed Megan Brown. Finally, with regard to Margaret Brown, we ask that you find him guilty of manslaughter. Again, the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Adam did not act under a heat of passion when he killed Margaret. However, if you disagree, you will be given all the jury instructions. If you disagree, we ask that you find him guilty of second-degree murder, because the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was premeditated. Premeditation is another element that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in order for someone to be convicted of the highest crime of the land, first-degree murder, as opposed to second-degree murder. Both are very serious, but obviously first degree is more serious. The state has argued and will undoubtedly argue again that one can establish premeditated intent required to commit first-degree murder in seconds. And that is true in certain cases. However, each case is unique and must be judged within the context of all its facts. In our case, clearly Adam Matos didn't move down to Florida from Pennsylvania so he could kill the Brown family. After carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, if there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. The judge will read to you that a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. If you have reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. An example of a conflict in the evidence? The state throughout this trial has tried to show in their case that Adam Matos was in some kind of platonic relationship with Megan when they came down to Florida. That is obvious. I submit to you that's obviously not true. They're talking out of both sides of their mouth. On the one hand, Adam and Megan's relationship is platonic because the state does not want to concede that Megan Brown was unfaithful to Adam Matos. But on the other hand, with the quantity of phone calls between Adam and Megan, they want to imply he became mad and wanted to kill her because he was a jilted lover. Well, which one is it? I submit to you, the state doesn't know. They want convictions for first-degree murders, but they don't know what happened. But in the end, the facts in this case and all the physical evidence make it clear that this case is a self-defense case at its core. The state has not produced one iota of evidence that shows Adam Matos was armed when he went to 7719 Hatters Drive on August 28th of 2014. Instead, what did it focus on? Instead, it focused on the smell of decomposition, the selling of dogs on Craigslist, pizza deliveries. Because all of the evidence in this case shows that Adam Matos was not the aggressor on August 28th of 2014. Nicholas Leonard, Gregory Brown, and Megan Brown were. Actually, Adam Matos would have been a real fool, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, to walk into the wasp's nest that was waiting for him on August 28th of 2014. Adam Matos didn't know Nicholas Leonard was there. Leonard had parked in the empty lot across the street. Adam thought Megan was at work. The physical evidence in this case is a virtual map of what happened. Self-defense is the only explanation that makes sense. Use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Matos knew that Gregory Brown had an arsenal of weapons. If he had planned to kill these people, he would have snuck into Greg's master bedroom closet while Greg was outside working on the RV. He would have armed himself with one of the semi-automatic Browning rifles found in the canal. You heard the evidence. Gregory Brown and Megan Brown were killed with what? With the Kel-Tec pistol that was owned and brought into the home by Nicholas Leonard. There was clearly a struggle with Nicholas Leonard in the southeast bedroom. The bloodstains all over the room are consistent with a struggle. The evidence is not consistent with Leonard being killed while he was asleep on the mattress. And remember, all the people, when they were found, were fully dressed in daylight clothing. Nobody was wearing pajamas. I know it's Florida. Few of us nowadays wear pajamas, but they weren't in their underwear. If I'm not mistaken, cargo shorts, jeans. There was evidence of blood, substantial volumes of his blood dripping all over the room. On the chair, which was open at the time, according to Anna Cox, the window fan, drops, and if you look at those pictures again, there was drops near the dresser, in front of the dresser, you will see drops of blood. Near the CD tower shelf, on the curtain in the southeast part of the room, in front of the house. We know from the autopsy report that Nicholas Leonard was cut deeply on his left arm. Adam cut his arm with a knife. Ladies and gentlemen, if Adam Matos was the aggressor, that knife wound would have been to the stomach, or the neck, or the torso. It would have been a strike to kill, but it was to the arm, to wound, not to kill. The bullet hole in the bedroom wall is more evidence consistent with a struggle. Forensic investigator Nancy Solinsky testified that it was 46 inches from the ground. And the trajectory was an upward angle. So it was lower before it hit the wall. What does that indicate, ladies and gentlemen? I submit that indicates that the shooter of that gun was lying down on the mattress in the southwest corner. What else does that physical evidence show us? What conclusions can we draw? Well, it is obvious that Nicholas Leonard, Gregory Brown, and Megan Brown were killed in two separate rooms, which means Adam would have to travel between rooms. We know that there was a transfer stain of Nicholas Leonard's blood at the entrance of the master bedroom walk-in closet. We know that from Anna Cox, which would mean that Nicholas Leonard was clearly injured first by Adam Matos. There was none of Gregory Brown's blood in the southeast bedroom. There was no physical struggle between Adam and Gregory Brown. Once Greg Brown was shot, he stayed down, and per Dr. Palmer's testimony, day one, probably died instantly. Gregory Brown was in the closet with the guns, so Adam's testimony is again consistent with the evidence. So is the location of Megan Brown's blood and the corner bead bullet hole. If you recall, Dr. Palmer's testimony from his medical autopsy report said she was 5'8". The hole in the corner bead was, per the testimony of forensic investigator Solinsky, 5'5" high. 5'8", 5 foot high, difference of 3 inches. This places the bullet in her eye. That is why there's not a bullet hole if you follow a trajectory from the closet. And that's why you have a missing bullet. It's not missing. It was recovered during the autopsy of Megan Brown. This is consistent with Detective Kugel's theory. The bullet It lodged itself in the back of Megan's skull because, I submit, the corner bead weakened its force. How do we know that Adam's telling the truth about running after Gregory Brown and Megan Brown, killing them first, and then returning to the southeast bedroom to hit Nicholas Leonard with the hammer? Because if he stayed to strike Nicholas Leonard repeatedly, especially after everyone would have heard the 2 gunshots that went off, Gregory Brown would have had enough time to load another rifle and confront him somewhere in the middle of the living room. The big question, ladies and gentlemen, is why, if Adam was the attacker, Megan didn't take little Tristan and run away from the house out the front door, screaming to neighbors like Ryan McCann for help at the first sight of Adam. I published a photograph that I put into evidence. You can see as clear as day that that southeastern bedroom is right next to that front door. Freedom. Why didn't Megan Brown escape this house? Why didn't she call 911? She clearly had time to call 911. The order people were killed is the same way Adam describes. Adam wouldn't have a gun to shoot Megan Brown in the master bedroom if he didn't first eliminate the threat Nicholas Leonard posed. That is only logical and makes common sense. What doesn't make sense is why she never bothered to run or call 911 at the very start. I submit to you that she had several minutes. Law enforcement, I think, that it was one of the 911 dispatchers who testified that had she called, they would have been there in minutes. They already had her information from the morning call, her number, her address, Adam's pedigree. Calling and hanging up probably would have been enough. They would have sent somebody out in minutes. There's no record that she ever called 911. It's a mystery. Unless you use your common sense and factor in that she never thought Adam would survive. Nicholas Leonard had the gun. Nicholas Leonard was going to solve all her problems with Adam Matos. She would be free to raise her child any way she chose. I submit that nobody actually wanted Adam to move to Florida. They brought him down to avoid custody issues in Pennsylvania. I submit Adam couldn't really have a custody case in Pennsylvania since not only had he consented to the move, he moved with Megan and Tristan to Florida. Megan Brown didn't call the police, ladies and gentlemen, because she never imagined Adam would survive Nicholas Leonard's Kel-Tec pistol. She never imagined that Nicholas Leonard, with a gun in his pocket and a backup knife on the dresser, would fail in his attempt to kill Adam Matos. The only reason she ended up in the master bedroom with Gregory Brown is because it happened just as Adam testified. The fact that Megan stayed in that house with Tristan, her 4-year-old, proves who the primary aggressors were. It would have been a very successful stand-your-ground case in Florida. They would have effectively removed the third wheel and got away with first-degree murder, if not for fate. If not for that one bullet stuck in the chamber of Gregory Brown's Winchester. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has introduced a lot of evidence. Days of hundreds of photographs and testimony, but they neglected to share with you that Gregory Brown's Winchester was loaded. Actually, they put on testimony via his son and other witnesses that gave the impression that Gregory's rifles were locked and secured and always unloaded for the safety of little Tristan. It was the defense that was able to bring out during the cross-examination of forensic investigator Rhea Clark that the Winchester 30-30 lever-action rifle was loaded with one single bullet. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, a trial, when properly conducted, is supposed to shed light on the truth. There's nothing more beautiful than the truth. That bullet in that rifle in a house with a 4-year-old toddler is another mystery that needs to be explained, not ignored. The devil is in the detail. It is analogous to putting together a puzzle, and near the end, being stuck with pieces that don't fit and discarding them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that the piece doesn't fit. It may be that the state doesn't like the picture that it shows. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that piece is what unravels what happened on the evening of August 28, 2014, when you put it together with all the other pieces. The bullet holes in the southeastern bedroom, the bullet with Nicholas Leonard's DNA, the bullet hole in the master bedroom, the location of the bloodstains, it's all there. Adam Matos testified truthfully when he explained what happened. And he didn't have to testify. The bullet is the jam bullet that Gregory Brown tried to kill him with. This is an example of reasonable doubt from the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the state is trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. All the state attorney is relying on is speculation and unfounded theories. That isn't proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, they promised you that they would prove this case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. But in the end, they want you to trust them and take a leap of faith. The state's job is to eliminate all reasonable doubt in the proof of their case, not hope that you overlook the discrepancies. If one goes to an expensive restaurant and orders a fine meal and they find a hair in their food, they're not going to pull out the hair and eat around it. They're going to send it back. Send it back. The state was confident when they promised you that they were going to prove to you that Adam Matos committed 4 first-degree murders. If they haven't met their promise, send it back. Example of lack of evidence. The state has presented no evidence of premeditation. The state is relying on the 911 call that Megan Brown made at 5:30 in the morning after staying up all night on a weekday at a bar. Adam was upset the night before for several reasons, including the fact that he had to work the next day, and Megan was supposed to be watching Tristan while he worked. Ladies and gentlemen, if Adam wanted to kill Megan, he chose not to when he had the chance. Remember, the majority of those calls that the state is basing its prosecution on, calls that you have no content for, that we can only speculate what was said on those conversations, the majority of those calls were made to her prior to 5:30 in the morning. When he pulled out the knife on her, she grabbed it and cut her thumb. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done so then and there. Instead, he chose to drop the knife when his little boy woke up, and he decided to leave. I submit to you that if on August 28th of 2014 at 6 p.m. when Adam came back home, if Megan told him to leave, he would have left. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have all experienced all types of things in your life. You range in different ages. You have met all types of people. You also can recognize and identify all types of behavior. The state undoubtedly will play that 911 tape again when I sit down, and you'll have a chance to play it again yourselves if you want to. If you do, please pay attention to the part when Megan Brown thinks that she got mistakenly disconnected by the 911 dispatcher. This is located near the end of the audio after 7 minutes. She completely stops crying and moaning and says, "Hello? Hello?" until she knows the dispatcher is still there. And then the moaning begins again. I submit to you that Megan Brown may have been exaggerating what happened the morning between herself and Adam. She describes a 1/2 inch cut on her thumb as being so deep she could see her flesh. Is she sincere on this audio, or is she deceiving? You decide. You're the fact finders. She recognized, I submit, that this report of domestic violence was a perfect way to get rid of Adam. Phone calls. Again, instead of hard evidence, the state is trying to base its prosecution on empty phone records without the content of the conversations. The evidence is meaningless. In our country, we do not convict people of crimes, especially first-degree murder, based on speculation. With regard to the phone records, even when you review them, please make sure to identify Nicholas Leonard's number, 727-488-8804. As was brought out from the testimony of Detective Kugel, he talks with Adam at least twice on the early morning of August 28th for two conversations, 22 minutes each, for a total of 44 minutes. It's worth noting that Nicholas Leonard texts Adam Matos first, before those conversations begin. So it's Nicholas Leonard that reaches out to Adam Matos, consistent, again, with Adam Matos' testimony. Now ask yourselves, what two men have ever had a phone conversation for 44 minutes? Do you think they were arguing for about an hour? Cussing and threatening each other for about an hour? If those conversations were acrimonious, I suspect they would have been really short. They were obviously talking about something. Mr. Matos testified as to what they were talking about. Mr. Leonard was feeling doubts about whether he wanted to continue seeing Megan Brown. He was identifying with Adam. They also talked on the phone around 6 a.m. before Nicholas Leonard knew about the incident between Adam and Megan. Remember, Nicholas Leonard didn't find out about the incident and didn't call 911 until after 9 a.m. Mr. Leonard was not an enemy of Adam Matos. Nicholas Leonard did not betray Adam Matos in any way. I submit to you, after talking with Megan Brown, Nicholas thought it was his duty to save his damsel in distress. Please note, he only knew her for weeks. Please also note that Adam's last call to Megan was at 4:12 p.m. on August 28th. Also, there were no calls to Megan Brown from Adam between 8 a.m. and 4:12 p.m. Again, ladies and gentlemen, there's no evidence of premeditation, no evidence of planning by Adam Matos to kill these people. Premeditation is planning something beforehand. That's literally the meaning of the word. Let's take a look at how well Adam Matos planned these so-called crimes. First of all, I said in my opening statement, he never tried to get away. 7 days and he stayed there. He had credit cards for gas and an RV. It would take, I submit, it would have taken only 2 days to make it to Guatemala or about anywhere else in the continental United States. He could have sold the RV and lived comfortably for a couple of years. Instead of premeditation, all you have is amateur improvisation. The decomposition smell alone that the state kept proving over and over and over again proves as much. If you're going to plan a murder, you're going to plan how to get rid of the bodies. Adam didn't even have a shovel. He was so in shock. He didn't know what to do. He bought a shovel from Walmart after 24 hours after Margaret's death. The bodies were lying in a pile in the East Garage near the two-wheeler where Anna Cox described a pool of blood for at least 24 hours. That's why you had that smell. That smell proves no premeditation. He tried to dig a hole in the dirt but abandoned the idea. He hauled the bodies about a mile from the house and left them in a ditch. He didn't try to get away with it. He tried to escape only in his mind by pretending it never happened. Ladies and gentlemen, the bags on Margaret's head are a very important point in this case because if the state is able to convince you that Adam suffocated this woman, then they have a better chance. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Palmer last week testified pretty accurately on this issue. He made it clear and agreed with me that there was no physical, biological evidence of suffocation or asphyxiation. He explained that he put asphyxiation in his report as a contributory cause of death simply because of the presence of the bags, not because of an opinion reached through his expertise. Remember, he didn't know about the blood spatter evidence in this case. His job was just to do a physical examination of the body. He did go to the place where the bodies were found and saw how they were positioned and dressed, but he had no other information regarding this case because that would be outside the scope of his job. He testified only that asphyxiation may be a cause. And ladies and gentlemen, he did the autopsy at the beginning of the investigation, long before Jacqueline Angelo, the FDLE crime laboratory analyst, did the DNA testing, and Anna Cox, the very accomplished and articulate bloodstain pattern expert, analyzed the bloodstains. Anna Cox testified that there was a blood spatter event on the north wall of the west garage, the narrow hallway before room K, where the stairwell is. All the state's experts are in agreement on this point. Dr. Palmer agreed with me that if there was blood spatter event from Margaret, then that would prove that the bags were placed over the head after the blood trauma. It's not a complicated issue to understand. Liquid cannot pass through a solid. In this case, through two unbroken bags. You don't need to have an MD or any other degree. All you need is common sense. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the laws of physics were not temporarily suspended on August 28, 2014 in the west garage of 7719 Hatteras Drive. Mr. Labruzzo promised you in jury selection that you could use your common sense when you decide the facts of this case. Dr. Palmer doesn't know the facts of this case. You do. And you can use your common sense to decide what makes sense because you're the jury. I submit to you that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Margaret Brown was suffocated. Also, if Margaret Brown suffered the heavy blow that caused that 6 centimeter hole on the side of her head, wouldn't the bag be punctured? I submit it would. But yet, the state didn't show any evidence of damage to the bag. And Dr. Palmer testified to liquid in the bag that had not leaked out. I also want to clear up something that might mislead. The doctor's testimony and report described the tape around the bag is electrical tape. We all know what electrical tape looks like. It's about less than a half-inch wide. It's black. Dr. Palmer, in his gestures the first day he testified, said that Margaret's face was covered, and he gestured something like this, giving the impression of wide duct tape. That's not the case. The tape was less than 1 inch. Also, if there was tape like duct tape under the bag, over the mouth, clearly that would be evidence of suffocation. But common sense dictates that tape over a bag will not increase the chances of suffocation. One other thing I suspect, actually I don't have to suspect, Mr. Sarabia came up here and argued that somehow Margaret was killed first. Talk about crafting stories. They locked themselves up relying on the testimony of Justin Oken's testimony to narrow the time of the deaths. In spite of the fact that they haven't proven beyond a reasonable doubt when the alleged crimes took place, because there's overwhelming evidence, including from Okens himself, that in this area gunshots are common. I submit that the state will not concede this point, and they're trying to shape their argument to fit this timeline. Let's look at the timeline. Margaret left work at 11:11 p.m. Detective Kugel testified it would take her 50 minutes to get home. That would place her home at 11:26 p.m. Per Oken's testimony, gunshots were between 11:45 p.m. to midnight. That means Adam must have killed her in the garage first and then went upstairs. That's what the state's arguing. The problem with that is the physical evidence and common sense. With regard to physical evidence, there wasn't a drop of Margaret's blood found on the second floor. There were no transfer stains. The hammer would have been contaminated with her blood when the blood spatter event occurred. There were transfer stains in the west garage near the fridge, but nothing on the second floor. With regard to common sense, how about the 20-odd dogs in this house? Wouldn't they sound the alarm? Wouldn't Megan or Gregory Brown or Nicholas Leonard have heard Margaret pull into the garage or felt the shutter of the garage underneath? Can one sense when their garage door opens and closes? Even in houses where the garage isn't on the first floor, when it's adjacent to the house, I submit to you, you know when your loved one's coming home because you hear the tremble. When that garage door opens and closes with that loud chain motor. I hope when the state comes back up here for the rebuttal, they have answers to these questions when they come back up. A lot of talk about Tristan's room. Mr. Matos, bad father, locked his kid up in the room. Speculation again. Empty speculation. The photographs show the key part of the lock. Everybody knows what a deadbolt looks like. You have common knowledge of that. On the other side of that key lock is a turnoff. That child was not locked in that room by Mr. Matos. Heat of passion. If you have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant acted in a heat of passion, you should find him not guilty of first-degree murder. Just like I said earlier, the default is manslaughter. In the jury instruction for both murder in the first degree and the second degree, there's a whole section that defines what heat of passion is. And there's a total of 5 elements. The first one is there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary, reasonable person. The second one, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. 3, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. 4, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And 5, the defendant was in fact so provoked it did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death. The state has to prove all those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Prove that they did not exist. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that a normal, reasonable person is capable of losing self-control under extreme circumstances. That is why the concept of heat of passion exists under the law. The question is, how does one gauge what extreme circumstances would cause a reasonable person to lose control? This is not an easy task, and clearly not scientific. The state is asking you to take a leap of faith and find that this was not heat of passion because they say so. But if you have to guess, your conviction cannot be one that is secure and unwavering. The state has to have proven to you why this is not heat of passion. How do you decide how a reasonable person would have acted under the circumstances Adam Matos faced on August 28th of 2014? Who is the poster child for the reasonable person? All people are different. Some people are easygoing and have, let's say, a California state of mind. Others, more aggressive, like the stereotypical New Yorker. Does that mean if you're a reasonable person is the Californian type, you must find Adam Matos guilty of murder, and vice versa? If your reasonable person is the New Yorker, you must find him not guilty? Anger is an emotion that is processed differently by different people. It's easy for one to think, I would never do that. But until it happens to you, you don't know how you would react. In this case, we have a soft-spoken, polite, reserved young man, not an animated, emotional type, more the California stereotype. But look at the facts of this case, and I submit to you, you can come to only one conclusion. He snapped and he acted in a heat of passion. The facts in this case cry out, heat of passion, self-defense, manslaughter, not murder. There was no premeditation, there was no deliberation, there was no reflection, just instinct. I submit to you that context is vital. If Margaret was the only person killed in this case, if hypothetically Megan had gone to Nicholas Leonard's house with Tristan, like his dad, Daniel Leonard, suggested, and Adam Matos had gone home to retrieve his things and no one was home, and then when Margaret came home, he killed her the way he killed her, there wouldn't be any argument for heat of passion. But killing her after the combat type experience he just experienced is not murder, especially first-degree murder. Only a combat military veteran experiences such things. You can't just bounce back from that and have a clean slate to commit premeditated murder. The killing of Margaret Brown was a link in a chain reaction that began when Nicholas Leonard made up his mind to bring a semi-automatic over to Mr. Matos' home with the intent to kill him if he showed up. Shoot him between the eyes. Of course he would show. He lived there. His boy was there. He had no other place to go. His family was in Pennsylvania. Adam Matos walked into a trap, ladies and gentlemen. Nicholas Leonard had parked his truck across the street. All of Adam's things were there. His clothes were in the closet. Remember at some point, that wasn't his bedroom. No, just coincidentally, the little closet there had men's clothing in it. Adam Matos had taken nothing with him earlier that morning. When Adam Matos walked into his bedroom on the evening of August 28, 2014, he was thrust into an unforeseeable situation in a series of events where reason, calm reasoning, and what is reasonable ceased to exist. There was no time to contemplate, no time to think. He was operating on a primal instinct to survive. That is obvious from the facts in this case, from all the evidence, from all the physical evidence. If a gun was not introduced into the mix by Nicholas Leonard, a simple 911 call on a cell phone would have been enough to make Adam grab some personal items and leave or stay and be arrested. I submit a simple cell phone gesture would have sufficed. Before I forget, I took some notes from Mr. Sarabia was up here. He talked about locks and a lot of speculation about locks being changed, what have you. But that hook and eyelet latch, I think it's called an eyelet latch, that was inside the stairwell door, nobody can pick that. If they were so concerned and afraid of him, a simple would have sufficed. In addition, Mr. Sarabia would have you believe that Mr. Matos admitted to putting a bag over Ms. Brown while she was still conscious. I submit to you that when Mr. Sarabia was cross-examining Mr. Matos, he used several compound sentences, double negatives. Mr. Matos is not an attorney. He hasn't been cross-examined before. He made it clear on direct examination that she was dead before he put the bag on her head. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that the state attorney would not have you convict him because of a slip of the tongue. Because he was nervous and said something that he didn't mean to say. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to be disadvantaged like Adam Matos when you deliberate in the deliberation room in order to decide the facts of this case. You will have the leisure of time to think about all that you have heard and reach your verdict in a logical and reasonable fashion. Your verdict should not be based on instinct, but on reason, common sense, principles, and above all, the law. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Matos outnumbered 3-1. They had guns, he had nothing. And the state just has a theory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious case. I submit to you that the whole of the state's case is the physical evidence. It is the most compelling evidence. It's not biased. It's not capable of lying. There are no eyewitnesses but Adam Matos. The physical evidence has to be without reproach, and it is. However, the state has a problem because this physical evidence supports the defense. So they're in a predicament. They have to argue against their own evidence. Like in the end of The Wizard of Oz, when the wizard says, don't look at the man behind the curtain. Ignore the blood spatter. Ignore the law of physics. Just trust us, the government. There's a French saying that says, to believe with certainty, you begin with doubting. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to return a verdict of not guilty as to all 4 counts of first-degree murder. Thank you for your cooperation and service in this case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll agree with the defense that we do appreciate your time and your attention in this case, and you guys have been cooperative with us, and we do appreciate that. I'd like to start off by talking about this idea that Mr. Matos is not guilty by heat of passion, okay? Because there was a lot of focus that he's not guilty because of his primal instincts, his rage, his heat of passion, as it was described to you by the defense, okay? The court's going to instruct you on what is the heat of passion, and it's the title really is the heat of passion upon adequate provocation. We kind of leave off this adequate provocation part, but it's really kind of the essential part of this heat of passion. Vince is correct. There are 5 elements we have that have to be proven to you, all 5 of them, if you're going to believe that he was not guilty by heat of passion upon adequate provocation. And I'm going to tell you right now that he's guilty of murder in the first degree, premeditated, based on the evidence in this case, and that heat of passion does not apply to any of the crimes that he's been charged with. And it's really because the first element of this heat of passion, adequate provocation, isn't happening. I'll read it to you. It says, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary, reasonable person. Okay? This sudden event type scenario. So to kind of take a step back, why we have this in the laws, you can think about a situation where a husband goes away on a long business trip, he comes home late at night, unexpectedly goes into his house, takes off his clothes, walks into his bedroom, and sees his wife in bed with another man, and he loses it. He walks into a situation he had no idea about. It's a sudden event. Grabs the lamp, hits him over the head, and he dies, right? The sudden event was so blinding, as the law will tell you, that he loses his sense of reason. The evidence in this case is pretty clear because he admits to it that he went into that house without them knowing. He thrusted himself into this situation. The defense wants to say that this situation was thrusted upon him, but in all reality is they didn't want him at that house. That was adequately communicated to him. Leave now, call the cops. She's crying, and all the things that we'll talk about in a minute. Goes and breaks into another house, smokes cigarettes. He wants to tell you that he's chilling out during that time, but the reality is that he's probably stewing, getting hot, texting, no one's responding. Can't take it anymore, goes back to the house. He He thrusted himself into that situation. It wasn't sudden upon him, and therefore it's not heat of passion. You can't walk into a bad situation and say, oh, well, I didn't know it was going to be a bad situation if I showed up, and then say, hey, ladies and gentlemen, you cut me some slack in this situation because, I know that I shouldn't be there, but I showed up anyway, and I deserve some break because of that. It's not true. He gets no credit for being there. He injected himself, and therefore it's not heat of passion. But if you think that somehow it is, this sudden event is somehow thrusted upon him, it has to be a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the events of that earlier that morning, the only person that was acting with a blind and unreasonable fury was Mr. Matos. As he waited for Megan to come home, confronted her with a knife, and he won't say, I didn't point it at her, but here he is trying to, as he said, I wanted to tell her the truth. Well, he's trying to get her to tell him the truth as he's holding a knife in his hand. Blind and unreasonable fury, that's Adam Matos. He had that all day. That there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. Well, if you believe Mr. Matos' testimony, he had ample time to cool off about what was going on, right? He won't say, oh, I was just sitting around chilling and smoking cigarettes and playing on my phone while they're doing whatever. And I just decided I'm going to head over there and see what's going on. I'm not going to announce myself. I'm not going to go to the front door. I'm not going to knock. I'm not going to say, hey, I just want my stuff, or hey, I just want to say bye to Tristan. Sneaks into the house, surprises them in the bedroom. And just remind you that the situation is that no one's saying they were engaged in any type of activity or anything of concerning behavior that would send him into this rage. And finally, the other thing that adds to this heat of passion and why is that Adam Matos was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the acts that caused the deaths of these individuals. Well, you can't inject yourself into a situation as hostile as this was going to be and not expect it to be a bad situation. He doesn't get to telling the benefit of, oh, I'm just going to walk in and everything's going to be okay, and I don't have a story with anyone. Doesn't announce himself, doesn't act in a reasonable and prudent manner as to someone who would want to just do the things that he says. He doesn't do that. This is not heat of passion on an adequate provocation because he put himself into the situation at the house. He knew that he was not supposed to be there. He knew that he was not wanted there. It was clear to him. Megan called the cops on him.
What is it? What is it? Okay, man, I'm not finding 7119 Hatteras Drive. I gave you a focus with 7719. No, it's 70. One second. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. We just moved here. Tell me exactly what happened, Megan. My son said I just came home, and my son said put a knife in my throat, and he cut my hand, and I'm like bleeding everywhere, and my son's freaking out. I really don't want to do this in front of him. Where is he at? He's just off. Okay, when did that occur? I woke up, we did this in my son's room, and my son woke up. Okay, ma'am, he cut your you want an ambulance to respond with the deputies, ma'am, to check out your hand?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
I can't even look at it, it's so full of blood.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, and it's on your hand?
Yes, my left hand on my tongue. I'm bringing the knife in my kitchen.
Okay. Now, do you know if he has any other weapons on him?
I have no idea.
Okay. Is he on drugs or alcohol?
Alcohol.
Okay. Is he saying medium heavy?
He's like 16, he's medium built. You would think he was skinny, but he's a little bit meaty.
Okay.
But compared to people here in Hudson, he's medium.
Okay. He'll be violent with law enforcement officers?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
It's okay, ma'am. Do you think he'll be violent with law enforcement officers?
Violent?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no idea. This is the first time he's ever acted. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Megan. Don't apologize. Do not apologize. It's quite all right. What was going on? You guys
didn't come here.
Okay. You guys had some kind of argument, or what was going on?
We haven't been together for weeks now because he doesn't do anything. And I went out with my friends and I came home at like 5 in the morning. He got all pissed off and he was drinking. And he just put his knife right to my throat. I thought he was going to fucking kill me.
Okay. Does he know the kid's weapons?
Yes, I went out.
Okay.
you were just going to do that, I wouldn't even know.
Gotcha. Understand. Okay, go ahead and answer it then, ma'am. That's the deputy, correct?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, I'll let you go, ma'am.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Okay.
Defense wants to say that the state didn't present to you any evidence of premeditation. I'm going to suggest to you right now that it is very clear that that individual, Adam Matos, had an intent to kill that day. And that's probably the first of many pieces of evidence we're going to talk about that goes to his premeditation that day. To suggest that maybe Megan Brown's exaggerating anything on this 911 call, you know, you have to listen to it and you get to decide what the evidence is in this case. We talked about the fact finder, law, apply, rule of the jury. Is her calming down and breathing deeply and trying to control her son in the room, is that an exaggeration or is that just a panicked woman? After someone just held a knife to her throat, cut her, and threatened to kill her. You get to decide. And to suggest that if the defendant really wanted to kill her, that would have been the time and the place to do it. Well, Adam Matos admitted to being all sorts of things to you guys today. Killing the mother of his child right in front of his child as he laid there in bed, well, maybe that was just one of those things he just couldn't bring himself to do that morning. Had to come back and finish that job later. The evidence in this case points strongly to premeditation. So I'm going to take a minute to go through the evidence of premeditation. The fundamental thing I want to discuss the difference between is that every time the defense discusses premeditation, they associate it wrongfully with a plan. Nowhere in the law are you going to read that it says that Adam Matos has to have a plan. That exactly how he's going to do it, how he's going to dispose of the bodies, how he's going to get away. Doesn't have to. Premeditation means an intent to kill. So let's go through all of the individuals and the evidence as it relates to them and this evidence of premeditation. And starting with, we suggested to you originally that Margaret Brown was the first individual killed. And again, as to this point, it doesn't matter the order. Nowhere in the evidence does it say that we have to prove to you the exact order in which they were killed. But we suggested to you, based on the evidence, that in order that it may have occurred. If you believe it was a different order, or the order of which he said, that's fine, as long as you agree that it was a premeditated killing. But the reason that we suggest that to you is because the evidence kind of supports that. The defense wants us to point it out to you. Well, here you go. They don't want him in the house. They bring Nicholas Leonard. He tells his friends he's going over there with a gun, that if he feels threatened by Adam Matos, that he's going to kill him. There's evidence that locks were changed. They don't want him in the house. So it's not hard to imagine that if you don't want someone in your house, you lock the doors, right? So what's the one door that opens that no one's really paying absolute attention to at around 11:25 that night? Margaret Brown comes home, right? It's not hard to imagine that he's just waiting for that door to open and he can slip in, because we know that's where he kills Margaret Brown. He admitted that to you. It's not hard to imagine that's how he entered the house that day. To suggest, they said, oh, the doors are wide open. Really? Calling police, having people come there, having people come over with guns, so afraid that you're not going into work that you're just going to leave doors wide open? You think he wanted to sneak into that house? Because if he did want to sneak into that house, he would have just gone to the front door and gone, hey, I want my stuff. I want to say bye to my son. I'm leaving. I'm getting out of town. But that's not what he does. This idea that the garage door is so loud and obnoxious that would send warning signs to everyone in the house, it's just a normal thing. It's so normal that it gives him the opportunity to sneak into the house. Okay? Kills her in the downstairs west garage. Well, and a common theme you're going to hear with both Margaret Brown and Nicholas Leonard is that the number and the nature of the injuries can suggest to you premeditation, right? If it was just one hit on the head with a hammer, then maybe he just wanted to hurt and stun him. If it was 2 hits on the head, maybe it was, well, I just want to hit and stun him, and I want to disorient him, and I want to maybe knock him out. But when you hit a 52-year-old woman, 5'2", don't know what her exact weight was at the time, you get to see the pictures and see how she's moving around, just worked a full shift, probably didn't take much to overcome her, but he hits her in the head 9 times to kill her. Well, and we know not all injuries happened after the bag was put on her head because there's blood evidence, right? We don't know what he hit her with. He says, I used the hammer on her, but it doesn't have to be the hammer. It could have been anything down there. Hits her in the head. She stumbles against the wall. She stumbles and he puts her into the east garage, excuse me. The idea that the bag was put over her head, well, maybe he didn't want to kill her at that moment. Maybe he didn't think she was dead and he just wants to gag her and keep her quiet because he's going to go upstairs and take care of everyone else. Or maybe he knocks her out to such a state of unconsciousness that he thinks she's actually dead. Puts a bat over her head and says, listen, I'm just going to let her die. But she continues to fight. Said, well, can't have that. Whack one more time on the side of the head. Doesn't come back from that. And this idea that the bag's got to be punctured, well, these are kitchen garbage bags. They're actually designed not to puncture. That's kind of the purpose of those kind of garbage bags. These aren't like public shopping bags which are thin and flimsy. These are garbage bags. They're designed not to puncture. And the fact that the bag's not punctured shouldn't suggest anything to you. Medical examiner suggests to you and tells you that the way that he looked at it, based on his experience, the bag was on the head when she got hit, that final time where she didn't move. She's bound and she's hog-tied with her arms behind the back because it's different. She was the first, hadn't really figured out how he was going to kill everyone. But the nature and the location of those injuries indicates to you that it was premeditated. He wanted to die there. He had time to reflect as she stumbles down in the garage, as she moves into the other room, where she gets into the east garage, and there's those hits across the head where the blood expert told you that there was a bloodletting event, the spatter on the wall. There is time to reflect. There is repeated injury. That, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence of premeditation. So for them to say there's no evidence, well, look, there you go. There's some evidence as it relates to that, and there's plenty more about his intent as we get into the other ways in which she died. But to say that the eyelet, because the eyelet lock wasn't locked in the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen, what does that mean? Well, they're expecting Margaret Brown to come home. Why lock her out? You know, when you have the garage door down. He doesn't have a garage door. He doesn't have a car, doesn't have a license. So it's this idea that he may just get in a car and drive to Guatemala. Well, it's kind of difficult to do without a driver's license. So this idea that there's no evidence of premeditation as it relates to Margaret Brown is incorrect and not supported by the evidence. Evidence is clear. Well, then he goes upstairs, and the fact that the dogs are barking is somehow an indication someone's in the house. Well, if you have 20 small little dogs, and they was testified, these dogs are barking all the time, right? They could have barked when the garage door opened. They could have barked when the door was closed. There is nothing you can gain from the fact that there are 20 little dogs barking, and that somehow that should send shockwaves into everyone in the house as they be alerted. But he testifies that he goes upstairs and he goes into Megan's room, and that's where there's a confrontation. Well, and if you really listen to his description of it, well, that Nicholas Leonard appears out of nowhere and grabs him by the throat, holds him so that he can pull a gun out. Well, the whole purpose of a gun, they are designed to kill. They're designed to kill from a distance. That's what changed the whole world of warfare, the fact that you could kill someone from a distance. If he's holding a gun in his hand, there is no reason to get all up personal with him and try to hold him back. He can just say, hey, get back, get down, whatever it is that he wants to do. The reality is that's just not how it happened. It's just not reasonable to think that's what it was. He had the element of surprise as it comes to those individuals in the house. They weren't expecting him to show up in the room, right? And you get stunned in a room by someone of his size after having threatened to kill people with the knives. It doesn't take much to stun you. It doesn't take much to surprise you. And so, was there a struggle in that room? Absolutely. Did it happen the way that he said? Probably not, because the evidence suggests otherwise. The evidence suggests that there was a gunshot in the room that went out the door, went out the wall, that there was other weapons in the room. There was a knife that he admits that he sliced up his arms, and he the defense wants you to believe that evidence in and of itself would instantly put him in an unconscious state. Again, brought the doctor back in here to clarify that issue. If there was any ambiguity in his previous answers, he answered that for you today. That injury, combined with there was no other injuries, all right? This idea that he just goes unconscious. He needs him to be unconscious because in his version, he brutally bludgeons him when he's unconscious. Well, that's not really supported by the evidence because there's no other evidence that he sustained any other injuries that would have led him to be unconscious. No injuries to any vital organ, and no injuries of gunshot wounds to his head. Because the reality is that once he got the drop on them up in the room and was able to get on top of Nicholas Leonard on top of that bed, he was able to take that knife and he was able to beat him. And hit him. And hit him. And hit him. 21 separate injuries to the head. No evidence of premeditation that he wanted him dead. I got 21 pieces of evidence that suggests to you that guy right there wanted Nicholas Leonard dead, and he wasn't going to stop till his head was crushed. Why didn't Megan call the cops when this was going on? The defense wants to, make her seem like, oh, it wasn't so bad because, she didn't call the cops when he's in there beating up on Nicholas Leonard. Well, first of all, he hasn't called the cops either, right? All the things that they want to blame Megan Brown for not doing in this situation where she's running across the room, and she's going into the other parts of the house, that she could have called the cops if something was wrong. Well, he doesn't do that either. In fact, what he does is he hunts them down in the master bedroom. Hunts them down. Goes right through the main part of the house. Could have gone out the front door, could have gone out the back door, could have gone downstairs, could have picked up his phone. He could have done all sorts of things. At that very moment, according to him, he had just been attacked and choked. That's not what he does. You want evidence of premeditation? The fact that he changes location from the southeast bedroom to the master bedroom, piece of evidence goes to premeditation. He wanted to kill those people. He wanted them dead. So, armed with a gun, he goes in there and he shoots Gregory Brown in the closet. He's trying to arm himself and shoots Megan Brown, and she's in that room. Shoots them both in a situation where Gregory Brown's back's to him. How much of a threat could he be at that very moment? Right? Have to go hunt him all the way into the room, all the way into the master bedroom closet to confront him. He's not even looking at him and shoot him. Well, there is evidence that a gun was loaded, and we heard through the testimony that a gun was loaded, but you never heard any testimony that a gun was jammed. Right? The only reference to a bullet being in the rifle from the forensic examiner is that it was loaded. No one ever said the gun was jammed. This whole theory that he's shooting at him multiple times or he's trying and the gun's jammed. We have an experienced hunter who knows his guns. These are guns that he's had and used forever. He picks the one gun that jams on him twice. Not really reasonable. No evidence that the gun jammed except for his testimony. The fact that he shot him twice, shot him dead, shot him once in the back, shot him in the chest area, 2 shots. Another piece of evidence to suggest to you that this killing was premeditated. Wanted him dead, had an intent to kill, time to reflect, time to make a decision, evidence of intent to kill. When we talk about Megan, Megan's the last one in the chain of events that, according to at least the state, as we believe it to happen, that he shoots her, and he shoots her in the face. To shoot someone in the face, you have to be face to face with them, right? She's not turned her back. Right? He held a gun at her and shot her dead after he just killed 3 people. It's a single gunshot wound, and sometimes a single gunshot wound in and of itself may not be clear evidence of premeditation. But if you look at it in the facts of this case, and the chain of the events that had happened, and the fact that he's chasing him down and he's hunting him down, it's clear evidence of premeditation. So there is evidence of premeditation. It's been all presented to you, and sometimes in a painstaking manner. But we wanted you to feel comfortable with the things that we're going to tell you, right? We want to show you the whole story to the best of our ability. Let's talk about this, because the defense wants you to believe that the killings were done by a justifiable use of deadly force. That's the legal term for self-defense. So I'm going to take a minute to go over the instruction as it relates to that, because it's a little bit longer than the one that the defense showed you, and you're going to get a copy of it. I'm going to take a minute to go through it because it's super important in this case, because there are some things that are worthy of explanation. It is like the defense said, it read, is that in deciding whether Adam Matos was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which he was surrounded at the time the force was used, right? Let's talk about those quick circumstances. Surreptitious secret entry into a house, killing Margaret, if you believe just the state's version of the events of the order in which it happened and what Justin Oken said. But if you don't, there is a version where he goes in and he attacks these individuals in a room, doesn't announce himself. Right, the defense wants to say that he wasn't committing a crime when he went in there, but if he was going to be all in the up and up, he just would have knocked on the door. The danger need not have been actual. How it means that he doesn't have to, his perception, you got to get into his mind at the time. So he doesn't have to perceive the danger to be real at the time, but to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of danger must have been so real that a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed that the danger could have been avoided only through the use of force. Well, this struggle that, according to him, with Nicholas Leonard is really a fight for Nicholas Leonard's life, right? Here he is there to protect Megan Brown. He arms himself with the weapon, and he's in there to protect them. He confronts them in the bedroom, and he comes after them. He is the one that interjects himself into this situation, and therefore, he is the person presenting the danger in the room. And based on the appearances, and I'm back to reading, Adam Matos must have actually believed the danger was real. However, the defendant has no duty to retreat if he was not otherwise engaged in criminal activity and in a place where he had a right to be. So, does he have a right to be in the room after the 911 call, after the things that happened? I'm going to suggest to you that he doesn't. That they did not want him there. That they communicated that to him all through the day with all the phone calls that he was having, which is why he stayed away, which is why he really had to secretly enter the house. One of the parts I want to explain to you here is this: there's this presumption in the law, and I'm going to read it to you, okay? And it says, Adam Matos is presumed to have held a reasonable fear of imminent peril or death or great bodily harm to himself when using defensive force that was intended or likely to cause death. What the law is trying to account for here is that if you can believe or presume that his fear was reasonable if he was going to have an imminent peril of death. This section and this presumption is for the person who is in their home at night in bed, right? An intruder comes knocking on the door, comes entering through the house. A homeowner is presumed to have fear when someone enters the house. It kind of gives them the right to shoot first and ask questions later, kind of a situation when you're in your own home. Okay? He does not entitle to the presumption of his fear because he secretly enters that house. Okay? So when you read this idea of the presumption that he may have, he's not entitled to it because he secretly entered the house. There are two things that go along with this presumption, and I'm bogging down in the weeds because it's kind of important for you guys to understand that it says that he's entitled to the presumption if the person upon whom the defensive force was used in the process of unlawful and forceful entry, or they unlawfully forcefully enters the residence. So this is a situation where someone breaks a door and enters your house, right? Well, he secretly enters the house. He doesn't break in the house. If there was a break-in, you're in your home in bed, you hear a door crash in, you go downstairs with a gun, a knife, or whatever, shoot first, you're presumed to have the fear because someone's entering your home, your castle. Or Adam Matos knew or had reason to believe that an unlawful and forcible entry or unlawful and forcible act had occurred. Well, he's the one entering into the residence. Again, he's the one interjecting himself in the situation. He's not entitled to that presumption. It tells you, and it goes through and says that the presumption of fear of imminent death or great bodily harm does not apply if. And it gives you two ways that it does not apply. It says, one, or A, that a person against whom the defensive force is used has a right to be there, is a lawful resident, or those type of things. Well, he was told not to come back. Right? It was very clearly communicated to him. He stayed away all day and secretly enters that house. He's not entitled to this presumption of fear. Or the person who uses defensive force is engaged in criminal activity. Well, in this case, as it relates to the justifiable use of force, well, depending on which version you believe, there are multiple killings in this scenario, right? So the fact that, as it relates to Margaret Brown, there's no justification and there's no heated passion. He waited for her or snuck in with her and bludgeoned her to death, hogtied her, and beat her head in with a bag over it. Not entitled to any type of defense as it relates to that. As it relates to the other individuals, as it relates to Nicholas Leonard, he beat him so senselessly and crashed his head in. He's not entitled to some sort of self-defense claim that I just tried to, I saw it, he came after me and I was able to escape. Well, it's very clear under his version, he was able to escape, and he wants to say he's either unconscious, not dead, and they're in the other room. That's the perfect opportunity to leave. He doesn't take it. He doesn't call 911. He's not entitled to any type of self-defense as it relates to that. And let's just talk for a second about his retelling of the events. The court's going to tell you that in the instruction that the fact that he testified, you as jurors have to treat him just like every other witness that testified. He gets no extra credit as to the testimony. He is not somehow more believable because he's the defendant in this case. You have to treat his testimony just like everyone else's. And with that, if you believe all, some, or even none of his testimony, you can completely discard it. Just like you can discard any other witness in this case. So when we ask him questions, he's like, I'm fuzzy on that. I don't remember. Or his answers were most likely, which, he's the eyewitness there because he killed all the other eyewitnesses. He's the one that knows. Clearly he's the one that knows. Oh, but his answers are most likely, and I'm fuzzy on that. And he wouldn't miss any opportunity to tell you that at any given moment he was afraid for his life, regardless of what the situation was. His testimony is not credible. It's not supported by the other evidence in this case. I'm just going to take a second because we haven't discussed it up to this point. The Supreme Court indicates that you are to be instructed on all crimes that are charged, right? Defense kind of gave you some analogy as to what was manslaughter and where it falls in this case, but the court is going to give you a verdict form and the instructions in this case. And the law says you start at the highest crime charged. That means when you go back in that room and you elect a foreperson to guide your discussion, that where you start your discussion is at murder in the first degree. And you start with each count individually. The fact that they're all tried together is for your benefit, but the evidence stands as with each individual one. A decision as to count one does not affect your decision as to count two. The evidence is what should guide your decision as it relates to those two things. You start at the highest crime that's charged, murder in the first degree. You decide if he committed it. You decide whether or not there any of the defenses that he somehow suggested to you work. There are certain questions, we call them questions of fact. They're going to be on your verdict form. These questions of fact pertain particularly to counts 2 and 3 because that's where he kills Megan Brown and Gregory Brown, and he uses a firearm. So there's specific questions of fact as it relates to the firearms in this case. And I'm not going to bore you with the law in it because you're going to get to read it and hear it multiple times tomorrow. But what the questions are is whether or not he used a gun. Did he have a gun? Did he possess a gun? Did he just discharge the gun? In doing the discharge, did it lead to the death of a person? Well, his own testimony, as it relates to the questions of fact, you can answer all of these questions in the affirmative as it relates to these questions. They're going to be under anything related to count 2 and count 3. But there is this thing in the law called the lesser included defenses. Lesser included offenses. And as it relates to each count in the indictment, as to count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, there's also the crime of murder in the second degree. So if you feel that the evidence does not support a conviction for murder in the first degree as to any of the 4 victims, then you would move down to the next step. You would say, okay, has the state proven to us whether or not there was a murder in the second degree? And you're going to kind of see that there are, as you move down this ladder, that there are the elements or things that we have to prove to you fall off. Primary difference between a murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree is that a murder in the first degree is done with the intent to kill, that evidence of premeditation that I spent some time talking to you about. But there's also the crime of murder in the second degree, of depraved heart mind, where you do an act that you're so blinded by it that you do not have an intent to kill. I'm not going to go over all those pieces of evidence that go to premeditation because I think we spent a fair amount of time going over that. But it's those pieces of evidence that I want you to think about as to why this is not a murder in the second degree. The hunting down, the use of the weapons, the changing of location, the type and the nature of injuries, the repeated nature of the injuries. These are things that suggest to you that it's not a murder in the second degree. And then if you don't find that, then the next one down is a manslaughter. Manslaughter, I think the analogy that has been given to you is one of a traffic accident. Sometimes I guess the most common one is a DUI manslaughter, where someone gets intoxicated at a bar, gets behind the wheel. They have no intent to kill a person, but they commit an act that they should reasonably know could lead to the death of someone, and in doing so, they kill someone. Okay? The evidence in this case suggests to you far more than a manslaughter. It is not a murder in the second degree. It is a specific crime. It is the killing of multiple people in a home at that night with the intent to kill. But there is one more thing that the court's going to instruct you, and I just want to read it to you. It's called abnormal mental condition, because the defendant wants to tell you all the things that are bad for them, he wants to separate himself from, right? It's only natural, but he did it consistently and repeatedly, separating himself from those things that aggravate this case. The bag wasn't on the head, put the bag on after. He was unconscious when I hit him 21 times and led to his death. I was lost. I was shocked. I was in this state of unknowing. This 4-hour period, according to him, between the deaths of the individuals upstairs as he lies in wait for Margaret Brown. The law says that mental illness, abnormal mental condition, or in this case, diminished mental capacity, is not a defense to any crime in this case. That any such evidence may not be taken into consideration to show that the defendant lacked the specific intent, that mens rea that they talked about, or didn't have the state of mind essential to proving that he committed the crimes charged or any lesser crime. This state of shock that he's in is because of the horrific things that he did at his own hands. He is not entitled to any benefit or any defense in the law as it relates to that. And you're going to hear that. The court's going to give you some instructions to guide you through your discussion, and I'm not going to go through that, but the court's going to lay it out there for you. And then you have to look at all the evidence. And the state kind of just, here you go. As much as we can give you and as details we can give you, and trying to be as respectful of your time to show you the evidence in this case. And to suggest that we're trying to hide the story or try to give you some other alternate way is really... when you take the evidence back, you get to decide if we're trying to hide something from you. We want you to make a decision in this case. We give you the evidence because you're the fact finders. You don't have to listen to what I say. You don't have to listen to what the defendant says. You only have to listen to the evidence in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the evidence in this case and you decide the order in which things happened, you have a house where 4 people died on August the 28th of 2014. An entire family was wiped out. Adam Matos killed those people because he wanted to kill them. He lied in wait. He enters a house secretly. He bludgeons them into brutal murders. He tries to conceal evidence. He tries to hide evidence. He is deceptive on all the things. And why is he doing all that stuff? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's not because he didn't think the cops wouldn't believe him. It's because he didn't believe it. You think he thought he had that actual discussion in his head, well, I'm not going to call the cops so they're not going to believe me, or I'm just going to clean up everything. He cleaned up everything because he knew he was guilty of murder in the first degree as to all 4 individuals. He knew it. And now you know it. So tomorrow, when the judge reads you these instructions as to the law, you need to go back there, pick a 4-person in the jury, review the evidence that you want. But the decision as to what crime he committed is fairly clear in this case. Adam Matos is guilty of murder in the first degree for killing Margaret Brown, Megan Brown, Greg Brown, and Nicholas Leonard. He did so with premeditation. He did so because he wanted to, and he did so in a brutal and horrific fashion. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you?
All right. So that wraps up openings, him taking the stand, Adam taking the stand, and closings. Now we're going to get to the verdict, but before we do, he's proffered by the defense. So I'm not quite sure what this means. I don't know why he's being proffered after closing. So I want to see what this is about. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check. Yeah, this was November 16th. All right, so this is the day of the verdict. The verdict came in on the 16th. So let's see what this is about. I'm not quite sure what they're doing here. So let's check this out. It's only 6 minutes.
It was actually pretty close to the jury room.
I told him he could proffer some things from the jury room. You need Mr. Matos on the stand?
Please.
All right, we have Mr. Matos brought onto the stand. It's proper. They're going to ask questions you can answer. I'll be back. Go ahead and proper. I'll go get my laptop.
Mr. Matos, what was was that day, August 28, 2014, like for you?
It was the worst day of my life. It was just a horrible experience. Like a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from.
Regarding staying there and taking care of your son Tristan, tell us how difficult it was for you to mentally stay in the house.
It was difficult in many ways. The horrible memories that occurred there. Just reliving the experience over and over every day. It was very emotional.
Did you continue to stay there?
Yes.
Regarding leaving Tristan at home alone, why would you do that?
The state of mind that I was in, I was not thinking clearly. I feel horrible for doing so. In a normal situation, I wouldn't have done that. As a child, I was left home from time to time, and maybe that had something to do with why I acted that way for a time. I wasn't thinking clearly.
Was that how you were raised?
Yes.
Mr. Matos, let's go back to how you met Megan Brown and found out that you were Tristan's father, okay? How long were you guys together?
On and off through the years.
Where was it that you guys met?
Emmaus, Pennsylvania.
How long, can you tell me the circumstances about that?
We met through a mutual friend in Emmaus, Pennsylvania. I was 19, I believe she was 18 at the time, and she came over to my house one day with a mutual friend, and that's how I met her.
How long were you together before you found out she was pregnant with a child?
A few months.
Did you have court-ordered visitation with Tristan in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
What was Megan's attitude about staying or going?
She wasn't sure. Her parents were trying to convince her to go. I wanted to stay. I tried to convince her to stay. It was the town that we spent most of our lives. Tristan was born there. He had friends there. He was going to school. There was beautiful parks that we would go to and spend time with him. And he loved it there. It was a great place to raise our child.
And did you, in fact, try to convince her to stay in Pennsylvania?
Yes, I tried to convince her many times to stay.
But you decided to go to Florida anyway?
Yes.
I was asking you about your discussion with Nick Leonard. What did he say to you when you talked to him on the phone?
When I talked to Nicholas Leonard, he was upset about an incident that occurred when he was at the bar with Megan. Apparently she was flirting with a bartender, and he became jealous and upset when he left the bar.
You said he was jealous and upset?
He was jealous and upset when he left the bar, and he called me. First he texted me, and then we talked on the phone for 12 minutes as he was entering the cab. And as we were talking, he was just letting me know that him and Megan had an altercation at the bar. And he was upset that she was flirting with the bartender, and that his opinion of her was that she was a whore, and that he didn't want her anymore, and that he was done with her completely.
Judge, I don't get to ask any questions about the questions he proper.
What?
The defendant, I don't get to cross him on the answers he gave or the proper.
No, because I didn't even let the questions come in. So it was improper, then it was improper. You had the videos right there? What's this on walk? You're up.
All right, that was really weird because this is the day of the verdict, so I don't know. I don't understand that at all. That was really odd. Not it was going to like his state of mind. I don't understand what that was about. All right, so next up is verdict. So that was November 16th. Verdict was also November 16th. This is for the guilt phase. So this is for the guilt phase. So let's see what comes back. Hopefully we can get some closed captioning for this. All right, so this is the verdict. Yeah, Nan, he was a DJ and he did avant-garde DJing. So I'm assuming that's from a Halloween, or else maybe it was as a DJ. I'm not quite sure, but he was avant-garde DJ. All right, so do you think he wanted to do this for the record because he didn't mention on the stand? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Jane, maybe. I'm not sure. All right, here, this is okay. So here's the verdict. So the jury took just under 3 hours. So basically about 3 hours, but just under 3 hours. So here's the verdict.
The jury has reached their verdict. The defendant is present. Is there any reason not to bring the jury back? Defense?
No, Your Honor.
State?
No, Judge.
All right, bailiff, you can have the jury return.
Yes, Your Honor. Jury's now entering the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Seated, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Juror number 10, I understand you are the fourth person. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You've reached a verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have the verdict form?
Yes, ma'am.
You can hand those to my bailiff. Thank you, sir. All right, the defendant wants to rise, defense attorney, and I will have the clerk publish the verdicts.
In the Circuit Court of the 6th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida in and for Pasco County, case number 2014 CF 005586 AXWS, State of Florida versus Adam Matos. Indictment for count 1, murder in the first degree. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follows. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as to Nicholas Leonard as charged in the indictment. So say we all, this 16th day of November 2017, signed the foreperson, juror number 10. Indictment for count 2, murder in the first degree. We, the jury, finds as follows. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as to Megan Brown as charged in the indictment. We further find the defendant did possess, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm. We further find the defendant did actually possess a firearm. The defendant did discharge a firearm. The defendant did discharge a firearm causing the death or great bodily injury of Megan Brown. So say we all, the 16th day of November 2017, sign the foreperson, juror number 10. Indictment for count 3, murder in the first degree. We, the jury, finds as follows. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as to Gregory Brown as charged in the indictment. We further find the defendant did possess, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm. We further find the defendant did actually possess a firearm. The defendant did discharge a firearm. The defendant did discharge a firearm causing the death or great bodily injury of Gregory Brown. So say we all, the 16th day of November, 2017, signed the foreperson, juror number 10. Indictment for count 4, murder in the first degree. We, the jury, finds as follows. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as to Margaret Brown as charged in the indictment. So say we all, the 16th day of November, 2017, signed the foreperson, juror number 10.
All right. So the defense wish to have the jury polled?
Please, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to poll the jury. The clerk will call your seat number, and it's a yes or no answer. She's going to ask if the verdicts that she has read are in fact your verdicts. If they are, please say yes. If they are, say no, and she'll do it by seat number. Madam Clerk?
Would you like me to go each count one after the other?
No, we'll just do it as a whole. That's fine.
Okay. Juror number 1, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, as we discussed when you were originally impaneled, the verdicts in this case were for murder in the first degree, which entails that you as a panel will have to make a decision on the sentence involved in this matter. We are going to begin that on Monday. You'll be released today. You'll have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. I'm going to have you come back on Monday at 9:30, and we'll begin the second phase, the sentencing phase in this matter. Again, you will continue not to read, talk, tweet, blog, or anything about the case. You are still the jury deciding the second phase of this matter. So although you have made a decision on the guilt of the defendant, the sentence could be affected by you reading something or hearing something or talking to somebody about this. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead, your notes, your jury instructions, we're going to keep. They'll be back. You'll need those for the second phase, so we'll have them right back here. You want to put them in the envelope, and they'll be right back on your chair when you get back here on Monday at 9:30. As I told you, I believe that we are a day ahead of when we originally had said that we would go through. Depending on how the testimony goes on Monday, my thought is that on Tuesday I will do the exact same thing I did today, which is I will bring you back on Tuesday, I will instruct you on Tuesday, and you will begin to deliberate. So I'll give you more information on Monday before you leave, because I'll know after it goes on Monday how the timing is. But right now, my guess is that you'll be deliberating for that matter on Tuesday. And so at this time, you are released. Keep your jury badge. I'll keep everything else. And we'll see you in the jury pool room at 9:30 on Monday morning. All right? Again, keep that number with you if there's any issues, okay? So at this time, I'll thank you, and I'll release you for the day.
Jurors enter the presence of the court, Your Honor.
Thank you. He can be seated. We have a few more things to talk about. what I'd like is for the individuals who are going to be handling second phase to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll discuss the jury instructions so we can go over them and make sure that we have any disagreement at least discussed and reviewed before we begin on Monday. There's a part where I have to read them an instruction about what they're going to do, and I want to make sure that we have all that agreed to. Defense, how many witnesses do you believe that you'll be calling? I'm not holding you to it. I mean, just a rough ballpark figure.
We have listed 12, I believe. I don't think any of them will be that long.
Okay.
We do have a Skype session scheduled Monday, 3 to 5.
Okay.
From up north. And assuming the openings aren't that long,
okay,
I believe we can probably get through most of them, if not all of them.
Okay, and I have spoken to Court Technology. They've already talked to me this afternoon. They came in. The state's going to remove the big TV so that they can bring in their equipment and make sure that it's ready when your Skype is ready. So
I believe they've already tested it last week.
So they just need the big TV to be gone, and the state has indicated they'll take it with them today. So we should have it. They may even bring it in tomorrow and set it up so we know it's here, double check again. So state, if you have any additional witnesses that you'll be presenting in penalty phase?
Not at this stage of the penalty, Judge.
Okay. The only other thing that we'll have to work through, and I'm sure you'll have that for me tomorrow, is what mitigation or mitigators you want me to put in. If you can kind of have a idea.
Yes.
I'm sure in your head you've got them kind of worked on, but if you can shore that up, because we want to make sure that we have the jury instructions correct. But again, I don't think that part of the jury instructions, the final instructions, we'll do until Tuesday if we can get through everything on Monday. So, I mean, the introduction part, the explanation of how we're going to get this done and all that, that doesn't have the mitigators in it. That just says, we just talk about it in general terms, but the final instructions, we'll have to have those in there. And of course, anything else you think is mitigation part will be in there. So is there anything else that the court needs to discuss today in reference to what happened for the rest of the last 2 weeks? Anything, State?
Judge, I was just going to ask the court, the instruction and the aggravator listed by the state is the prior violent felony. The instruction refers to a conviction, and so based on that, I know the jury having found their verdict is one thing, but if the court would adjudicate Mr. Matos as to each count, so that it is a clear record as to our argument as to his conviction, and there's no ambiguity in the fact that he has in fact been convicted, we would appreciate that.
Okay. All right. If I can have the defense and Mr. Matos approach the podium. Mr. Matos, at this time, in case number 14-CF-5586, the jury having returned a verdict of guilty on count 1, murder in the first degree, count 2, murder in the first degree, count 3, murder in the first degree, and count 4, murder in the first degree. I now adjudicate you guilty on all 4 counts. Sentencing will begin on Monday, as I just went over. Your lawyers are ready to go on that. And you'll be remanded. You had no bond up to now, and you'll remain on 0 bond on all 4 counts. And I will adjudicate you guilty, and the sentencing part of that will begin on Monday. Defense, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So at this time, we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 8:30 to discuss the penalty phase instructions, and then Monday we'll begin the actual penalty phase. Mr. Matos does need to be brought over tomorrow. He does not have to be dressed out if he doesn't want to. He can save his suits for next week. There's not going to be any jurors here. I'm not saying you wouldn't be dressed out. I'm just saying if you don't want to wear a tie and a jacket, you can just wear, some pants and a polo shirt. It's up to you, whatever you want, okay? It's completely your decision. I'm just saying that the jurors won't be here. They're not supposed to be watching anything or seeing anything, so you can discuss that with your lawyers, but if you want to come in your stuff from the jail, that's fine. If you want to wear something less formal, you can do that too, okay? But it's completely your decision. Any other questions?
Judge.
All right, we're good to go?
Yes.
All right, we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning. Thank you. So can you make sure all the evidence we have 641? Yes. And I have
All right, so guilty on all charges, which wasn't really that big of a surprise. What's more of a surprise is for the penalty phase now, 12 witnesses for the defense, 0 for the state. 0 for the state. All right, I want to play a couple things here. This is his mom. His mom testifies. So let's hear from mom, because what I was reading, mom did not treat him and his brother very well. So we'll get to that as well in the jury instructions, but I want to check out mom here. All right, so this is mom coming up. All right, so here's his mom. So this is day 1 of the penalty phase, and this is his mom coming up. So this is this is from the 20th. As we heard, it was going to be a Tuesday, or Tuesday, right? Because it was on a Thursday. Or was that a Monday? Anyway, okay, so this is day 1, penalty phase, and mom speaks. Okay, so this is day 1 from the penalty phase, and this is his mom speaking.
all right, state having rested. Defense, call your first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense will call Rose Matos.
All right, Rose Matos. Good morning, ma'am. If you can step to the podium right there. You can raise your right hand and be sworn by my clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can see in the witness stand and speak in a loud and clear voice for me, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Matos. I know you're a very low talker, so if you could just remember to try to speak into the microphone, that way everyone can hear you, okay?
Ms. Matos, if you pull the microphone a little closer to you, it'll be a little easier for you. And you can move your chair up if you wish. Thank you. You may proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Rose Matos.
And Ms. Matos, how do you know Adam?
Adam is my son.
Ma'am, you're going to have to talk up. You're in the microphone, but you...
Adam Matos is my son.
Thank you.
How old is Adam?
I think he's 32.
And how old were you when you had Adam?
Maybe 20, 21.
Is Adam your first child?
Adam's my second child.
How many siblings does he have?
1.
Who's your first child?
Peter Dehesa.
I want to talk to you about first, did Adam have any health problems growing up?
Yes.
What kind of problems?
He had chronic asthma.
When did he develop that asthma?
Pretty much when he was born.
And how did that affect him?
A lot of things he
couldn't play sports, couldn't run. He didn't speak well.
Was he ever hospitalized for it?
Numerous times.
Approximately how many times would you say?
More than 10 times.
Now, where was Adam born?
Pennsylvania.
Do you remember where in Pennsylvania?
It's in Philadelphia. I think it's North Philadelphia.
North Philadelphia? Mm-hmm. How long did you live in North Philadelphia after Adam was born?
Oh, gosh, maybe 7 years old.
Can you walk me through approximately how many times did your family move while Adam was growing up?
We moved a lot of times. More than 10 times, maybe 12.
10 to 12 times?
Yes.
Why is that?
I was looking for better schools. The environment wasn't really great.
What do you mean by that when you say the environment wasn't great?
He was bullied. He was bullied in first grade, second grade, third grade. And I just continued to look for better schooling for him.
Right. Was there ever a point in time when you were living in a car with Adam and Peter?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't remember exactly what year it was, but Adam was young.
Okay. Where was Adam's father while he was growing up?
He was doing his thing. I don't know. He was doing his life. He didn't care. He didn't want anything to, he apologized to Adam, but he had his life, and he chose drinking beer and carrying on. And
was he ever involved in Adam's life?
No.
Did Adam ever meet him?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe 3 times.
Did he ever stay with him?
No.
Did his father ever participate in any activities, school events, anything? No. Did Adam have any interaction with his father aside from the times he met him?
No.
Did he receive any support from his father?
No.
I know there was an incident, I think Adam was about 4 years old with a neighbor child. Can you tell us about that?
Adam was on his way to the store, and he was running down the steps, and I heard this scream. It was so loud. I ran down the steps, and he was screaming on the top of his voice. He could barely talk. The neighbor kid had whooped him with the munition blind, the plastic munition blind, twice, and ripped his skin open in his back. And it was really hard for Adam. He had to go to the hospital after that, and his asthma started up once again.
Did he have any other incidents where he was bullied like that by other children?
Yes. I think he was in 2nd or 3rd grade. He had to go to the hospital, and I used to ask him, "What's the matter, Adam? You seem upset. You need to tell me. I can't help you." He wouldn't tell me. Till one day I said, "Adam, you have to go to school." "But Mommy, I can't." And I said, "Adam, you have to." So he told me, he said, "Mom, there's these 2 boys that keep on roughing me up." So I said, "Don't worry. Mommy will be there after school. Make sure you'll be okay." But it still got pretty mad, and he was sick all the time because he was upset.
I know there was at least one incident with his grandfather. That's your father. Can you tell us about that?
My dad, he was alcoholic. He was verbally and physically abusive. He used to scare Adam, and it's a pop don't scare him. He's just a little boy. Every kid don't likes to be scared, especially when they have to go to sleep by themselves at night. And my dad would say, "Cuckoo's going to come and get you." Cuckoo means the monster's going to come get you. And Adam would just run behind me, and he did it a couple times where it was tough to see Adam, frightened. He was frightened.
Did Adam ever see any abuse of you by your father?
Yes.
Such as what?
One day my dad came home and he was drunk. He wanted to have sex with a woman in my apartment. And I told him, you can't do that in my house. I have 2 boys I have to protect, and they don't need to see stuff like that. So my dad pretty much, he pushed the boys. The boys were trying to protect me, pushed the boys out of the way, almost knocking Adam out. And he ran after me with a knife.
How did that affect Adam?
It affected both of them. They didn't want to be there. They didn't want to be there in the apartment anymore. They didn't know when he was going to come back. So we pretty much had to move from there.
I know there also you had a boyfriend that you lived with when Adam was in elementary school, a doctor, is that right?
Yes.
Did Adam ever witness any abuse of you by that boyfriend?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what he may have observed or seen?
One day I came home from work and we were disagreeing. And I said, we need to talk. Let's talk. And he didn't want to talk. And Adam had walked in the room and he body slammed me against the floor.
He body slammed you?
Body slammed me. And I hurry up for Adam not to see that I was hurt. And the second time, I came home from work. He was complaining that, Adam had friends over and it was kind of late. And I said, well, I told him it was okay. His punishment was up. And he told me, well, this is my effing house. And I I'd call the shots. And I said, please, if you're mad at me, take it on me, but don't take it on my children. So pretty much, he pushed me so hard that I flew a couple feet away. And my back was pretty much, I was crippled at least 3 months. I even had to have back surgery. And it was tough on the boys seeing me so sick. They never see mommy like that.
I think maybe around that time you and Adam were in a car accident?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that incident?
I just had got in an accident in September of 2000. A tractor trailer hit us from behind. Adam was in the front seat with me. It was a horrific accident. 3 people got...
You're not here at all.
It was a horrific accident where 3 people got killed. Not in my car, but around my car. I had a concussion, and I had fractured my chest. And pretty much that was tough because, it was a tragic,
And Adam was in the front seat with you during that?
Yes.
While you were living with the doctor,
yes,
I think there was an incident where Adam was about 10 years old and he was arrested with a pipe.
Yes.
A marijuana pipe.
Yes.
Can you talk about that and where he got that item?
Adam had taken the doctor's marijuana. It was glass made, it's like a glass. It was to use marijuana. I found it in his drawer, and I told him, you need to get rid of this.
You found it in whose drawer?
I found it in the doctor's drawer. It's like a jewelry box for men. I said, you need to get rid of this, because if the boys find this, and you always sending them in the room to get whatever you want, and if the boys see this, what they're going to think of you or me? He said, well, they shouldn't be in my room. Adam went in the room and he took it. But Adam got arrested that day. And I told Adam, you need to tell the officer the truth, who it belonged to, because I knew who it belonged to.
Who was at the police station with Adam after he was arrested?
It was I and Dr. DeBlito.
Okay. And did the doctor discourage Adam from telling the police where he got it?
Yes.
There was a point where Adam was trying to create a career for himself, is that right?
Yes.
What did he want to do?
He wanted to be a auto technician, making sounds and for music.
The DJ?
I wasn't sure what that, along that meant, but you can say a DJ or, yeah.
How old was he when he was trying to work on that?
Gosh, that was just a few years ago. I can't remember exactly what year it was.
Where was he living?
He was living in a property that I had rented, and he had his own apartment.
And where was the school that he was going to for?
New York City.
How far was that from the apartment that he was living in?
Well, Emmaus, Pennsylvania, and New York. I don't know how far that is, but I'm sure it's good ways. I'm not sure how far it is.
Okay, how was he getting to the school every day?
Taking the bus, the train.
How long would you say it would take him every day to get to the school?
Sure, 3 or 4 hours. Not sure.
When did Adam find out, or when did you find out that Adam was going to be a father?
Oh, gosh, Tristan's 8. Pretty much 8 years ago when he came.
You're still going to have to keep your voice up. You can move your chair closer or whatever. As long as you speak right in the microphone, we hear you. But
I believe 8 years ago, Adam called me and he says, "Mom, how do you feel if you're going to be a grandmom again?" I said, "Adam, I wouldn't feel no different. I would be happy, of course."
When you say again, did Adam have any other children?
No, because my son Peter had children.
How did Adam seem when he found out he was going to be a father?
Oh, he was happy. He was happy.
Did you ever see him with Tristan?
Plenty of times.
And how was Adam with his son Tristan?
Really good. He's a good father.
What do you mean when you say that?
He spent a lot of time with him, trying to teach him, reading books to him, taking him to the park. As much time if he can get with the boy, with my grandson, he would.
And Your Honor, if I could just approach the witness, I'm showing her what's been remarked as defense 1 PP.
all right, you may.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
Overwhelmed mother.
An overwhelmed mother?
Yeah.
When is this picture taken?
Gosh, Peter just turned 1, I believe. No, he wasn't 1. He was a little bit over 1. It's so long ago. Adam was 3 months born there.
Who is in this picture?
That's me, Peter, and Adam. Adam's on my left side, Peter's on my right side.
Your Honor, at this time the defense would move what's been pre-marked as defense exhibit 1 PP as defense 1 PP.
Any objection? All right, it'll be moved in as defense number 1 into evidence PP.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been previously marked as defense 2 PP?
Yes, and while you approach, just make sure she speaks up.
Okay.
She's talking lower because you're standing closer.
Right.
So I just need go ahead and approach. Just need to keep everybody in that whole row back there needs to hear you. Okay? So that'll be states 2 defense 2 PP. Go ahead.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
Adam.
About how old is Adam in this picture?
I think he was 7. He could have been 6. It's been so long.
Your Honor, at this time the defense would move what's been previously marked as defense 2 PP into evidence as defense 2.
State, any objection?
No objection.
All right, being as defense 2 PP.
type of child was Adam? What was his demeanor? Was he a happy child? Was he a morose child? What kind of child was he?
He's a happy child.
Did he ever have a steady male presence in his life? An adult male that he could look up to and turn to?
No.
How do you think that it affected Adam when you moved around so much when he was a child?
My oldest son, Peter, didn't come to meet his father until he was 13 years old. When Peter had met his father, I felt like Adam felt left out.
Peter and Adam have different fathers?
Yes.
And you feel that when Peter met his father, Adam started to feel left out?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
He wanted to know his father. He wanted to know where he came from and his other part of family.
Did he ever have the chance to do that?
I think he met his uncle, and Adam was maybe 8, 9 years old. He met him one time.
And other than that, did he have any contact with his father's family?
No.
If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
You know what your son has been accused of, correct?
Yes.
You know what your son has been convicted of?
Yes.
How do you feel about your son now, knowing what this jury has found him guilty of?
I love my son no matter what. I am hurt, just like any parent would feel hurt. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. I can't even explain to you. It's hard. Because I try to, as a single parent, try to teach its children there has to be another way than, what you see on TV or what you see before your eyes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Permission to publish the photos to the jury?
You may. Cross? Then I know you just need to continue to keep your voice up, okay? Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Adam has an older brother named Peter.
Yes.
And as you were raising Adam, Peter is how much older than Adam?
They're a year and a half apart.
All right, so if Adam was in, let's just say first grade, was Peter the grade level right above it, like in second grade?
Yes.
And they were close, correct?
Yes.
When you were raising both boys, you raised them together, correct?
Yes.
And when you moved, they moved together, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that in their early portions of their childhood, they had a similar upbringing?
Yes.
I'm sorry, no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you described for this jury that on a number of occasions you moved, correct?
Yes.
And each time you moved, to the best of your ability, you would provide a home for both Peter and Adam.
Yes.
You indicated that when Adam had medical issues like the asthma, you would provide him with medical treatment?
I would take him to the doctors, specialists.
And you cared for him, correct?
Yes.
And he had an issue with the asthma, you did your best to get him the treatment that he needed?
Yes.
His asthma, was it a serious issue?
Yes,
Is that one that he maintained through his life,
yes.
even into adulthood?
He stopped taking his medication. They were giving steroids.
Okay. He stopped taking them?
Yes.
When there were issues at school, you were an attentive parent and took care of the issues as it relates to the bullies that he dealt with, correct?
Yes.
You met with school officials and kind of explained to them what was going on?
Yes.
And you did your best to address the issues that he was having?
Yes.
And when there were issues in the home, you kind of outlined a number of issues related to your father, their grandfather, and as to your boyfriend. When there was an issue in the home, you did your best to protect them, correct?
Yes.
And you would explain to them when something was done wrong, you would try to explain to them the situation, correct?
Yes.
Try to rear them up the best that you could.
Yes.
And you brought up the situation where Adam Matos finds a marijuana pipe inside the home, correct?
Yes.
And you explained the story. You took that opportunity to explain to him the difference between right and wrong as it relates to that.
Yes.
And you did your best to explain to him the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Yes.
And you would have done that for Adam, and you would also have done it for your other son, Peter, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ma'am, you had an opportunity to view Adam Matos with his son Tristan, correct?
Yes.
And you provided this jury with the opinion based on your interaction with him and his son that Adam was a good father, correct?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Have you had an opportunity to hear the admissions or the testimony of Adam Matos as it relates to what happened in this case?
I heard the last testimony of Adam.
You heard his testimony, ma'am?
Not all of it.
Not all of it? And you're aware that the things that he's been convicted of are things that he did in the home while Tristan was in the home, correct?
I don't know what happened. I wasn't there.
I understand,
but I
ma'am.
just listened to the testimony.
Well, you know your son. You heard the things he admitted to, correct, ma'am?
Yes.
I guess what I'm trying to ask you, the things that he admitted to, those all happened while Tristan was in the home, correct?
I don't know if Tristan was in the home.
All right, assume for a second that Mr. Matos says that Tristan's in the home while he's doing all the things that he's admitted to, okay? And has been convicted for. You with me so far?
If Adam said that,
Yes, ma'am.
then that's what he said.
All right. Knowing that, okay, knowing that he does all these things in the house while Tristan's there, does that change your opinion as to what kind of father that he is?
It hurts any parent. Same thing.
Or is your opinion of him?
Opinion.
What kind of father that he is? Does that change your opinion?
Well, any father shouldn't do what he did, of course.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you redirect? All right, ma'am, thank you very much. You may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense would call Angela Bracali.
All right, so I don't think Peter testifies. I'm checking now, but it doesn't look like Peter testifies. Yeah, Peter does not testify. All right, so brother does not testify, so we just heard from mom. All right, now I want to get to... We heard some of these. I'm just going to play a little bit of the jury instructions because I wanted to give you guys this background of what the jury has to deal with. This is just jury selection. I'm sorry, jury instructions. It's jury instructions, and it's just one little piece that I want I want to play for you guys. These are the mitigating factors. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I just want to play this one little bit here. We kind of heard a little bit of it. We heard a little bit of it from Mom, but I want to play this for you guys.
The possibility of parole. If you do unanimously find the existence of at least one aggravating factor and that the aggravating factors are sufficient to impose a sentence of death, the next step in the process is for you to determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. And mitigating circumstance can be anything in the life of the defendant which might indicate that the death penalty is not appropriate. It is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may reasonably indicate that the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances you may consider are: number one, the age of the defendant at the time of the crime, which was 28 years old. Number two, Adam Matos loves Tristan more than anything in the world. Number three, Adam Matos' dedication to Tristan is the only reason he came to Florida and ended up in this situation. Number four, life in prison means life without the possibility of parole. Number five, Adam Matos was raised by a single mother with a mental disability. Number six, Adam Matos never knew his father. Number seven, Adam Matos' mother would leave him alone with his brother for extended periods of time when they were preteen age. Number eight, the love of Adam Matos' brother. 9, the love of Adam Matos' mother. 10, the love of Adam Matos' extended family. Number 11, Adam Matos grew up in poverty, experiencing an unstable home with frequent moves. Number 12, Adam Matos grew up experiencing his mother's frequently changing boyfriends. Number 13, as a child, Adam Matos suffered from extreme asthma, which required emergency room treatment. 14, Adam Matos' mother took a 2-week vacation to South America, leaving Adam and Peter to fend for themselves when they were 10 and 12 years old. 15, Adam Matos suffered an extreme beating when he was a young child with plastic blinds and a stick. Number 16, Adam Matos was bullied as a child. 17, Adam Matos was a huge support in helping Nancy Matos through rehabilitation for her substance addiction. 18, Adam Matos graduated from high school. 19, Adam Matos graduated from disc jockey school by commuting every day from Pennsylvania to New York City, motivated by a desire to financially support his son. 20, Adam Matos endured the uncertainty of whether he was the father of Tristan. 21, Adam Matos' courtroom demeanor. 22, Adam Matos tried to work to support Tristan and pay rent while in Florida by walking long distances up to 4 miles to work as a dishwasher until Mrs. Austin helped him buy a bicycle. 23, Adam Matos showed gratitude and thankfulness. 24, Adam Matos is always respectful and polite. And 25, the existence of any other factors in Adam Matos' character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. It is.
All right, so I wanted to play that for you because I didn't know Mom was going to take the stand, and I ran across this, and I'm like, oh, these are all these mitigating factors. Let's check this out. So I think actually Brian Rambles, you were the one that brought up a mental disability. So I'm like, wait a minute, who has the mental disability? So then I looked for it and I found that, and it was mom that had a history of mental disability. She had problems with using drugs. So would any of that help you guys go from DP to life without parole? The only one that I could think of that might possibly would be mom had a mental disability, and then it might be passed down, genetic, maybe, and then that might have affected him. But everything else to me is not really changing it. Yeah, I mean, his mom took a 2-week vacation in South America to leave Adam and Peter alone when they were 10 and 12 years old. I mean, yeah, that's pretty brutal, but that doesn't mean you have the right to take out 4 people. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So now let's get to the verdict. So now the jury deliberated, and again, it's really funny. The jury deliberated again for 3 hours, just under 3 hours. They started, I think it was 9, and then they came back around noon. So the jury deliberated, and let's get to the verdict. So again, life without parole or DP is on the table. That's what they're deliberating for. All right, let's see here. So that's what they're deliberating, and they deliberated about 3 hours. So let's get to here. So now this is November. So this is the penalty phase verdict. All right, penalty phase verdict. All right, penalty phase. So the jury already found him guilty, and now it's the penalty phase, and this is from November 21st. November 21st of 2017. So we started on the 3rd of November, and now here it is, the 21st. And if you have not taken our poll, does Adam's upbringing affect your choice for DP? Would that affect your choice? Knowing what his upbringing was, would that affect your decision? All right. All right, here we go. Let me get myself sorted out. Okay.
Back on the record, State of Florida versus Adam Matos. The defendant is present with his attorney. State is here. Any reason we shouldn't return the verdict? Defense? No. State? No. All right. Please bring the jury back.
Everybody ready? Bring all your notes. Jury entering hearing for you.
Thank you. All right. If the defendant would rise with his attorneys, and we'll publish the verdict.
Jury verdict for count 1. We, the jury, finds as follows as to Adam Matos in this case. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state of Florida has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following. Adam Matos was previously convicted of another capital felony. Yes. The first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the possible sentence of death. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A outweigh the mitigating circumstances that were established. Yes. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death, Section B, and that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, Section C, we, the jury, unanimously find that Adam Matos should be sentenced to death. No. If no, our vote to impose a sentence of life is 2-10. Dated this 21st day of November 2017 in Pasco County, Florida. Signed the foreperson, juror number 10. Jury verdict for count 2. We, the jury, finds as follows as to Adam Matos in this case. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state of Florida has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the existence of the following. Adam Matos was previously convicted of another capital felony. Yes. The first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the possible sentence of death. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A outweigh the mitigating circumstances that were established. Yes. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death in Section B, and that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances in Section C, we, the jury, unanimously find that Adam Matos should be sentenced to death. No. If no, our vote to impose a sentence of death is 2-10. Dated this 21st day of November 2017 in Pasco County, Florida. Signed the foreperson, juror number 10. Jury verdict for count 3. We, the jury, finds as follows as to Adam Matos in this case. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state of Florida has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following. Adam Matos was previously convicted of another capital felony. Yes. The first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the possible sentence of death. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A outweigh the mitigating circumstances that were established. Yes. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death in Section B, and that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances in Section C, we, the jury, unanimously find that Adam Matos should be sentenced to death. No. If no, our vote to impose a sentence of life is 2-10. Dated this 21st day of November 2017 in Pasco County, Florida. Signed the foreperson, juror number 10. Jury verdict for count 4. We, the jury, finds as follows as to Adam Matos in this case. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state of Florida has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following. Adam Matos was previously convicted of another capital felony. Yes. The first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the possible sentence of death. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A outweigh the mitigating circumstances that were established. Yes. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death in Section B, and that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances in Section C, we, the jury, unanimously find that Adam Matos should be sentenced to death. No. If no, our vote to impose a sentence of life is 1-11. Dated this 21st day of November 2017 in Pasco County, Florida. Signed the foreperson, juror number 10.
Does the defense wish the jury poll? No. State, do you wish the jury poll?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as we did in the first phase, The clerk is going to merely ask if what she read is in fact the verdict that you rendered. It's a yes or no answer. If there was anything wrong with it, it's no. If it's fine, exactly the way you believe it was, it's a yes. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Judge. Juror number 1, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is the verdict rendered your verdict?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, I wish to thank you for your time and attention and consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by you as jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occur in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon jurors for consideration in these types of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that your deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain your private affairs, as long as you wish those to be. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about your jury work. Although you are now at liberty to speak to anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with them, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you individually to decide whether to preserve your privacy as jurors. All the rules about tweeting, texting, blogging, or talking about the case are now lifted, and again, it's up to you individually whether you wish to discuss the matter. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to take your jury badge off and go ahead and put it right in front of you or on your seat. We are going to move forward with sentencing in this matter this afternoon. I'm going to release you as jurors. You're more than welcome to stay in the back and watch the remaining of the proceedings, but you are not required to do so. I've taken up way more of your time than I would hope. I want to thank all of you for your careful time and consideration in this matter and following all the rules. Some of you I would like to thank even more for being here today. I know some of you all were not feeling well, but you still made it today, and I appreciate that. I know the families do too. And on that matter, you are excused as jurors at this time. With my thanks, and my bailiff has a certificate of appreciation. I also have your cell phones for you. You can now speak about this case or not. But thank you very much, and you are excused. Thank you very much. State the jury now returning 4 verdicts of murder in the first degree with a sentence of life in prison. Any objection to moving forward at sentencing at this time?
No, Judge.
Defense, any objection?
No.
All right. I believe there are some family members present that the state would wish to give victim impact at this time. Would you like to do that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Do you know who you have to speak?
There are quite a few of them.
Okay. It's Mr. Brown, correct?
Mr. Richard Brown.
Mr. Richard Brown. Yes, sir. What would you like to tell me?
Well, I'd like to tell you about my family.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the Bible or Romeo and Juliet. I want to talk about the Brown family.
Okay.
Okay. So the Brown family, which consists of my mother, Patricia Brown, sitting in this courtroom, Marie Brown, the older sister, who is sitting in this courtroom, myself, who sits before you, or stands before you, and my little brother Roger, who unfortunately was sick and could not make it. But we are all here from New Jersey after over 3 years of living pain that only others that we hug and cry with could only understand. So, my name is Richard Brown, Greg's younger brother. Our mom, Patricia Brown, sitting there, squeezed 5 kids into a small house one day where we were children. These were the good old days for us. Most kids today wouldn't even hear of such a thing as squeezing 5 kids in one little house, but they have no idea what they missed out on. Greg was the second oldest after Marie, and it was the middle. I was the middle, followed by Mary Ann Brown and Roger Brown. As a child in our family, I remember the small hallway in between 2 bedrooms. One for the girls, one for the boys. We were little kids. We were upstairs. My mother was downstairs. She was all alone. We had no father. We know poverty just like everyone. We drank that powdered milk. We had reduced lunches. We had all those things. We had no lavish lifestyle. As a child in our family, we had these 2 rooms, and going over the line was off limits. It could actually result in some serious hair pulling. Boys in one room, girls in the other. Our life is what we had. We had little, but one thing that we did have was we had each other. 5 children and a mother that we loved so much. Greg was the oldest boy and certainly helped to fill the role of our missing father. He showed me and my brother, Roger, the ropes, teaching us about mechanical work, teaching us about electrical work, and always demonstrating a strong work ethic. All of us kept care of each other, sisters and brothers, all united. We were a family of shared experiences and deep values. I remember our childhood as altar servers at St. Rose. He taught me how to make a flamethrower out of pledge polish, taste nasty sour wine, and trick us into ringing those communion bells at the wrong time. We were all comrades, but the only comrade that ever got caught was poor Greg at these little things. We did the normal sinister kid stuff, and my mom continued to bring us up 5 children on her own and did a great job keeping all of us on the straight and narrow path, instilling values that we maintain today. Greg later became the first cool kid with a car in our family. Instead of taking preference to drive his other cool friends around, his preference was to include even his little brother, 6 years younger, or 5 years, so that he could hang with the cool kids, because that was Greg's kind of love for his sisters and brothers. Now that he had a car, he could work 2 jobs. One day, my little brother learned that during Christmas time, Greg used to use his own money to make sure that we had a good Christmas. He said to my mother, "Mom, Roger's only 8. He needs to have a good Christmas with real toys." Compassion and service to others was in our family's name, and it was paramount to my mother. It was the most important thing, more than money, more than luxuries that we could never have. She would be the first one to volunteer her little army of kids to dig holes, break up concrete, cut your lawn, pick your dandelions, shovel snow. Nothing was off limits. The neighborhood was happy because the Brown kids would always help. The Brown family was always on standby to help without any question. Greg never forgot these values and continued to put people before himself. He had the softest heart of all of us. Greg, Maggie, and Megan were our family members. They were loved, and they had the same rights as any other human being to live, to love, and to feel loved by others. For over 3 years, our family has had to play through these murderous events in our heads over and over and over again. Nightmare after nightmare, because the defendant systematically took all of this and their humanity away one at a time. Let me detail my nightmare for the court. Maggie, a strong woman with an attitude. They owned a farm. You better not be lazy around her farm. That was the first sentence that came to my mind when I wrote this. She was a hard worker, and she never had anything herself either. Her inner strength comes from an extensive line of experiences, hardships, and all the other things life throws at us during a lifetime, like every other human being on this planet. At over 50, it was now her turn to enjoy some of her life and enjoy her grandchild. Once again, a monster decided on his own that Maggie did not deserve to live, although the defendant has had the full protections of the judicial system and now may live. That night, the defendant appointed himself the executioner of humans. Maggie never had a chance to defend herself against the monster from sneaking up behind her like a coward with a bam to the head with a hammer as hard as possible. Until her head was so smashed up, he ultimately revealed her brain matter. The defendant has said in his own testimony that he wanted to contain the blood and brains in a bag to lessen the cleanup. Nick. The defendant is responsible for the bludgeoning and destruction of a human face to the point of it becoming the unidentifiable remnants of what used to be a human. A human that had inherent right to live like all of us, to be happy in life, and maybe even have children of his own someday. Instead, the defendant made sure that this could never happen, as the hammer slowly pounded away until it was pulp, so that his mother, father, sister could not recognize him. This, to me, was one of the worst crimes against humanity I have ever seen in my 25 years of law enforcement. Megan. I can see Megan holding Tristan as the gun was aimed for her head to shoot her in the face in front of her son. I wonder how close that bullet came to that scared little boy's head. Was he spared because he could not talk as a witness? How many times did the defendant ignore her pleas not to kill her son? Isn't that how it really happened? Sure it is. Greg, with blood and brain matter on the defendant's hands, the killing spree is not over yet. The murderous rampage continues by hunting through the house to find Greg, feverishly trying to defend the people he loved the most, with the only thing that he owned, unloaded rifles stored high atop a shelf where they would be safe from his grandson away in a closet. In my nightmares, I see him trembling and shaking to find and load his rifles, his hands shaking so much he is hardly able to get a shell into his gun to defend his family. To this day, I can feel the helplessness and shock of these murders as they were unfolding right in front of him. Again, the defendant walks up behind Greg and bang. Shot him right in the back, just about killing him as he slumped over and fell, facing Mr. Matos again. But bang, shot him again to finish the job to make sure that he was lifeless. After all of this, it's time to open up a 6-pack of beer, smoke a pack of cigarettes, and play video games, isn't it? Because finally, the house is quiet. After all, they're all dead. The next few days were spent cleaning the house, wrapping up, tying up, bagging up our relatives for their final resting place. So ingenious of the defendant to figure out how to load 4 lifeless human bodies into a vehicle with dollies and ropes and pulleys or whatever. And in the process, dropping them sometimes on the floor because the makeshift winch did not work correctly. So a new plan would have to be developed to figure out a new way to get them into the vehicle, all while whatever blood was left in their bodies seeped out of their bodies to add to the existing post-mortem smell already permeating the neighborhood. And finally, the defendant drove them to a dirt pile where they were dragged out of the vehicle one by one like human garbage. Dragging each one of them out of the van, systematically they were placed head to toe because you were even so lazy to even put a pile of dirt with a new shovel that you purchased on top of their bodies. Instead, animals feasted on our loved ones in 100-degree weather, allowing maggots to slowly live off whatever flesh was on their bodies until there was nothing left to even identify them. It was as if these bodies were a result of a war crime in Syria. It was yet another crime against humanity committed by Mr. Matos, and you almost got away with it. Right until the very end, the defendant purposely lied to the jurors hours before they were about to deliberate, but these lies were quickly thwarted once again. The defendant came to the stand, faced the jury. This was the moment that victims were waiting for, to finally hear the truth and remorse. We waited in these pews in anticipation, after all these years of lies that were made up, conspiracies, to finally hear the truth and some remorse in the defendant's words. Instead, lies, 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 never the truth. Right until the very end, in a desperate measure, the defense would want everyone to believe no one suffered. They just got tapped in the head with a hammer and died instantly. I can only say, wow. During this week and any time in the future, anyone with a moral compass and common sense could certainly see through these lies. Desperate lie after desperate lie led everyone to believe anything but the gruesome truth. When the defendant finally took the stand, what did the victims hear? more lies, coupled with not even a hint of remorse to the victims sitting right in front of you. I wonder how could this be possible, not to show remorse after telling a jury how you shot my brother in the back, put bags over heads, and used hammers to make hamburger out of human faces. For 1 second, I thought you may say the word sorry. To the victims, instead, again, the choice was just more lies over remorse. So no remorse, no sorry, nothing. For this, you obviously are not a part of humanity and have no place in our society. Finally, our family also thinks about all the police, the first responders, medical examiners, and the jurors themselves, and the prosecutors, and you, Judge, who have endured viewing our loved ones piled up, smashed up, decomposed, and riddled with maggots. Our family, being the way that they are, hopes and prays that these public servants can put these images behind them and someday clear their heads of this horror scene. Our family also prays that someday we can wipe our tears and move on with our lives without this haunting us night after night after night after night.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You can state your name for the record.
I am Marie Brown Mulder. I am Gregory's sister, Maggie's sister-in-law, and Megan's aunt.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
First of all, Your Honor, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to read my victim's impact statement. For 3 years, their deaths have dominated our thoughts and our lives. I cannot adequately describe the pain, horror, and overwhelming despair experienced because of one person's actions. Of the loss of so many hopes, dreams, and expectations of so many people affected, including his own son. Gregory was our soft-hearted, internally giving brother. He was amazingly patient and unselfish. He became the man in the house at 16. During his summers, he would work 80 hours a week just to help make ends meet. He never complained, and never in his life did he feel sorry for himself, nor did he use it for an excuse. He met Maggie when he was about 19. Michael, Maggie's child from her first marriage, was about a year old. From the moment he held him, he was his son, unconditionally. Maggie and Greg went on to have 2 more children, Aaron and their princess Megan. He adored them, and he also adored his nieces and nephews, but the second love of his life was Tristan. My brother wrote on Facebook on their anniversary, "So I met a girl, and after we went on our first date, I told my mom I was going to marry her. She has been my best friend now for 34 years. She is a beautiful woman, caring mother, and a loving grandmother. A giving and understanding woman, even through rough times. Thank you, Maggie Brown, for the best years of my life, with many more to come. I will always love you and be there for you. Here's for another 34 years." Greg was what you would call a good person. He loved his children unconditionally, adored his wife. He had his deep faith in God. He loved hunting, fishing, the farm, and just being with friends and family. He worked very hard all his life and always did the right thing. He made you special, specifically loved, and cared for. He would be the first to help anyone, even strangers if he saw a need, shying away from recognition. From as a kid, when it snowed, shoveling out people on the way to school, to as an adult, he would get his tractor out and do the same for people he didn't even know. This is the person that you murdered. Maggie was quick-witted, straightforward, and still fragile at the same time. Always hopeful and would let nothing get in her way if she thought something was a good idea. She teased my brother unmercifully and loved him deeply. I can still hear her yelling, "Brown," or "old man." She was strong, capable, and loving. She taught me a lot about myself, tempered my anxieties as a new mom, and always had open arms during times of trouble. Maggie and I were stay-at-home moms. We raised our children a block from one another. Along with her sisters, we tag teamed for grocery store runs, doctor appointments, or just folded laundry together. There was always a house full. Between Maggie, her sisters, and myself, I think we may have had 9 kids under 5 running around at any given time. This is a family that was in and still is in each other's lives daily. As new mothers, we shared the struggles, laughs, and ironies of life. Husbands that annoyed us, children needing stitches, bills that needed to be paid. Now I can't say remember when to her, but we will remember, and we will make sure her sons and grandchildren know. Megan Elizabeth. She was our stunning tomboy, a natural beauty, athletic, loving mother, and of course, Daddy's little girl. Everything she did for her son. She left a full ride at Penn State for track because of Tristan. She took jobs around Maggie and Gregory's schedule so Tristan would always have people around him that loved him. Tristan was the center of her world. She did not strive for a career, even though she could have easily. Instead, she focused on her son, his diet, schooling, at-home activities. They were always a priority to her. She would rather bake cupcakes with him than go out with her friends. She even journaled her son's progress daily, what he ate, his milestones, what she wanted to work on with him. My brother and Maggie also used these journals to capture his day. They were his caregivers, his world. Maggie and Greg have 2 sons, Michael and Aaron, that survived. Gregory has 4 brothers and sisters. Maggie has 6 brothers and sisters. Megan leaves behind 2 brothers, all these aunts and uncles, and 20 cousins, in a family where your cousins were raised to be your brother and sister, your best friends, your aunt and uncles, substitute parents at times. Imagine watching each one of these loved ones suffer, seeing your mother, your siblings, your children, nieces, nephews, Maggie's parents, her sisters and brothers, Megan's cousins, all in so much pain, feeling hopeless and helpless at the same time, not being able to talk about it for fear of hurting them. What could we possibly say to Michael and Aaron? They lost their father, mother, and sister. They lost most of their family because of this one selfish act. Maggie, Gregory, and Megan will never be able to see their children, grandchildren, be at weddings, or just talk to them on the phone. Another twisted effect because of your actions is how friends either say too much, nothing or all, or just avoid you because this is so devastating that they don't know what to say. Now imagine going through this with your entire support system destroyed at the worst time in your life. As for Tristan, Adam, you claim to love him. He's your whole world. Yet you took his world. You killed his 5'2", 52-year-old grandmother by bludgeoning her. And if that wasn't enough, you put over a bag over her head to make sure she wouldn't make a mess. You testified to this without feeling, as you did with all their murders. We imagine their pain every day. Adam, you took the life of Nick. You beat him at least 21 times with a hammer. I timed it. It took a long time. A lot of rage and effort. You took his life because he was there. But he was there because you threatened Megan. You then hunted down my brother and shot him in the back. To make sure he was dead, you shot him a second time. This man who took you in, who treated you fairly and would only help, never hurt anyone. You coldly and without conscience killed him. We think about him every day, every minute, what his last thoughts were, and if he saw his daughter died. And all this, you killed him in front of Tristan. Megan, the mother of your child, this alone shows how little you really care about Tristan. I absolutely believe this was in front of Tristan as she begged for both of their lives. I was at that house for 3 days after it was released to help pack up their personal belongings with their sons. It was over 100 degrees in there. We saw the blood splatter, the smears. We smelled the decomp. We saw Maggie's handprints on the walls while she struggled to get away. I straddled the hole in the closet when my brother died to get what was left of their belongings. At that time, Nick's sister arrived at the house and quietly asked to see where her brother died. What was left of my heart was broken. She sees the hole in Megan's floor, the bullet hole in the wall. He died with my family. Such an intimate event with a person I never met. The worst part was the east garage. I brought with me a bottle of holy water from where Gregory was baptized. Praying, I sprinkled over the very wet, very large pool of blood where their bodies were stacked in the garage. The detectives did try to spare us by putting paper over it, but it just bled through. On the walls were more blood, handprints, blood splatter. Yet you sit and testify how not sorry you were, but how you loaded them in the car. The house told the story. We could not escape what happened. What is worse is that you carelessly threw their bodies into the woods. For days we tried to get health, dental, surgical, skeletal records, anything to identify their bodies, reliving what little we knew with each conversation, begging the stranger on the other end to help us. None of this material helped. Their bodies so severely decomposed, rotting in the Florida sun, while the animals did their damage. This would not allow it. Not only did you murder them, you desecrated their bodies. You made it so that we would not be able to see our loved ones before we buried them. We couldn't even bring their bodies home. This was even taken from us. 3 years later, I still have nightmares. Just because Tristan has autism doesn't mean he doesn't know what happened and who's responsible for his mother and grandparents' death. In fact, in the 3 years since this nightmare, Tristan's ability to communicate has blossomed. He is able to tell the story as he experienced it in clear language. Tristan relives that trauma, and will forth for the rest of his life, just as we will. But Tristan will grow up within these wonderful families, remembering his mother, but terrified of you. He will grow up surrounded by people who adore him, care deeply for him, and would never hurt him. He will thrive, he will be happy, and he will be totally loved without you. Lastly, I would like to thank Your Honor, the court, the lawyers working on this case. I would especially like to thank the police officers, Detective Kugel, Kennedy, and the numerous professionals that brought us here today. I would also like to thank Deputy Keebler for helping us during this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Your name?
Amber Pyle.
Okay, last name?
Pyle, P-Y-L-E.
I got it. All right, Amber?
Okay. So I am Amber Pyle, niece of Margaret Brown, my Auntie M, Gregory Brown, and cousin to my best friend Megan Brown. I did not write an impact statement for myself, nor will I. I just can't bring myself to spew my emotions out to you. You know how I feel about you because you know what you've done. I am writing solely the impact on what you've done to your son, Tristan. I once was Tristan's cousin, but I now legally am his sister. My mother, Rebecca Thomas, is now legally his mother. You should know this. You signed the papers to allow my mother to adopt him, and thank God for that. We, as in my entire family, my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, grandparents, we adore him. We get to watch him grow. We get to listen to his infectious laugh, and we get to see his bright, beautiful smile. We get to see his schoolworks, his projects that are posted up all around our house, in whatever spot he chooses, because he is our king. And we, in fact, will never do anything to hurt him or put him in harm's way. He is loved, he is special, and he has a family. We're trying to fill the void that he feels with the loss of his best friend, his mother, as well as his grandparents. I'm sure that you would like to think that with his autism, Tristan would be able to forget that what you've done, but I promise you he is not. He tells us daily what he saw and what he remembers. He tells us things along the line as, Daddy made a boo-boo on my mommy's head, and there was a lot of blood. And he tells us things like, and then he put them in a car and they were all gone, and he never saw them again. He tells us how scared he is of his father, that he is a bad man, and I tell him, Tristan, I agree. I hug him and I get to console him. You do not. He makes my mother promise him, when they say their prayers every night, that she will never leave or hurt him. He is terrified of you, Adam. So I hope when you put your pillow on the bed to sleep at night, you know that your son that you loved and tried to keep safe no longer does feel safe when he thinks about you. He in fact tells us he does not. He has told us on countless occasions that my daddy is in jail and he will never get out and he can never hurt me. Or tells us that my daddy made boo-boos on my feet when he made me walk for so long. That would be referring to when you made him run out of the house without shoes, causing large painful blisters on the bottom of his feet that my mom had to tend to once he got back to New Jersey. He tells us how thirsty and how hungry he was when he was with you. There's things that remind him of his other mommy, as he calls her, referring to his beautiful, loving mother, Megan. Certain food, certain snacks, certain juices, he'll smile from ear to ear saying, my other mommy used to give me this. It breaks my heart that he has to refer to the person that he loved the most in this world and the person who loved him the most in this world as his other mommy. I saw Megan with Tristan more times than I can count, and I can only pray that one day I could be half of a mother as she was. There is not a single day that goes by in my life that I don't think about my family that left the world at the hands of a murderer. There is not a single day that goes by that your son does not think about his family that he lost at the hands of a murderer. He loves his mother, he loves his grandparents, and he loves us. He does not love you. He saw what you did, he heard what you did. You did not keep him safe, and you did not care about him. You stole his whole world. You ruined his whole life, and we are here to pick up the pieces. We love him. Thank you for the gift of Tristan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. You can step up.
Hansel.
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Paula Rystrom.
Okay, Ms. Rystrom, what would you like to tell me?
I'd like to thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
No problem.
Nicholas Leonard, my son, my only son, was born on the morning of April 29th, 1977. My only beautiful son. To lose our son this way has caused unimaginable pain to our family. The worst that can ever happen to a mother has happened to me. I grieve for my son's lost future, for Nick's baby sister, Danielle, Nick was her loving big brother, her protector, her best friend, her confidant, her closest ally, a sidekick like no other. Now her guardian angel. How I wish I could take away her pain. I can't take away that pain. The year after Nick's murder, he missed her wedding to Michael. He never saw the man he was so happy and relieved she had finally found, Michael Shoup, Nick's would-be brother-in-law, the man who so graciously would ultimately identify Nick's rotting corpse on that roadside to spare our family the pain of seeing our son in death, a son-in-law we are eternally grateful to have. Michael and Danielle will never have an opportunity to be an aunt or uncle to Nick's children because you took that away from him. Or have him as an uncle to theirs. Nicholas never got that chance to experience fatherhood. I promise you, he would have been the best father given the chance. I grieve for Nick's father, Dan Leonard, who taught him to succeed in his life by using his hands and his heart to bring beauty to this ugly world. A father who taught Nick to take pride in his work. The father whose life was saved several years ago by Nicholas when he suffered his heart attack, and thankful Nick was close by to restore his life that day. The father Nick wanted to be just like. The father who wasn't supposed to survive his son. I grieve for Nick's grandparents, of which my father recently joined Nick's paternal grandparents in his heavenly home. My father, who struggled daily to remain healthy with one kidney he was born with in constant failure, to which Nicholas offered his own to extend his grandfather's life, died with a broken heart over his first grandson's murder, an only murdered relative in our family, never to see justice here on earth in his lifetime. And for my mother, the woman who called him Nicky Pickles. Nick was her favorite, her first grandson, who always made her laugh. This grandmother, still living in Wisconsin, in the care of Nick's Uncle Marty, my brother Jonathan Martin Rystrom, battling the thrones of dementia that robbed her of her memories. My mother was told that day they found the bodies. We lost Nick with his girlfriend and her parents, to which my mother said through her tears, "That sounds like it was a horrible car wreck. We had to leave it at that." My mother was never told of the death. It breaks our hearts when in her unlucid moments she asks, "How's my Nick?" We always tell her, "Fine, Mom, really, really good." We must lie to her so we don't the routine that sustains her life. I grieve for his aunts, uncles, and heartbroken cousins whose lives are forever shattered by this deeply painful, senseless, evil murder spree. I grieve for Nick's counts, our lifelines who loved him dearly, those who Nick would drop everything on a call for help. I grieve for the Hudson community, Nick's home, and home to Nick's employees and his business associates he worked for and with. I grieve for Nick's customers who made it a point to come to my home upon his death to tell us how saddened they were, to say how his hands had touched their homes. Nick was so much more to them than just a carpenter, a handyman. He was a trusted friend who treated their homes as his own, a son they would proudly call their own. I grieve for the many veterans Nicholas assisted with the basic needs of life, to help them with a ride to the VA for medical appointments they could no longer get picked up for. or those that just needed to get out of the cold for a night, who Nick provided a hot meal, a warm shower, a good night's rest, while Nick laundered their clothing or gave them his own when necessary. To honor them was a tribute to his Grandpa Leonard's military service. To Nick's elderly neighbors, Joni, Jack, and Ralph. Ralph, you heard from his son, Robert. They counted on Nick to help repair their homes when they couldn't themselves, or run to the store, tend to the clothes, to the chores they no longer could handle. Nick provided hot home-cooked meals or just a jar of salsa made with love from his own hands, from a vegetable garden he tended to. Nicholas took pride in sharing and giving of himself to those in need, a hero to many. And lastly, the many women who came to me after Nick was murdered to share their stories of how Nicholas fearlessly rescued them from their own violent situations. Nicholas went the extra mile to help them and their children by opening his home while finding affordable housing, furnishings, food, and toys. Nick made sure they had everything needed to sustain, free of their abusers. This was my loving son, my caring child, nurturing, honorable, compassionate, deeply respected, and very much loved son. He didn't deserve to be brutally broken, bludgeoned to death, and dragged like trash, hidden on the roadside with the woman Nicholas described as the love of his life, Megan, along with her parents. Over dinner on what I would find out later was the eve of Nick's death, he told me, Megan is one amazing woman, Mom, and you will love her and her family when you meet them. That day never came. The day I was informed of his death, the body stacked to rot in the elements for a week, with the animals eating and tearing at his open, maggot-infested, wounded flesh. A hole was blown through my heart. My world darkened in that moment. The visioning of circling vultures above your son's rotting corpse does irreparable damage to a parent's psyche, a vision forever embedded in my mind. I continue to have constant nightmares of my son begging for his life, calling out to me for help as his skull is cracking open with each blow to his head. I blame myself for not knowing he was in danger. I am in constant pain, wondering if he died instantly or endured lingering torture. The what-ifs slowly kill me. My brother, Nick's uncle, once asked, what if I had done something differently to change the course of his life? He wishes he could have brought him to Wisconsin to work with him. We all wish that now. I touch his face every day on the photo that sits above my home office desk. I hold his ashes in my hands like I did when he was a baby. I cry constantly. I have the last shirt I ever saw on him sealed in a bag, tucked away in a box. I take out when I need him close to me, then quickly return it to preserve his scent as long as possible. On that awful day I was told of my son's murder, I collapsed on a bathroom floor, wailing and shaking as I began to vomit until my throat, mouth, and tongue were burned so badly it took weeks to heal. I experienced that again when you took the stand. My daughter coming to my aid to ensure I wouldn't take my own life that day. My life as I had known it was over in that moment. I will forever be grateful for my surviving child, Danielle, and my fiancé, Ed, for just holding me for weeks, comforting me to help me get back on my feet, no matter how unsteady they made that possible for me. Then came the memorial for Nick. I will never understand how I gathered the strength to eulogize my son at his celebration of life service in front of 700 of our closest friends. In immense heartbreak, I survived yet another painful hurdle, another layer of unnatural grief as I prepared to attend the services in New Jersey for Megan, Gregory, and Margaret Brown. A new wave of grief for the Browns, Thomases, and Monahan families took hold. Just when I thought I couldn't endure any more pain, my heart and soul shattered all over again for Megan's brothers, Margaret and Gregory's surviving sons, and all their families. My pain was no longer just for the loss of my own son, Nick. We now shared in our losses and became the family of faith that we are today. Our darkest moments, our angels blessed us. Maggie's sons each were blessed with a baby. Gregory Aaron Brown and Jamie's beautiful baby boy Ryland came into the world on April 29th, 2016. The same day, 39 years earlier, my son Nicholas entered this world. A date we could all celebrate again, our tears replaced with warmth. We are grateful to share in the joy of these very special children's lives. Ryland and Olivia. Although this place and time does bring much joy, sadness creeps in. Maggie, Gregory, Megan, and Nicholas were denied this joy. They should have had it. Enjoy this time. I grieve they didn't get a chance to see these babies. It wasn't long before anger reared its ugly head in me. The day we cleaned out my son's home as I gathered his paint-splattered work shirts, another wave of grief flowed. Nicholas believed in working hard, never relying on others, and took pride in a job well done. I neatly stacked those shirts in a basket I would keep for 2 years before finally letting them go. Nicholas believed you reap what you sow. He couldn't stand a liar or a thief. If you didn't earn it, you don't deserve it. Nicholas would ask God often to bless the work of his broken hands, and his hands were broken. He couldn't have grasped anyone around a neck because he was scheduled to have surgery on his broken hands 2 weeks after you killed him. His hands were injured in a construction accident to which I attended. His lawsuit, and it's all on file in Pinellas County. You can pull it and look at it yourself. I settled that lawsuit posthumously in absentia on behalf of my child. I need a moment. Nicholas wasn't altogether perfect, but he learned from his mistakes and always took responsibility for them. I realized to get through this pain, I had a choice to either allow it to destroy me or to fight. I chose to fight. Through countless hours of trauma therapy, the best of friends in life, and support groups, I stand before you today proud of my precious son. I will continue to honor my child and his life, along with the lives of the Browns. We all struggle and suffer daily to put our feet on the floor, manage our grief, and somewhere in between to try to live again in our own life sentences. I pray that no other families have to experience the loss of a child to such evil, horrific demise, or in any way for that matter. Our families are now members of a club that we never wanted to be part of, and now can never leave. I believe now Nick may find peace in heaven with Megan and her parents. I deeply miss my beautiful son, the joy he brought to all of us, that beautiful smile, his explosive laugh, my best friend in life, his gentle kiss on my head, and hearing his last words of "I love you, Mama Duke." I am left with a broken heart to go on without him. I honor Nick's life by raising awareness for the children in our community. about the dangers of domestic violence and hosting a fall festival each year in his honor, of which we had to cancel this year to tend to the important matter at hand. The festival is now Nick's legacy, and my goal to stop the madness with the help of the hundreds of businesses Nicholas in our tight-knit Hudson community, families such as Get Hooked, my best friends. They were my best friends. Your employer was my best friend. Came to me and said, "What can I do? What can I possibly do?" I hate that my friends were put in that position, but I love them for asking. Get Hooked is one of our festival's major sponsors, by the way. We will continue to bring this festival to the children of Hudson completely free of charge to support our local Hudson domestic violence shelter through the donations raised. These are our friends from Nick's community who loved him very much and are more than honored to help us. My pain is not gone. I live the daily nightmare of my son's skull being bludgeoned to death. I feel and hear every one of those 21 blows delivered to Nick's head over and over, like a broken record, returning every time I close my eyes. My son's story is still not over, nor will it ever be. My wound is still open, fresh and deep. I still scream and search for my son. Nicholas will always be remembered as the kind and gentle soul he was. You now know my son, a hero to so many. I know with certainty Nicholas wouldn't have been anywhere else that fateful day. I would move heaven and earth to bring my son back. I've spent countless hours trying to will him back to life. I would gladly trade places with him. He should still be here. There is no greater pain than that of a mother who loses a child. My son was the first to touch my heart from the inside. This is who Nicholas Allen Leonard was to this world. My son, my gift to life. He was and always will be loved, deeply missed, celebrated and remembered until I take my last breath. I promise you, as I live out my own undeserved life sentence. Thank you for your time today.
Good afternoon. How are you all?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're very good, frankly. My husband's coming with me. He'll be 79 next month. He's Margaret Brown's father, as you know, and Megan's grandfather, and Greg Brown's friend and son-in-law. I have a prepared statement, of course, to help me, but I wanted to make sure that everyone knew some things about Megan and our relationship. We lived far away from them for many years, and Greg was wonderful enough to bring her and her mother and her brothers to Alaska to visit us. We had a fantastic time, and at 8 years old, Megan would sit in her grandfather's lap and read Robert Service poems to him with intonation. It was amazing. And she came again to Alaska in 2000, and she was very artistic. She drew a beautiful sketch of one of my dogs, and she also shared in our love of dogs. She actually was in the AKC first book of Dogs for Children, where she was photographed with one of our dogs, so we always shared that joy. But with the sketch, I bring it out on occasion because she wrote almost a haunting message back in 2000. She wrote to Gramps and Grandma Linda, "Love will last, but I will miss you forever." I didn't know why she wrote that then. I still don't, except that I know that she was only 13, and it's proof that our love for them will last forever, and we are always going to miss them. We have the worst of life sentences. then please don't do that, honey. I know you're upset. My husband's, of course, terribly distraught. Margaret was his baby girl. He cradled her. Her mother cradled her. Her older siblings cradled her. Her big brother, he can hardly stand that he couldn't protect her from this violence. And I only knew her as an adult, so my grief is different, but it's still cutting and deep. And like some of the other professionals in this courtroom, I was a criminal defense attorney. I represented mostly murder cases, even mass murders. And I would die to protect that Constitution with my last breath. So I'm glad you got your due process. I'm even gladder you're getting your due punishment. It's not enough. I hope you find real justice when you get to that prison. And you'll be watching over your back the rest of your life.
Ma'am,
There is not one of us, regardless of our role in this process, I apologize, Judge, who hasn't in private shed tears over the victims, even when you're the defense attorney. We're all humans in this. It hurts all of us. But unfortunately, this isn't just any case for me. This is my family. I wish the rules of evidence could have been thrown out the window. I wish they could have seen his Facebook page where he whited out his eyes and put fangs in his mouth. I wish they could have seen his Facebook page where he lies passed out with a weapon in his hand, some bottles of liquor, and a bundle of money. I wish they could have seen the real Adam Matos. My life has changed forever, our lives. The laughter that Mag and Greg and Megan gave us is gone. Their love's gone. There are gaping holes in our lives forever and in our hearts. We're also changed psychologically forever. We all have post-traumatic stress from this. That's a physiological as well as psychological event. I stopped biting my nails for the first time in 60-some years. I looked down, I got fingernails. Why? I was in shock for a long time. There are days when we feel absolutely nothing. There are days when all we feel is anger. There are days when all we feel is hate. There are just no days when I feel like I used to. They don't ever happen, and they're not going to. I have a hard time believing in love anymore, even though my husband and family and friends offer it to me all the time. The world feels crueler to me than I have ever felt before, and I've seen a lot of cruelty, but it's different. It doesn't get any easier to cope with. There's so much energy spent trying to cope with this. I also need to speak for Margaret, Mag, Greg and Megan too. The defense offered some postulate to the jury that Mr. Matos was afraid he was going to lose Tristan. There was never any thought in any one of their minds to take Tristan from him. As recently as several weeks before they were murdered, Margaret explained to me she did not want her grandson to be without his father. That's why they brought him to Florida. They didn't want Tristan to be without his father. I don't know where this crazy idea came from, but the whole thing is pretty darn crazy and sick. And what they experienced, something most of us are fortunate enough to get through life without knowing. Because of Mr. Matos, they knew the meaning of the word horror before they died. They likely saw someone they loved or knew slaughtered, and they knew they were about to die. They were terrorized by Mr. Matos. Evil. I believe I heard some discussion of evil regarding the aggravators. And the thing about evil is that it's not just inside a prison. It lives amongst us, and sometimes we don't see it. They didn't, I didn't, and my husband didn't. 53 days before Adam Matos killed them, my husband and he and Megan shared a drink together. Megan and her mother sang a song a cappella to their grandfather and father with him in the vicinity. I don't know exactly how close. When I was there just 53 days before he killed them, I talked to him in that very same house. Just 53 days before he killed them, I hugged him in that very same house. Just 53 days before he killed them, I was inches from his face talking to him about Tristan and Tristan's needs. Love Tristan more than anything. That is such a bunch of baloney, Judge. And then 53 days after I talked to him like that, he slaughtered our family. He left him in a bloodbath. And he subjected this son of his that he claims to love so much that, thank goodness, my stepdaughter Rebecca and her other family members are loving and caring for, because he did not. I've heard people use the word win when they heard the verdicts the other day. There's no win here. There's no happiness. That's just not me. That's not who I am. I guess something called justice happens, and I think that's kind of a concept none of us can really define. Because in the end, this is a human tragedy for everyone. Mr. Matos caused it to us. He caused it for himself, too. There are 5 lives taken away one way or another. That little boy has no mother, no father, no grandparents, and Mr. Matos made sure he has no father, too. And the rest of us will just try to continue in life. There are hurdles. I'm a survivor. My husband's a survivor. We just have a belief that when there are hurdles, you go over, under, around, or through them somehow. We'll miss them forever. We'll soldier on. And I can just be grateful that Mr. Matos, even though I might have wished for a greater punishment, is going to be punished. Thank you for listening, and I apologize if I got a little over the top at that one point, but my emotions are over the top.
I would like to say just a few words. My daughter Elizabeth has a young son about the age of Tristan. She had to stop him visiting Tristan because Tristan full well knows what happened on that fateful day. And he continually repeats, "My daddy killed my mommy." It was too bad he couldn't testify to the jury to that fact, but he's autistic and you don't know what impact it would really have on him. But he wishes, because he knows enough about Florida, that an alligator would eat Mr. Matos. I can't say much more other than a little boy who has problems had a whole lot more dumped on him by the defendant here, who is now not a defendant. He is the murderer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You should get a preacher's office.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Shoup. I'll be brief. Rita Mae Brown, an American writer, once wrote, "One of the keys to happiness is a bad memory." I thought long and hard what I should say if I were given the chance to stand here. How would I speak? How would I react? I looked for inspiration in many places before coming across this quote. It immediately resonated with me as there can be no worse memory than the reason why I and many others are all before you today, which is the loss of 4 amazing people. For I have come to face an enemy the ultimate enemy to my family, the defendant. For me, for my wife Danielle, none more so than the loss of Nick from our lives. Although this loss does not overshadow the loss of Meg and Greg and Maggie, it just cuts the deepest because we had the privilege and joy of knowing him, having not had the opportunity to meet the others before they were taken from this world. Nick was the older brother to Danielle, sibling, her best friend, her protector. If he were still here today, he would be my brother-in-law. We can only hope to fulfill those shoes in his absence, hoping he would approve of my efforts. I did not know Nick for very long, as Danielle and I had only been dating for just over a year before he was so wrongfully taken from our lives. Just before his murder, I had spoken to his father, Dan, and asked Dan for his permission to ask Danielle to marry me. I remember thinking to myself, Dan's permission wasn't enough. I would need Nick's as well, as I knew how much he meant to her and she meant to him. Thankfully, he happily gave me his blessing to me in a phone call, one that ended with us laughing about my proposal plans and him wanting to partake in the grand scheme I had in mind. This laughter was so true of Nick. Anyone who knew him would tell you the same. Laughter and a big grin. I truly don't remember a time where he didn't have a smile on his face, even the very first time I was introduced to him as his little sister's new boyfriend. I remember him eyeing me up and down for a moment, sizing me up, instantly deciding in his mind whether or not I was good enough for his sister. Just a few seconds later, we were sitting down, having a drink, his big smile across his face as we got to know each other a bit and enjoyed the family birthday party we were all at. I remember a sigh of relief at this moment, as the approval of Danielle's big brother was the one I was most anxious to achieve, and thankfully I did. Although I only knew him for this short time, the love he had for his sister, his mother Polly, his father Dan, and life were easily apparent. Just the way he smiled at them whenever he was around them, the way he talked about them, there was no mistaking how much he loved them. As much as he loved each member of his family, they loved him just as much in return. Over the past 3 years, there have been so many stories that have been shared about how much Nick is loved. Stories that have been shared over holidays that we've had to celebrate without him being with us. Stories told over events we've gone to without him being able to attend with us. Or stories shared at a moment's notice on social media without him being able to see them. We'll never be able to share our stories with him again. Nick was taken from our lives by a cowardly act, by a coward of a person. The loss of Nick has been a painful one, although the pain I suffer is nothing to that of his mother, father, and his sister, my wife Danielle. It's a pain she endures day in and day out, night in and night out. I couldn't begin to tell you the number of sleepless nights she has had, the panic attacks she has battled, the random thoughts of his passing which causes her a painful cry, or the nightmares she has suffered since her brother was stolen from our lives. Somehow she gets through this day by day. She's an amazingly strong woman, and it pains me for her to suffer like she does. As strong as she is, she decided against standing here for the off chance of showing any weakness, having me pass on some of her thoughts in her place. So I stand here today, trying to be her protector, as Nick would have wanted, in order for her to not have to tolerate the gaze of the person responsible for her pain. You do not get to take anything else from her or our family, and I'll always be her protector on his behalf. For me, I handle and deal with the loss of Nick and the Browns in my own way, as I am also not immune to sudden thoughts about their murder, although mine tend to come while I'm working. As you know, Your Honor, I am a deputy sheriff for this county, and I have been for 14 years, which calls for me to respond to those who call out for help, and in many cases, to the homes where someone has passed away. But many times they are not, with the odor of their passing in the air. I instantaneously think to Nick and the Browns when I detect this odor. It is distinct, foul, and wretched. It is an odor I smelled at the Hatter's Drive address after the crime scene was released and the day the bodies were found, for I was there at the command post. As my mother-in-law testified, I had to identify my brother-in-law's body. Something I will never forget, and thankfully I have to bury that and bear that, and my family does not. Danielle and I traveled to the scene. We had to see there for ourselves where the murders took place. When I'm working and I come across a scene, I wonder if I'm walking into a similar situation as Nick and the Browns had to endure. If someone had suffered like they did when they were murdered in cold blood, the pain of losing them becomes fresh in my mind. Maybe one day this will affect me differently and won't be as painful. I think back to the quote I started with about bad memories and happiness. From this bad memory, there has been some happiness. We have come to know and love the many family members of Megan, Maggie, and Greg, and they've become members of our family. We all have become very close and have leaned on each other since our loved ones were taken, helping each other through this horrible ordeal as best as we all can, each in our own ways. I suppose we could thank you for our families coming together. However, I then think that this may have happened regardless, the way it was supposed to have happened, with Nick, Megan, Maggie, and Greg being here with us as well. We'll never know. The past 3 years have culminated in the moments we are in right now, and has been a very long road. Thankfully, justice has been served in part. For some, death for you cannot come quick enough. For others, a life in solitude never seeing the light of day is a more just punishment. In either way, it is not worth the price of our families have paid. Trading Nick, Megan, Maggie, and Greg for your life will always be the short end of the stick. You have no remorse for your actions, have not shown any remorse or regret since the day you were caught. This trial, which has been broadcasted to the world, has proven that. I have little doubt that all who have watched justice against you be served will agree with me, and many now share the disdain in my family have of you. Your life is now over. I take solace in knowing as your life comes to an end, whichever way it has been deemed to end, you will have had much more time to think and dread your impending final ultimate punishment. You will finally know suffering and pain as we have. John F. Kennedy wrote, "Forgive your enemies, but never forget their names." I promise you, as your life comes to an end, I will never do either. Thank you.
I don't believe there's anybody else, Jeff.
All right. Vince, do you want to rise to your client from the podium? Is there anything that the defense wants to present or any statements the defendant wants to make before I enter the sentence?
I would just like to say I'm sorry to the victims of the family. I know that's not enough, but I just would like to make peace and hope that they don't hold on to that hate in their heart, because a heart filled with hate is not free. I'm truly sorry.
But fuck off.
Is that it? Ladies and gentlemen, if you can't control your emotions, everyone's had an opportunity to speak. You can step out, okay? You just need to finish up this for today. Mr. Matos, before we proceed with the sentence, I have a few things to say. We all know what your sentence is going to be. It was decided by the jury. It was decided by one vote, and Mr. Pure made sure of that. He asked the jury if any one of them would spare your life, that they do so, and they did. The last person who they chose, Margaret Brown's case, the vote in your case was 11-1. That means one person on that jury felt enough sympathy, mercy for you that they decided that you did not deserve the death penalty. So for that, I don't have to make that decision. It's not something that I ever wanted to do or wished to do. But if there was ever a case that I've ever heard that 12 people would have decided that death was appropriate, this is probably it. But that's their decision. I believe wholeheartedly in the judicial system, and I believe that those 12 people made up their mind, and that sentence will be imposed on you. But I also agree with the victims in this case. This was the most selfish, self-centered, evil thing that I've ever heard. That you took the stand and you said that you did all of this for your son is ridiculous. Your son was in the house when this occurred. He was either in the room or within 65, 70 feet of when you shot his mother, shot his grandfather, and then waited 5 hours, by your own admission, to walk downstairs and beat his grandmother to death. In those 5 hours, you must have sat in that house with your son. He was there. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. He's not asleep. He's not locked in his room. You're sitting there with your son, with his dead mother, his dead grandfather, and a man who gave his life for those people. You sat there with him and went downstairs and finished off his grandmother. And you did that for your own selfish reasons. Maybe it was your age. Maybe it was that you felt that they had done something to you that you needed to get revenge for. But there was no remorse. Just saying you're sorry doesn't make it so. You're not sorry for what you did yet. Maybe someday you will be. You weren't sorry that day. You weren't sorry when you took the stand, and you're not sorry now. Your son will grow up without a mother, and without grandparents, and without a father, just as you did. But worse than you, he will grow up without a father because he will know that his father murdered his mother and murdered his grandparents. There's no worse life than that. Hopefully, with the love that he has from the Piles and the Browns and all the other family relatives that he has, he will learn to understand and be happy and learn the things about his mother that he did not know because you took her at such a young age of his. There's nothing worse than losing a parent at a young age, but to have them taken from you by your father, I can't imagine. So hopefully, some way, somehow, through the love of the family that he has here, he will grow up to be a healthy, happy, productive, hardworking, loving person. But that's not because of you. So to say that Tristan is your whole world, I don't believe that. I don't believe Tristan was your whole world. I believe that you did this because you were selfish. And based on the decision of the jury, I sentenced you in count 1 and count 4 to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In counts 2 and 3, I sentenced you to life without the possibility of parole. However, that's with a firearm, discharge, include charging death, which means hopefully that no matter what happens with the legislature, no matter what we decide on life or death in your case, you will never, ever be released from prison. Can you afford to hire an attorney for your appeal?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so at this point, I will appoint the public defender to represent you for appeal. State, is there any costs associated that you're asking me to impose?
Yes, Judge. $5,001 to victims' crime compensation.
All right, $5,001 to crimes compensation. There's usually $5 in court costs and fines. Does the lawyers want me to go through where all that money goes, or you just waive the breakdown of that?
We'll waive the breakdown.
All right, there's also $250 to the public defender's office, and you have 30 days to appeal. State, is there anything else I need to announce?
We are asking that all sentences run consecutive.
All the sentences will run, life will be consecutive to each other. So counts 1 is consecutive to counts 2, consecutive count 3, consecutive count 4. And you have 30 days to appeal. Good luck. I'm sorry? No.
You can get it if you don't order it.
Sounds good. Put it in there.
Absolutely.
Good morning and welcome to the...
Stop that. All right. So I did, okay, so 11 jurors voted for DP, but one lone juror held out, and yet the jury was a 10-2 split. So I'm not quite sure what that means. So I've got one more thing to play for you guys. It's just a news report on what happened. So I don't know if this is going to help us explain it or not, but let's just see what these guys say.
A 10 News alert that we're...
Let's see what this guy says.
Following this evening, just one vote saved the life of this convicted killer, Adam Matos. A jury sentenced him to life in prison this afternoon for the murders of 4 people. Matos admitted he killed the mother of his son, Megan Brown, her parents, Margaret and Greg Brown, and her new boyfriend, Nick Leonard, back in 2014. He killed them in the Browns' Hudson home. His son was home at the time. The victims' families spoke to Matos in court after the life sentences were handed down.
I'm glad you got your due process. I'm even gladder you're getting your due punishment. It's not enough. I hope you find real justice when you get to that prison. And you'll be watching over your back the rest of your life.
Afterwards, Matos apologized to the court, but the judge was not buying it.
I would just like to say I'm sorry to the victims of the family. I know that's not enough, but I just would like to make peace and hope that they don't hold on to that hate in their heart.
This was the most selfish, self-centered, evil thing that I've ever heard. You're sitting there with your son, with his dead mother, his dead grandfather, and a man who gave his life for those people. You're not sorry for what you did yet. Maybe someday you will be. You weren't sorry that day. You weren't sorry when you took the stand, and you're not sorry now. Your son will grow up without a mother, and without grandparents, and without a father, just as you did.
Now, under new laws, a jury must unanimously agree on the death penalty in order for a suspect like Matos to get the death penalty. For 3 of Matos' victims, 10 of the 12 jurors voted for the death penalty. But for the 4th victim, 11 out of 12 jurors voted for the death penalty. The judge had strong words for his life sentence as well.
That they decided that you did not deserve the death penalty. So for that, I don't have to make that decision. It's not something that I ever wanted to do or wished to do. But if there was ever a case that I've ever heard that 12 people would have decided that death was appropriate, this is probably it. But that's their decision.
Matos was appointed a public defender for his appeal. As for his son, he's now living with relatives.
All right, you guys, that's it. That was it. Okay, so I didn't catch that when the jury was coming back. I thought it was 10-2 for all counts, but I guess for the last count 4, it was 11 or 111. I didn't catch that at all. Yeah, Brian, they take prints after they've been convicted. We saw that with Sarah Boone. We've seen that with what was that? Dustin Duran. Yeah, they do that all the time. That's nothing unusual. They always do that. So, all right, you guys. Whew, that's about it. So this was from 2017. It happened back in 2014. The trial was in 2017. Mr. Matos, he is finding himself in prison for life. Consecutive, four life sentences without parole. So, all right. So that concludes Ego Takes the Stand, episode 18. Appreciate you guys being with us today. Tomorrow we're going to pick back up on what do you call it? Paul Canero. But I wanted to show you real quick. Let me go back here. Let's see. We were talking about auroras. Let's see if I can get this to work. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a picture. Let me see. I'll take a screenshot and say it's not working for me. All right, here's the aurora for tonight. Let's see here. We were talking about auroras for tonight, and let's see here. So they're not going to come down to us. All right. Well, meaning they're not going to come down to Florida. So that's tonight. So it looks like maybe the Dakotas for sure, Wisconsin, Michigan even. It doesn't even look like, yeah, not New York. Yeah, so it's the upper tier. On that's tonight. So if you guys have clear skies, go check them out. Got some auroras happening tonight. So there you go. All right. Yeah, check them out. Let me know if you guys see them. Okay, so thank you for joining us today. Tomorrow is going to be New Jersey versus Paul Canero. We're going to pick up on day 5 again because we had a sick juror on Friday. And thank you guys for being with us. Thank you to our mods. And thank you to Aaron. And have a great night, you guys. And we will see you. Do I have any kitties? I'll show you a cat. Always show you a kitty on the way out. Riker. Hi. Oh, and here's Houdini. Hi. Here's Houdini. Hi, girl. You can say hello to the chat? Say hello. Don't step on my keyboard. So this is Houdini, you guys. As she does a cruise by. Little Riker's over there, cleaning herself. Little Miss Houdini's right here. Oh, I think Mom's over there. Yep, there's Mom. Look how fuzzy she is. Look how fuzzy she is. That's Mom right there. Sid goes flying up. All right, you guys. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us. We will see you tomorrow, 8:15 Eastern for Paul Canero. Have a great one, and we will see you tomorrow for that. Take care.